Present.
JJ Gonzalez,
Present.
Wendy PR,
Present.
Jeremy Meir,
Present.
and Erica Bowe.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Please all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. So we have a new planning commissioner member, Steve Bruger, who is a former county employee. And Steve, I wonder if you would like to introduce yourself.
Steve Bruger,
Somebody's.
from District 5. Got a background with development, planning, and familiarity with the county. And have been a county resident for 32 years. So I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So we are here to discuss case number 24-5200, Rancho Viejo Solar LLC, AES Clean Energy Development LLC applicants. They're requesting approval of a conditional use permit to allow a 96 megawatt solar facility on an 828 acre tract. The site is zoned rural fringe. Appendix B use matrix illustrates that a commercial solar energy production facility is a conditional use within the rural fringe zoning. The site is addressed at 11 Twilight Way, which will be accessed via Highway 14. It's in Sustainable Development Area 2 in Commission District 5, and Dominic Cisneros is the case manager. First item, staff is to give a presentation. Excuse me, Alex, before we do that, I apologize. I forgot to move to approve the agenda. I wonder if we have a motion to approve this agenda. And staff, are there any changes to the agenda that we have?
There are no changes to the agenda.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Mr. Chair, I move the motion to approve the agenda.
I'll second.
Thank you. All those in favor of approval of the agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any contrary? The agenda is approved, and thank you very much for that reminder. Now, without further ado, Alex, would you start with the staff presentation? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Obo. Thank you to the members of the Planning Commission for this commitment you've made to this meeting today, and thank you to the members of the public for being here. I also wanted to quickly call out the city staff for helping us arrange this space. We were committed to making sure that as many people as possible could attend in person. And I want to point out to anyone walking in the room, we've got lots of chairs up front. No one wants to be in the front row. But please come on up if you need a chair. With that, I think this will get me to let me start here with county staff. We've got some county staff in the room. I am the director for the county's growth management department. My name is Alexandra Ladd. With me today is our land use administrator, Jordan Yutzi. We also have Roger Persino, who is representing the county attorney's office. We've got Dominic Cisneros, who is the case planner for this job and also this case, and also one of our building and development supervisors. And we have many county staff in the room. Could all the county staff in the room raise your hand? So if you see anyone who's got a hand raised and you have a question about anything, they're all very happy and willing to help. So please reach out to them. And we also have Jama Blay, who's our fire marshal in the room over on the edge there. So I just really quickly wanted to go through the process because I think there's been a little confusion about who is making decisions here and what kind of work we're all doing. County staff's main role is to determine whether an application is complete and then whether it's compliant with the Sustainable Land Development Code requirements. The hearing officer will review the staff report and determine other facts that might apply to the case, will conduct a quasi-judicial proceeding, preside over a public hearing, and make a recommendation of approval or denial to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission, all of you, again, you're reviewing staff's report, determining whether there are additional facts pertinent to the case as needed. You're also conducting a quasi-judicial proceeding and presiding over a public hearing. Your decision is informed by the hearing officer's recommendation, but is not bound by the hearing officer's conclusion. In the case of a conditional use permit, the Planning Commission will make final decision. And then the Board of County Commission hears any appeal of a Planning Commission decision. Quickly, I wanted to just talk a little bit about some of the rules and ordinances and policies that apply to any solar project in Santa Fe County. In 2021, the state of New Mexico passed the New Mexico Community Solar Act, and the solar rule was adopted by the Public Regulation Commission on March 30th, 2022. What this meant for the county was that we needed to make our Sustainable Land Development Code compliant with the state rule. So we added a community solar definition, which we didn't have before, and made it a permitted right in all zoning districts. Commercial solar was in our code, but we amended the definition to add storage so that it was consistent with the community solar definition. The County of Santa Fe also passed a resolution in 2022, and resolutions, I want to be very clear, express a policy intent. They are not law, but they state what the Board of County Commissioners would like to see. And in this case, the Board of County Commissioners was interested in supporting the installation of community solar on publicly owned land. So this resolution really looks at all of the criteria, because the feeling was if it's public land, especially if it's county-owned land, the standards should be higher and the criteria should be very clear. So the resolution also has two attachments that include a letter of support, a template for a letter of support, and then the criteria itself. In 2023, we adopted the Santa Fe Fire Code was amended to adopt the NFPA 855 standards for stationary energy solar storage systems. So that's an ordinance, that's a rule. Resolution 2022 is a policy intent, and then 2022-05 is also a rule. So when an ordinance becomes law. This application was originally submitted in January 2023. County staff deemed it incomplete. Additional studies were done. The application was withdrawn and then resubmitted as a new application in August of 2024, which coincides when I started this job. So I do want to mention that we've got a great staff team, but none of us were involved in some of the earlier work in this area. So we are, we're treating this application as it is a complete application, we've determined, and all of the third-party studies are complete. And it's all of the information has been made available on a dedicated county webpage. And this was also according to directive from the Board of County Commissioners. The public participation, we've had 2 community meetings and hosted by county staff that were held virtually. The applicant hosted a community meeting in August, and then there was the hearing officer. There was public hearing in front of the hearing officer. So the public has had. We've really tried to make sure that the public feels like the information's been accessible and they've had a lot of opportunity to comment. Today here again, I won't reread your role, but if this project is approved by the Planning Commission, it must comply with all of staff's condition, all fire code requirements, and submit 100% construction drawings in order to get a development permit to be built. So today's decision is about whether the conditions have been met, but it is not permission to build. And with that, I will turn it over to Dominic, and he will go through his staff report.
Thank you, Alexandra. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Planning Commission members, Dominic J. Cisneros, Spilling and Development Supervisor with the Growth Management Division. The location of the property is a privately owned site zoned rural fringe. It's 828 total acres, of which 684 acres will be developed. The access point is on State Road 14, addressed as 211 Twilight Way in SDA 2, Commission District 5. These next two maps were created by Santa Fe County GIS Department within our Growth Management Division to provide clarity on the distance from the subject property to surrounding residential and commercial properties. As you can see from this map here, the nearest residence is a half mile from the subject parcel. This second map represents the distance from the actual BES to the nearest surrounding residential and commercial properties. The location from the BES, you can see the distance here to the nearest resident is over 2 miles. Rancho Viejo Limited Partnership, Rancho Viejo Solar LLC, AES Clean Energy Development LLC, request approval of a conditional use permit for a 96 megawatt solar facility. The application includes a 12-month extension of approval if granted. Appendix B, the use matrix of the Sustainable Land Development Code, allows commercial solar facilities as a conditional use within the rural fringe zone. A CUP application may be subject to other special reports and assessments and the conditions of approval. Require individual review of the proposed location, design, and configuration of the proposed project. Application materials was required to be submitted in several addition SRAs that are not usually required for a CUP application. The initial hazard mitigation assessment and emergency response plan are also available for public review at the CUP stage, although they will be further refined at the time of development permit. All materials related to this project are available in the public review on the county's website. Resolution 2023-093 was adopted, directing staff to engage with expert consulting regarding commercial renewable energy projects in Santa Fe County and post information concerning CUP applications for such projects on the county website. Here are a list of the special reports and assessments that were provided by AES, the applicant. Some of these studies, reports, and assessments that were provided were included as part of the environmental impact report. Staff has reviewed these standards. Access road and design was reviewed. A TIA was not required as part of this, as determined by the New Mexico Department of Transportation. The water supply is noted here, and as a condition of approval, a detailed water budget will be required by the applicant prior to the recordation of the CUP, and will include percentages of reclaimed and portable water. That water budget will be required prior to the recordation of the CUP. Staff has also reviewed landscape and buffering requirements, fences and walls, lighting and signage, parking and loading, open space, and the protection of historic resources. The property owner has applied for transfer development rights on parcels surrounding the project to preserve the current ag uses. The applicant will be required to fence and protect these areas throughout the life of the project. Staff also reviewed terrain management, flood control, as well as solid waste. Additional standard review were air quality and noise. Santa Fe County Fire Prevention did review the fire protection as well as our third-party reviewer. Now I'd like to hand it over to our third-party reviewer, Atar Fire.
Okay. Great. Thank you, everybody. My name is Nick Bartlett. I'm with Atar Fire. I am the owner and principal engineer.
Mr. Bartlett,
Oh, yep.
I wonder if you and anyone else who will be speaking can be sworn?
For the staff or everybody?
Are you staff?
Oh, no, I was just looking at me.
No.
I mean, it's kind of. But there we go.
Would you both raise your right hand? And do you swear or affirm that your testimony will be the truth?
Yes.
And when you speak, please provide your name and address.
Nicholas Bartlett, 342 South Carr Street, Lakewood, Colorado, 80226.
Todd LaBerge, 1162 Salerno Drive, Campbell, California, 95008.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to take this off here so I can speak to everybody instead of having my back to you. So again, my name is Nick Bartlett. I am the principal engineer and owner of Atar Fire. We are a fire protection engineering consulting company, and my colleague here, Todd LaBerge, as well. We were both involved in the third-party review of the battery energy storage systems. Okay, so just a little bit of brief background on my personal experience in the field. So I do have nearly 20 years in fire protection. I have a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering, a master's degree in fire safety engineering from the University of Edinburgh in Scotland, Ghent University of Belgium, and Lund University in Sweden. I'm a licensed protection engineer in 4 states. And so pertinent to this particular review, actually, let me back up a little bit. So just regarding kind of my career, I've spent time working at UL as a fire safety and testing and certification engineer, testing and certifying products in accordance with UL safety standards. I've worked with a large company called Jensen Hughes as a fire protection engineering, doing CFD modeling, advanced fire hazard analysis and the like. And I've also spent about 10 years as an AHJ. So I've been everything from a fire inspector to a senior fire protection engineer to a fire marshal. So with respect to today's conversation, my experience is, you know, I'm quite involved in the codes and standards pertaining to the topic at hand. So I have been a technical member of NFPA 855, which is the primary standard that we will be, this project was reviewed to, as well as a technical member of several UL standards. So 9540, which is the certification standard, the safety certification standard for energy storage systems, and 9540A, which is essentially a fire test, not a product certification. UL 1973, which is the safety standard for battery modules, and then a number of other standards which are currently in development. NFPA 800 will be a new battery code that will be coming out in the next few years. UL 1487 is for battery containment systems, and then CSA C801 is a new standard that's being developed for detection and mitigation. So, you know, I'm heavily involved and invested in the development of safety codes and standards related to this topic. I'll turn over to Todd for an introduction.
Hello again, everyone. Great to be back here in the lovely city of Santa Fe. For those of you who weren't here last time, my name is Todd LeBerge. I have 30 years of experience in fire protection engineering. I started with FM Global, which is an insurance company. I ran the global fire protection for Intel Corporation for almost a decade. I worked for the Department of Defense. And then I was the fire marshal and managing fire protection engineer at the Berkeley National Laboratory, where we started a lot of battery research back in the early 2000s. And then now I've retired as a fire code official and a fire marshal, and now I do fire protection engineering consulting throughout the United States.
Okay, so we are just going to provide a very high-level overview of our review, okay? So I'm sure everybody's familiar with, these are the two primary standards to which this project was evaluated to for safety, right? So NFPA 855, particularly the 2023 edition and the 2021 International Fire Code, both which are adopted by Santa Fe County. The only thing I want to point out here is that in my experience, actually, in fact, the majority of the country is not using NFPA 855 2023, even though it is the latest consensus standard for energy storage system safety. Some states are using nothing, other states are using older editions, and some are just using the IFC. So I just wanted to point that out, that, and this is the second edition, right? So the first edition of the standard was 2020. And so we're currently working on the next edition of the standard. Okay, so what did we look at? Well, we looked at the documents that were submitted, okay? So the hazard mitigation analysis, which is a requirement of NFPA 855. And this document essentially is a qualitative analysis of the potential failure modes that could occur and the mitigating measures. So we reviewed that document. We reviewed the UL 9540A testing. And again, this is a series of tests. So there is what's called a cell level test. Then there's a module level test. Then there's a unit level test and an installation level test. And these are essentially characterization tests so that one can obtain more information about the performance of the batteries in a failure mode, right? So these are not certification standards. You will not find these reports on a UL database. They are to be used by engineers to assist with safe design of energy storage systems. We also reviewed a draft report of the UL 9540 listing from SGS Laboratory. We provided a third-party review of the calculations for their explosion venting system to the national standard for that, NFPA 68. We also reviewed a dispersion and deflagration modeling report, which is a third-party report that was done by an engineering company to essentially demonstrate through modeling what would happen in the event of explosion. And that actually fed into a full-scale test that was done, this deflagration test report from CSA, which is another large laboratory. And then of course, we reviewed the site development drawings, the emergency response plans, and the pre-incident plan. So I just have a few high-level slides on some of the safety features that we reviewed to provide a little bit of context here. So again, so many people here might be familiar with the incident in Arizona where a couple firefighters were, well, one of them was tossed 73 feet. And so that was in 2019, right? And so what happened there is there was a buildup of flammable gases inside an enclosure. And this was installed 5-6 years ago, very different codes and standards. They did not have any mechanism of what's referred to as explosion control. They had no means of either removing those flammable gases from the box in a safe manner, right? And so codes and standards have developed a lot since then. And so this particular design, in fact, let me back up. The 2023 edition of NFPA 855 requires one means of explosion control. So you can either provide what's referred to as NFPA 68 system, which is deflagration venting. That is, if it explodes, it explodes safely and it directs energy so that first responders won't be injured. And then There is also what's referred to as NFPA 69 systems, which are intended to prevent explosions from happening at all. Okay? Okay. And so what I wanted to highlight here is that in this project, they are providing both of these systems, two redundant systems. One of them is required by code. And so that is what I wanted to highlight with that. Okay. Now I wanted to get into what is called a thermal runaway propagation protection system. Okay. So this is not a traditional extinguishing system. So what was done is that the applicant is providing an FK 5112 extinguishing system, but they're using it at a module level. Okay, and so they've done believe 3 independent tests demonstrating, large-scale tests demonstrating that the propagation of a single cell in thermal runaway will not propagate to an additional cell. So it's different than stopping thermal runaway. It's stopping propagation. So what I wanted to point out here is this system that is being provided is also not required by the current codes and standards. So it is provided specifically in order to prevent propagation from cell to cell. And they've demonstrated that through large-scale testing. Okay, we also reviewed like size and separation, the orientation of the containers relative to one another to ensure that fire, should one occur, would not spread. So what's being provided on this project is pairs of containers, which are 3 foot 6 inches apart, and each pair of containers is 21 foot 8 inches apart. And the takeaway here is that, in fact, these distances do exceed what is required by NFPA 855, which was what we reviewed this to. And then we also reviewed a wide variety of other safety features. So we looked at the 9540 listing, which is the certification for the system as a whole. The modules, the battery modules, which are certified to UL 1973, the inverters. A fire alarm system is required for each container. We review the details of the battery management system, which is intended to prevent faults, gas detection, and so on. So I'm going to turn it over to Todd.
Thank you. There was a really good question asked last time we were here about why would we cite a review with numerous comments that we found needed to be addressed by the applicant? Why would we say it was okay to continue forward with the continual use permit? So I thought it valuable just to share with the community what the differences are between a CUP and actual fire code and building code compliance. In the totality of the 4,000 pages of the building codes and fire codes, there are no mentions of a conditional use permit. It doesn't matter, right? From a fire code and safety standpoint, what the Planning Commission here is deciding subjectively with the community is this space appropriate for this use? The fire codes don't care. It doesn't matter. That's for a subjective decision. Can we do this thing in this place? What our focus is if the community decides this thing can be done in this place, that's great. Even if the Planning Commission and the community, was completely 100% behind it, we are a second gate for fire and life safety. If the applicant doesn't meet the requirements of the adopted codes and standards, we will not recommend approval. And Fire Marshal Blay is duty bound legally to reject the application. I've been on the other end of it when I was a fire code official, when everyone wanted something done. And I said no, a threat to my career of, if you don't meet the minimum requirements for life safety, my answer has to legally be no. And so this is what Atar Fire and what we're doing is reviewing for fire code and building code compliance completely detached from the CUP. That way we are an independent second gate of, is this safely done in this place? That is our role. And you can read all the bullet points here. I won't read them for you. And so, but the codes are objective. It's either pass or fail. There is no subjectivity. What does it say that has to be completed? If it's not completed, our recommendations are no. Fire Marshal Blay and the County Fire Marshal's Office are legally required to reject it. If they meet all of the requirements in the adopted codes and standards, then we're obligated to say yes. That's where the CUP and the Planning Commission, that's their decision process is, will this thing be allowed here at all? not is it acceptable from a code standard. There's a big key difference there. So we have a very high level summary of, we will perform a code compliance evaluation. Does the applicant's documentation meet the requirements? And this is why we had so many questions at the preliminary CUP approval, because the documents haven't been fully developed yet. It's typically a design, concept, and scope. We would like to do this thing. Here are our ideas. And then we felt it a benefit to the community to go very, very, very granularly detailed and provide a list of expectations for the applicant. Normally that happens just at the construction plan review. We cannot recommend approval or disapproval, and Fire Marshal Blay cannot approve or deny until it's actually a construction permit applied for with construction documents, right? So regardless of what happens here today, if it is voted to continue and be approved for use, we still have a second gate of fire and life safety that must be met legally. And so in a summary, overall, not only the county leaned forward and adopted additional requirements with NFPA 55, which are not currently in the state fire code, and there are additional safety features that the applicant's equipment has embedded in it that we've reviewed, and all of the documentation and all applicable codes and standards must be complied with. End of sentence. That's a legal requirement separate from what happens here today.
Mr. Chair, Planning Commission members, I do want to go back to a slide indicating the maps here. I did want to clarify, so the nearest resident is within between 1 and 2 miles of the BES. I just wanted to clarify that for record.
Thank you. So a few questions have been submitted by parties withstanding, and I wonder if the folks from ATAR can come back up to ask those.
Mr. Chair, Planning Commission members, there are a few more things that staff wants to get through to complete.
That's fine. Great.
The applicant has addressed the variance criteria and staff has responded to the applicant's comments. What you see here are all 7 criteria that the applicant must meet in their application submittal. Staff has reviewed the project application. The proposed project will not be detrimental to health, safety, and general welfare of the area. Road congestion, there's no long-term impacts on road congestion. Potential hazard for fire, panic, or other danger, as enforced by our Santa Fe County Fire Department, including the HMA and the ERP, to be completed and approved prior to construction. As enforced by our Santa Fe County Fire Department, including the HMA and the ERP, it's also to be completed and approved prior to construction. As far as overcrowding, the application has been submitted to the Santa Fe County for transfer development rights by the property owner for all surrounding properties. The proposed solar facility will not interfere with adequate provisions for schools, parks, water, sewage, transportation, or other public requirements. Staff has found that the proposed solar facility will not interfere with adequate light and air. Staff recommends that the monopole structure that is being proposed is used for the transmission line. Consistency with the purpose of the zoning classification or in any other way inconsistent with the spirit and intent of the SLDC or SGMP. What you see here is a map taken straight out of the SGMP that indicates the approximate location of this solar facility as the most potential. The proposed solar facility is consistent with the spirit of the intent of the SLDC and the SGMP. Staff has reviewed the application for completeness with SLDC standards and found that it meets all of the applicable requirements of the code. Staff reviewed the proposed use and determined that it meets the criteria to be approved for a conditional use permit. Staff recommends that if approved by the Planning Commission, the project is subject to the following conditions. If the Planning Commission finds that the application has met this variance criteria and recommends approval, approval of the CUP, staff recommends the following conditions be imposed. May I enter these conditions into the record?
Yes.
Condition number 1, compliance with all reviewing agencies' requirements, including the 93 conditions imposed by Santa Fe County Fire Prevention. Number 2, the drilling or use of individual or shared wells for this use on this property is prohibited. Number 3, the applicant shall provide proper buffering and screening by installing a paneled fence to a portion of the proposed 8-foot tall fence that will be located on the southwest portion of the property. Number 4, permanent fencing will be required around all designated archaeological sites to delineate and preserve the integrity of these areas. Number 5, prior to the recordation of the CUP site development plan, all access roads shall be permitted through Santa Fe County, built out and inspected with financial guarantees in place. Number 6, the CUP site development plan showing the site layout and any other conditions that may be imposed through the approval process shall be recorded at the expense of the applicant in the office of the county clerks in accordance with Chapter 4, Section 4.9.6.8. Number 7, utilization of the 70-foot tall steel monopoles will be required as they have less of a visual impact. The poles will be required to blend into the natural landscape and shall be non-reflective. Number 8, a decommissioning bond will be required prior to the recordation of the CUP site development plan and must be in place for the life of the project. Number 9, the applicant will be required to apply for all applicable development permits after the CUP recordation. Number 10, prior to the recordation of the CUP site development plan, the applicant will be required to renew its access permit from NMDOT. Number 11, applicant shall obtain an approved liquid waste permit from NMED prior to the submittal for a development permit. Number 12, the applicant is required to work in consultation with the appropriate flood zone authorities to address the requirements specified in Chapter 7, Section 7.18.9.1 of the SLDC for any still monopole located within a Zone A flood hazard area and submit the findings to staff for the record. Number 13, construction activity to be limited to a Monday through Saturday, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. work schedule. Any deviation from these construction hours will require 48 hours notice to Santa Fe County and neighboring property owners. Number 14, prior to operations, the applicant shall request and pass all required inspections and obtain a Santa Fe County business license. Number 15, a detailed water budget is to be submitted and reviewed by Glorieta Geoscience and the Santa Fe County Utilities Division. Number 16, the applicant will be required to provide a smoke and plume model that will be reviewed by Santa Fe County Fire Prevention prior to the recordation of the CUP. Number 17, Santa Fe County shall be reimbursed by the applicant for the third-party reviews conducted by Atar Fire and Glorieta Geoscience pertaining to this submittal prior to the recordation of the CUP. Number 18, per Santa Fe County Fire Prevention requirements, a 10-foot non-combustible defensible space will be required as part of an overall 30-foot defensible space around the perimeter of the proposed development and to be illustrated on the recorded CUP site development plan. Number 19, construction debris must be disposed of in a solid waste container and hauled off to an authorized landfill as needed for compliance with NMED regulations. With that, I stand for any questions.
Commissioners, do you have any questions for staff or for the ATAR consultants?
Mr. Chairman.
You've got to speak close to the mic. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Cisneros, are there any other solar projects of this magnitude in Santa Fe County currently?
Mr. Chair, Planning Commission members, right now there are no current applications for another solar facility. We have reviewed a few during our pre-application technical advisory committee meeting, but nothing of this nature has been applied for as of right now.
And so, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Cisneros, and there's not any in operation currently either then, is that correct?
Not in Santa Fe County, that is correct.
And I noticed staff mentioned earlier the Community Solar Act in the presentation, but this does not fall under the Community Solar Act, right? Is this more of a utility? What is the level of community solar versus utility grade solar product?
So this has been identified as a commercial scale solar project. It doesn't meet the requirements of a community scale or of a utility scale.
And Mr. Chairman and Mr. Cisneros, if this project was to go through and it was built, how would the property tax be handled? Would this be now considered a business use or what would take place?
It would be identified as a commercial use.
And Mr. Chair and Mr. Cisneros, number 8 on the conditions of approval, it's mentioned that a decommissioning bond will be required. So that bond, and I think I heard you say it'll be till the entirety of the project, meaning if I understand that, the applicant would have to put up a bond and it would stay in the possession of Santa Fe County to terminate till that facility is no longer used. Is that what I understand it to be?
That is correct. That is for the life of the project.
And what does that amount?
That would have to be a better question probably for the applicant.
And Mr. Chair and Mr. Cisneros, on number 17 of the conditions of approval, it says that obviously the county residents have paid for these third-party ATAR Fire and Glorietta Geoscience. If the application was not to be approved, would the county still be reimbursed for those costs?
Mr. Chair, Planning Commission members, yes, that is correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions from commissioners?
I have a question.
Wendy?
This might be for ATAR. Okay, thank you. You talked about testing, and I think it was for the UL 9540 test. Was that test done specifically for this facility, or is that a general test for some sort of certification?
Yeah, so the testing that was done, there's two parts. So UL 9540A, which is specific to the battery cell, the battery module, and the battery unit on this exact project. And then UL 9540, which is a certification standard, is also done to this specific product, if you will.
Okay, thank you. And you talked about the facility in Arizona. Did that go through that certification?
Do you know the answer to that question? I'm not aware of that, whether that was or was not certified to UL 9540.
Okay, thank you.
Predated it.
Steve?
Predated it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a few questions. First for Mr. Cisneros. So I take it from your interpretation of code that this use, commercial solar energy production facility, there's no threshold beyond which it would no longer meet that classification and be classified as something else. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. According to Appendix B of the Sustainable Land Development Code, it does fall under commercial use solar.
Okay. Next question then would have to be section 8.631 code. It outlines the purpose of the rural fringe district. And so there's no threshold. Then the question is, has to be deemed compatible with the district. How did you conclude that this use at this scale is not inconsistent with the purposes of this zoning district?
So that ordinance,
No.
2016-9 was adopted by the Board of County Commissioners, which was laid out what the uses for specific zonings were allowed to do. Again, that's listed in Appendix B of the Sustainable Land Development Code, which again is ordinance 2016-9.
Please. Come prepared. Come prepared. And I just want to remind folks, Noah, please. So this is, sir, if you could get your phone, look it up. This is not an opportunity for us to stop and bring up questions that come up ad hoc and, oh, let's look for that document for you. So please, if you would, staff, I'm wondering if it's possible to ask this gentleman to read the requirements of this meeting on the back wall. And if he's not able to meet those requirements, kindly leave. Sorry. Yeah, me. So let's hold off. Let's hold off for a little bit. So it is not, if you do not know the details that someone is discussing, this is not really an educational session. This is an opportunity to hear your questions. And if you are not prepared to answer those, to ask those questions, I'm sorry. So, and no, really, this is really not about back talk. Please remain quiet. There's an opportunity for public comment after the presentations. And so please don't snipe from the back. Thank you. Steve, continue.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. At least as far as my questions, I'll try to provide enough context and information that it's easy to follow. So my next questions are for Mr. Bartlett. So this, I understand this project is at a 30% design phase at this point.
I would defer to the project management for construction phase and all that.
With what you've reviewed.
So just to answer that question, so site design is 100%, construction drawing is about 30%.
Okay. So let me try again. Maybe this is Mr. LaBerge as well. Just from his presentation, that if I heard it correctly, the part of the presentation is that is this place appropriate for this use? And that this doesn't have to be acceptable at this point from a code standpoint in order to get the conditional use permit. That's, yeah, did I get that correctly?
Yes, sir, absolutely. So from a code compliance standpoint, the codes are very prescriptive on reviewing a full and complete construction package. We conducted our review with the limited development of the proposal package, we'll call it, to provide a very detailed list of, here are the things we will be expecting the applicant to provide. Normally, that level of detail would have already been answered in a fully complete construction set. If the applicant was, let's say, in some projects, some proposed projects, the architects and engineers just throw whatever they can at the plan reviewer, and they do this design by plan review thing. Right? We won't do that. I don't stand for that. We took a review of, say, concepts and the high level, this is what we plan on doing. We have to continue the development of our documents for a full construction permit review. So we did not have a full, complete package. That's not expected at the CUP standpoint.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
The reason that I asked is that our charge up here is to evaluate this proposal such as it is now to be, we have to make a finding later that it's not detrimental to the health, safety, and general welfare of the area, and that it doesn't create a potential hazard for fire, panic, or other dangers. So some of the questions that I guess I'll ask of the applicant later have to do with getting more information sufficient that we can make such a finding. And then, thank you. That's.
Yes, sir. From a code standpoint, if the committee chooses to allow this use in this location, we can ensure that the applicant's documents will be consistent with the legally adopted codes and standards with local nuances, we'll say. There's provisions in the code for that. If they don't, our recommendation to Fire Marshal Blais is no. It is ultimately Fire Marshal Blais' call, as he is the legally designated fire code official.
Just Mr. Chair, if you can permit me just one last comment. You will be making that you will not be making that determination in front of 200 people.
No, sir, we'll be doing after dozens of hours of plan review, and I would expect a few rounds of plan review. Anyone who has ever tried to get a permit for anything, has it ever gone through on the first try?
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Any other questions? Dan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll try to go from major to minor, and my 4 or 5 questions. These are addressed to staff and some maybe to HR Fire. First question I would have is, did staff distribute the letter from former planning director Robert Griego regarding consistency with the growth management plan and the land development code to the planning commission? Are you aware of that letter?
Mr. Chair, Planning Commission members, I did see a letter come through by Mr. Robert Griego. Again, as you notice on the exhibits, it's a link because it's such a fluid document with multiple submittals of letters of support and opposition a day. And so there was a cutoff time for what you're seeing on board docs. That was Friday afternoon. But that document, the letters of support, letters of opposition, will continue to be updated daily on a regular basis for the website.
Thank you, Mr. Cisneros. I think the letter points out some pertinent and important perspectives from the person who was in charge of the department when both of those documents were developed about 10 years ago. And I would my second question, did staff take a look at the large solar arrays that are in existence now and the battery energy storage systems out there in Valencia County and in Bernalillo County? And if so, were you able to glean any pointers that might have helped develop conditions for approval?
Direct county staff had not, but I believe a tar fire is familiar with the solar facility in Bernalillo County.
Okay, thank you. My third question regards the environmental impact statement, all 600 some odd pages, done by SWCA in July of 2024. On page 2-1 and 2-3, it refers to lithium ion batteries. Can staff or somebody from staff elaborate, are these specifically lithium ion, or are they lithium iron phosphate batteries, or what kind of batteries, or does it even matter?
Todd Labarge will answer that question for you.
For the commission, lithium ion battery chemistry is a family of, lithium ion batteries have a family of 6 chemistry types. Lithium ion phosphate is one of the 6 of the family. It is the, as someone I respect immensely in the field says, it's the calm, cool Aunt Mabel who never gets excited, right? Other battery types are the wild Uncle Frank who is always excited, right? So there's a range of potential to go into thermal runaway and the effects thereof, depending on which type of battery chemistry is in use.
Let me ask you a follow-up question.
Yes, sir.
Would the same safety features be used for any current battery technology that you were presenting to us just a little while ago? You talked about redundant safety. So, I mean, there's the 6 different kinds of batteries in the lithium ion family. So would the same safety features be used for all of these, or is this specific to the technology you're using? And could you state for the record what kind of battery technology you are using? Maybe.
Is that question to AES? It is their product.
Yeah, we could wait for the applicant to.
All right. I can answer the code piece. The codes are agnostic on chemistry. And there's, you shall comply, period. They're agnostic on chemistry.
A question for staff then, maybe back to Mr. Cisneros. My final question is, why did staff choose not to mention the battery type specifically in the 19 conditions in the updated staff report?
Planning Commission Chair, Planning Commission members, we did not identify those batteries. Again, if that's a condition of approval that the Planning Commission wishes to impose, then that could be done.
Thank you, Mr. Cisneros, and that may be something that is an outcome after these proceedings. I appreciate that.
And Mr. Chair, members of the commission, if I can also just add, it's not in the staff's conditions of approval because we're looking at the compliance with the Sustainable Land Development Code. And one of our conditions is that the project will be compliant with all of the applicable fire codes. So, you know, the SLDC does not talk about battery types in any way. So that's not what we're recommending conditions. We're recommending that it be compliant with the fire code.
Well, I appreciate that, Ms. Ladd, but I think that the bottom line is, in fact, that battery types are going to be a very important part of this conversation this evening.
Any other questions from commissioners? Or Nicholas, did you want to give some clarification to the previous question?
Yeah, so, sorry, I just wanted to expand on that last statement because I'm a nerdy engineer that's been living this for like 3 or 4 years. So battery chemistry is very important. And as Todd said, the code doesn't care what battery chemistry you are. What I will say is that there's a lot of information out there, and, you know, having been in this field for doing this for quite a long time, there's a lot of information out there, people saying lithium iron phosphate batteries are safer. And because I'm an engineer and I like to get in the weeds, it's important that there is a lot of nuance to that discussion, and there are always 2 sides to a coin. So while lithium iron phosphate batteries may go into thermal runaway at a slightly higher temperature, so if you overheat it, it will go into thermal runaway at a slightly higher temperature. On the whole, lithium iron phosphate batteries also produce more hydrogen. Hydrogen has a higher minimum ignition energy. Hydrogen has a lot of a wire flammability limit. There is no one answer to this question, and that's what I want people to understand. It also depends on the application of the battery. So if you're saying lithium iron phosphate batteries are safer, are you talking about an e-bike? Are you talking about a residential ESS? Are you talking about a large energy storage system? Are you talking about an electric vehicle? Because the safety mechanisms that are very different based on the end use application. And so there's a lot of nuance to this. And I don't want it to be understood that there's just a blanket statement that, well, this type of battery chemistry is just safer than all the others, because it's not always true. So there's a lot of nuance to that. And that's really just what I wanted to point out. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair, follow-up
Yes,
question.
Dan.
Follow-up question, perhaps a statement after Mr. Bartlett's statement about the pricing of the different battery types. Specifically, what are you choosing for this design versus, say, the other battery designs? Is there any difference? Could you?
Dan, let's hold these questions for the applicant. I think that's more appropriate than for the code, for the fire folks.
I defer to the chair.
Thanks. Any other questions from commissioners? I have a few that have been presented from some of our parties with standing. I wonder if the fire folks can come up. So one of the questions I received was for Nicholas, or actually the guitar folks. Sorry, guys. Guitar guys. One of the questions that I received, I think, Nicholas, you're the right one to answer this, is how is NFPA 69 implemented in this design? And wouldn't this result in the release of toxins into the environment? Wouldn't NFPA 69 require a new UL 9540A installation test, this time in a more appropriate configuration? I'm not sure if that makes sense to you, but if you could respond to that, either Nicholas or Todd.
Yeah, so just a little high-level explanation so everybody understands what we're talking about. NFPA 69 is the NFPA standard for deflagration prevention. And on this project, the applicant has committed to provide an NFPA 69 system. And we don't have details on that system yet. As Todd has mentioned, they are required to comply with that standard. And so what is typically done is, in a container like this, they'll use a gas sensor, whether it's hydrogen, LFL, and when that sensor senses a sufficient amount of gas, it will trigger an exhaust fan to remove the flammable gases from the container so there isn't an explosion. So the engineering data that goes into that is the 9540A test data, which they have done and would be used as the basis for that design.
And if I could just ask a clarifying question, and what is that flammable gas?
Well, again, it's different for every chemistry and every single battery cell.
Got it.
Even within the chemistry, every single battery cell. So the flammability limit is usually between, the lower flammability limit, no matter the chemistry, is usually between 5 and 9%.
Okay, thank you. I have another question that was presented by one of the parties withstanding, and let me track it down. And it's, again, I think it's for Todd. And I think you've answered this. I just want to make sure that it is fully answered. To comply with NFPA 855, you need to have fulfilled the UL 9540 requirements. AES has not done that. You want to postpone that till prior to construction. And I believe you've answered this, but if you can just one more time. Thank you.
Yes, sir, absolutely. We cannot recommend approval until all of the conditions are met. UL 9540 certification and listing is prescriptively required by both the International Fire Code as adopted and NFPA 855 as adopted. Without the UL 9540, the project stops.
Got it. And so although it is an important element of approval for the project, it's a little premature at this time to do that because all of the conditions have not yet been met. You described that process, I think.
Yes, sir. Typically in many projects, the 9540 is a long process. And so you can move forward And then if things need to be changed to get your certification, engineering changes will be made along the process. But this, typically a project like this usually takes anywhere between 18 and 48 months to roll out. So typically the manufacturers have time and they move along to get their certification. It is but one of several stop checkpoints in a project like this.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
I have one more question of staff. Thank you, gentlemen. I'm wondering, in the presentation, you mentioned that the property owner has indicated that they are interested in transfer of development rights. And so I wonder if you can go into that a little bit, the details of that a little bit. I've seen some of the things in the written materials, but I wonder if you could tell us what that process is and what that would mean.
So Planning Commission Chair, Planning Commission members, when the report was written, it was suggested that the property owner was interested in this process. Since that time, the owner applicant has actually applied for those transfer development rights. Basically, what those transfer development rights is, it protects certain amount of area around the surrounding property and reserves it for agricultural uses such as grazing or other type of use. So there's going to be, I'm not sure of the exact number of acreage, but there's going to be a number of acres that is going to be protected where no development will be able to happen on these surrounding properties.
Is it safe to assume that application for transfer of development rights out of those properties is would potentially happen if this were approved, but may not if it were not approved? I'm just kind of looking at the alternate futures.
I don't believe the approval or denial of this project has any standing on the approval of those TDRs.
But the submittal of an application for transfer of development rights is not necessarily a path with no exits, is it?
That's correct.
Thank you. Any other questions of commissioners? Please,
Mr.
Steve.
Chair, thank you for another opportunity. This is a question for Mr. Cisneros. So this project is at a 30% design stage, and it will, there's a ways to go to get to the final design. There is a section in code that I don't have it in front of me, 4.9.69, that discusses amendments. That if what is approved or what is approved before this body at this point, if there's a change in size, shape, intensity, or configuration that's more than magic numbers 5%, that if it's 5% or more, it goes back to the Planning Commission. If it is less than that, it would be approved administratively. So my question is staff going to be plugged in to this process if there are any changes which would trigger this part of the code? Will that be, will you know and be able to take the appropriate action?
Planning Commission Chair, Planning Commission members. So yes, so any deviation from the approved CUP that is less than 5%, 5% or less is considered a minor amendment. Anything over that 5% is a major and does have to go through the CUP process all over again, not just starting with Planning Commission, but back to the hearing officer. That is why what was accepted by staff from the applicant was 30% construction drawings, but 100% site design and site layout. That's what we're looking at this phase. And again, to answer your question, this document that's called the CUP Site Development Plan is going to have all the final requirements, conditions, that's being required here from the planning commission, that document gets recorded. If the applicant comes back with a site plan that differs from that site development plan, we'll identify it there at the time of submittal of the development permit application. And at that point, we'll be able to determine if it meets either the 5% deviation requirement for a minor amendment or for a major amendment.
Thank you.
Yeah, Wendy.
Were other locations considered for this? It looked like the information that I read, if it would be, I'm used to NEPA, and NEPA does not apply here, but it looks like all the alternatives were within that 800 acres. So they didn't look at other locations outside of this specific area.
This has always been the determined location that was brought to staff. I wouldn't be able to tell you if other locations were being looked at by the applicant or by the property owner or not. That would be a question for the
Okay,
applicant.
right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners? Steve, you have that look.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. Is it appropriate to ask a question of the fire marshal, even though he did not present?
Yeah, the fire marshal will not be presenting, and I think now, since he's part of the staff, I think it's completely appropriate. Thanks.
Thank you for that clarification. Thank you, sir. My question to you has to do with response time to a fire. Then it's as you know, it's a function of not only how soon you can travel to the site, your response time, but how soon you would be notified after an incident occurs. But my question is, from the information that's been presented to you in this application with all of the reports and studies, can you tell us how and when you would be notified in the event of a project fire and how soon you would gain access to the site?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, that would be part of the emergency response plan, which is still ongoing. My understanding is that this installation requires a fire alarm system and that is monitored 24/7 from a remote location as well as, I believe, in the location itself. So the first thing that would happen is that dispatch would get communicated of this incident, and then they would dispatch the fire department immediately. The fire department, we have Station 60, which could be there within 10, 15 minutes. We have our volunteer station, Turquoise Trail, could potentially be there between 10, 15 minutes also. In the emergency response plan and incident response strategy, we need to determine whether we would be going in immediately or we would wait for AES response team to get there and advise us as to maybe let it assess the situation as opposed to just us go there and start putting water where it may not be needed. Sure if I'm responding to your
No.
question.
Thank you. I think you're responding the best you can without the emergency response plan having been completed. Thank you.
Any additional questions from the planning commission? Next on the agenda is the applicant. And so, gentlemen, I believe it's gentlemen, if you'd all stand and be sworn. So,
Hi. Do you swear or affirm that your testimony will be the truth? And when you speak, will you please state your name and your address and confirm that you're under oath? Thank you.
Yeah, they have.
No, it's off.
Applications.
Right. No, there we go. All right. Yes, my name is Joshua Mayer, Senior Development Manager at AES Clean Energy. Address is 282 Century Place, Suite 2000 in Louisville, Colorado, 80027. And I do swear to tell the truth.
Mike Simpson, engineer with AES, 282 Century Place, Suite 2000, Louisville, Colorado, 80027.
Okay, looks like I have a clicker. Let's see if this works. Yep. Okay, great. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As I stated, my name is Joshua Mayer, Senior Development Manager at AES Clean Energy. Esteemed planning commissioners, Santa Fe County staff, and the interested public, it's my absolute pleasure to be speaking to you today. I'm very excited for what we have to present. I'm aware that perhaps many folks here have actually attended similar presentations regarding this project, whether at community meetings or most recently the hearing officer meeting. We have some additional information that we're really excited to be able to present to you today. And as I've stated in prior presentations, I would, no matter which side of this project you're on, I encourage you to have an open mind, listen to the facts and figures that we present. The foundation of democracy is based in civic participation. So I really do extend my gratitude to all of you who take such a significant sense of pride in your community and a vested interest in hearing about important developments like this. My hope is through this presentation, I know there's folks from the Clean Energy Coalition of Santa Fe County. I hope that at the end of this presentation, you will coalesce around a clean energy solution for this county. I know there's also folks from New Mexico for responsible renewable energy. I'm confident that by the end of this presentation, you will see that in fact, this is a very responsible renewable energy development. So I actually was on Living on the Edge radio on Saturday. And when I was introducing myself, I made mention that when people ask me what I do, I tell them that I have a passion, I don't have a job. And that's very true for the 10 years that I've been working at AES Clean Energy, trying to accelerate the clean energy transition that's underway. And that predates my time at AES when I was a sustainable development volunteer in the Peace Corps in Ecuador, as well as a sustainability consultant in Nicaragua. So it's with that I'm excited to continue with this presentation of the Rancho Viejo Solar and Storage Project, which will represent 115 megawatts DC, 96 megawatts AC, and a 48 megawatt, 4-hour, 192 megawatt hour energy storage system. So I know that we have a long conversation to have today. I'll help by outlining what I'll be presenting regarding this project from the AES perspective. So I'll begin by discussing, effectively, why are we here today? There's a reason for that. I'll then provide an overview of who the AES Corporation is, and more specifically, the AES Clean Energy Business Unit. We'll discuss the project location in depth. We'll also give an overview of the technological components, both from the phases of development and design of this project, as well as the specifics of the solar photovoltaic modules, as well as a deep dive into the battery storage design and safety mechanisms. It's my pleasure to be accompanied by my colleague, Mike Simpson, who's one of the preeminent experts in this field and whom AES is pleased to have on its staff. Most significantly, we are exceptionally excited to present to you all our UL 9540A fire safety test documentation. So I know folks say, there's 500,000 battery cells in this project. Certainly one of them is going to fail. We are going to show to you today exactly what happens when that occurs in our specified energy storage system at this project. We will continue to summarize the extensive amount of project diligence that we performed over the last several years to evaluate the suitability of this location for the project. We will then discuss the project timeline to when this could come to fruition and be operating and producing clean energy for this community. And I will conclude with a summary of the economic and environmental benefits, as well as revisiting the approval criteria for CUP, which we feel this project adequately meets, as well as a respectful response to the hearing officer recommendation that was provided just last month. So why are we here today? This chart on the left is perhaps one that you've seen before. I believe it was first, made prevalent in The Inconvenient Truth by Al Gore already a couple decades ago. But if you're unfamiliar with it, there's two lines here. There's the blue one, which is stating the concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere, which pre-industrial times is about 280 parts per million. The gray line, which is minimal at the start, but then exponentially grows over time, represents the annual CO2 emissions into the atmosphere. What you can see is an exceptional increase, specifically since the time of about the post-war industrial era, so beginning in the 1940s and 1950s. For those folks in this room that perhaps were born in and around the year 1950, there's currently 9 times the amount of carbon dioxide being emitted annually into the atmosphere than there were at the time of your birth. What AES Clean Energy is committed to, and what governments and organizations and companies the world throughout are now trying to commit themselves to, is inverting the trend of this graph and to bring it back towards a modest 350 parts per million, which is what is determined through the Paris Agreement to be the level of concentration that could avoid the worst of impacts of climate change. So I mentioned the Paris Agreement. That was a groundbreaking agreement in which I believe it was 194 countries came together. And they agreed to it in 2015. It was signed in 2016, committing all these countries to take proactive measures to reduce carbon dioxide emissions and reduce the effects of climate change. We have seen that cascade itself to governments around the world, including right here in New Mexico, with the implementation of the Energy Transition Act of 2019, which sets ambitious targets to achieve 50% renewables by 2030 and 100% carbon-free by 2045. New Mexico is actually blessed to be among the states that has the easiest pathway forward to achieving these objectives, given its abundance in wind resource as well as solar. Even more locally, the city of Santa Fe has identified its sustainability objectives in its 25-year plan, and the county itself has passed several resolutions. First, 2017-68, in which it itself agreed to commit itself to the targets and the climate reduction goals in the Paris Agreement, as well as Resolution 2023-74, adopting a countywide climate action plan that supports renewable energy deployment. Even more granular on why we're here today is that PNM, the investor-owned utility that serves many customers here in Santa Fe and Santa Fe County, is specifically seeking clean energy resources to enter into operation, at least by guaranteed dates, between 2029 and 2032. They actually have an even more accelerated target to be 100% carbon-free by 2040. That is 15 years away. Prior to a newborn child today graduating high school, that we can achieve a clean energy future and make air pollution largely a thing of the past from energy generation. So a part of their transition and requesting these proposals is to phase away from coal generation in the Four Corners region and eventually natural gas generation in and around Albuquerque and southern New Mexico. And they are doing this largely by requesting solar energy plants. Now, the big difference between solar and wind energy and a coal power plant is that it's a variable resource. So how can we transition to 100% renewables if we have variable resources? Well, fortunately, technology has evolved that we can utilize lithium-ion batteries to firm the output of that energy, or to be able to shift it entirely, for example, to the nighttime when the sun is no longer out. And we are seeing this already take place nationwide. We're seeing it in Texas, where the exceptional amount of battery energy storage that's been deployed has saved customers nearly $1 billion and avoided brownouts. It's the speed in which you can deploy solar and battery energy storage plants is much faster than any other traditional forms of energy. So it's the most well-suited to address increasing amounts of power demand. We're seeing it in California, again, to avoid blackouts and to assist solar and now exceeding nuclear generation in the area. We're seeing it in Illinois to help accelerate the closure of coal power plants. We're seeing it globally in places like Australia, places like Germany. And in fact, we're seeing it here in New Mexico, less than a mile away from here. In 2023, the state passed a bill seeking 2 gigawatts of battery energy storage by 2034. There's currently approximately 440 megawatts of battery energy storage, lithium-ion based, operating as we speak in this state. This project will increase that amount by 10% and assist the state in reaching its objectives in the next decade. AES is a company with a long track record of delivering affordable and reliable energy to more than 22 million customers throughout the world. And we are very well positioned to be able to assist New Mexico and Santa Fe County specifically in making its climate change goals a reality. We are operating nearly 35 gigawatts of energy generation. More than half of that is renewables focused. And we are regularly recognized for our reputation and our ability to execute in this industry, as well as for our ethics, for being a partner in the communities that we operate in. The US-based renewables division, including AES Clean Energy, when I first began working at AES 10 years ago, had a staff of about 30 folks. We have now exceeded 1,500 in the course of that decade, which is a significant acknowledgement of the degree to which AES itself is transforming itself to be the bridge to a clean energy future. We are now operating 8.6 gigawatts of clean energy. If you do a very rough translation on what does that mean, that is nearly 2 million homes being powered by clean energy projects that AES Clean Energy operates. And we are among the most trusted partners of large corporates like Amazon, Microsoft, Google, to help them achieve their clean energy goals. We've actually sold the most power to companies like that than any other clean energy provider. And we've been operating energy storage for 15 years at this point, so we're considered among the leaders in the field with the most experience to deliver these clean energy solutions. So enough about AES. Let's talk about the project and why everyone is here today. So as stated before, this project's about 3 miles south of city limits. It's a full 2 miles east of Highway 14. It's about 1.5 miles west of the El Dorado neighborhood, a third of a mile from the nearest residence in San Marcos. Very important to note is that the battery energy storage system, which has been the focus of a lot of concern about this project, is a full 1.5 miles from the nearest resident in either neighborhood. The project is approximately 680 fenced acres, and it sits within a 8,000 plus acre tract. And we'll speak about this some more in the coming slides. So there's been some confusion I've seen either in the media or in other websites about, well, where is this project? Where isn't it? Is it hundreds of feet or is it thousands of feet or even miles? So hopefully this helps dispel a little bit of that. So the blue boundary is the tax parcel boundary effectively. The red boundary is the study area that we completed all of our diligence on. And then the thin kind of pinkish purple line within that's largely the red area is in fact the project area. So the far eastern tip of that is not where our furthest solar panel or batteries facility would be. That's a part of the underlying land parcel. And part of that area also helps contribute to an increased open space within this greater parcel. As mentioned previously, we have an exceptionally cooperative landowner who is driven to see this project move forward. And in part, hearing concerns about folks, seeing, currently existing open spaces being developed, he has submitted an application to transfer development rights off of 5,706 acres. So that is effectively 9 times the amount of this proposed project footprint would be set into perpetual conservation for ranching and agricultural uses. I've worked on projects before where I've been absolutely thrilled that we've achieved a 1-to-1 offset for conservation. Most specifically, I worked in Colorado doing that with the Colorado Parks and Wildlife. This is absolutely unprecedented to be able to develop a solar energy project and tie that along with a 9 times greater conservation creation around its buffer land. To give further perspective on the proximity of this project to adjacency, since there's often been a narrative that this project exists in the middle of dense development. This picture is taken from the southwest corner, exactly where the very first solar panel would be sited, and it is looking towards the nearest home. It's very difficult to see, but it is there on the horizon, a full 1/3 of a mile away. Again, there's been a common narrative that this project is being sited in a densely developed urban area. So we feel that it's worth taking a look at what other energy storage projects have recently been approved and are moving forward with construction in the state of New Mexico. Well, we don't have to travel all that far. We can go to Albuquerque, southwest Albuquerque, and look at the Sun Lasso project, which is 3 times the size, 150 megawatts, 600 megawatt hours. This project was selected by P&M in the prior RFP and has been approved through Bernalillo County. I can't simply count the number of thousands of homes and businesses and interstates that are in that 1.5 mile reference, but I think it's fair to put in perspective that when we look at Rancho Viejo, there's simply nothing there. Energy storage projects present the most value to a utility that's trying to operate its grid when they can be sited in dense urban developments. That's where they have the most impact on stabilizing the grid and being able to respond to any fluctuations in the operating characteristics of the grid. Now, what we'll show with our video later is that our currently designed system, fire is not an expected reality. These projects have evolved. But if we look at the news, which I'm sure many folks have, of other battery storage projects that have had failures, there's been talk of communities in this area being subject to evacuations or shelters in place. So let's also put that into perspective when we talk about a 1.5 mile setback. If we look at the Escondido incident fairly recently, air monitors never picked up any dangerous level of harmful pollutants to adjacent public population areas. In fact, no elevator toxicity was detected more than 15 feet away from the burn. We're talking about a 1.5 mile here. Evacuations have been issued at a distance of several hundred feet. We are talking about a 1.5 miles in our setback. Shelter in places, 3 to 4 block radiuses. That's approximately 1,000+ feet, maybe a 1/4 mile. We're talking about a 1.5 miles of setbacks. Most recently, of course, the Moss Landing incident has been in the news. That project is completely dissimilar to what we're proposing today and the vast majority of energy storage that's existing on the grid today. We have some additional slides detailing the level of deployment that energy storage has reached, but with solar now accounting for more than half of new energy generation, battery storage is now the second most significant deployed power capacity on the grid. And with the evolved safety standards and codes, these incidents will become more of a thing of the past. There's been concerns about wildfire risk. So that's actually a concern, not just perhaps from folks living nearby, but to AES itself. We also want to make sure that our facility is not subject to any wildfire. So it's worth noting that in county wildland urban interface areas, this project is located in the lowest available category for wildfire risk, which is deemed moderate. Some folks have seen this image and noted that it's dated from 2014. So we've looked at other sources such as wildfirerisk.org, which similarly shows our project being located in the low to low moderate category for wildfire in the region. If you look at this photo on the right, which is approximately where the energy storage facility would be located, again, not only is it difficult to actually see nearby residences that are a mile and a half away, but importantly, you also see that there's very little vegetative fuel in that area. And speaking about that, this is a different project in California, much larger in size. But what I want to illustrate here is the BESS yard, so the energy storage yard, and the important role that defensible space plays. So our battery containers sit on concrete pads that are then surrounded by gravel, and also through the discussions with the Santa Fe Fire County Department, we are implementing a 20-foot wide perimeter road, also graveled around the perimeter of the facility. So if you look at this image, and in a completely unexpected, unforeseen instant of any one of these containers actually succumbing to a fire, there simply is not the medium or the means for which a battery fire could then have a conduit through exposed vegetation to lead to any wildfire. And most importantly, there's actually, since we do not deem it likely at all to have a fire at our facility, as you'll see through our video, this actually also serves, as I said, primarily defense for our own facility, protect itself from any potential wildfire in the region. And in fact, I've seen this take place at one of my projects in Western Colorado, where we had a wildfire initiate just a few valleys over from one of our energy storage and solar projects, and the perimeter road served its purpose and prevented that fire from entering into our perimeter. So I've actually seen this work in practice. One of my last slides on project location is, where does this power go? Well, most simply put, it's going to the ZIA substation in the heart of Santa Fe on Richards Avenue. PNM in their request for proposals is specifically requesting clean energy to be delivered to this substation. And there's been other narratives, misinformation about this project, that instead it'll be sending power out of state. We'll be engaging in energy arbitrage, taking power when it's low during the daytime, selling it when it's higher in the evening. None of that is even possible in the PNM territory of New Mexico. There's no wholesale market. We, and this is PNM actually quoted in a media article from about a year ago, dispelling this misinformation about the project, that they are the fully contracted counterpart to the output of this facility, and they will use it as they see most fit for their operation of the grid. And that's largely going to be capturing solar energy when demand is low on the grid, storing it, and then dispatching it at times of higher demand, often in the evening. And they will have full rights to be able to operate the plant the way that their grid requires it to. I'm also going to speak with this slide about the site location and why here. So I think it's worth noting that the county has not previously received project applications for projects of this scale previously. And a good reason for that is it's tough to find 700 acres of land that's going to tie in a transmission that's going to serve Santa Fe. We will be tying into the already existing 115 Zia Valencia line that, as soon as it passes this project and the community of El Dorado, heads into the mountains for the next 50 miles to Las Vegas. There's no other location along this transmission route to site a project like this. There's two other transmission corridors in and out of Santa Fe going to the north and as well to the southwest. If you look at the terrain and topography along those lines, again, you'll be very hard pressed to find flat land in close proximity to a transmission line that can serve the needs of this community. when we start to look again, kind of more at the specifics of what this project is, I've already stated the size. I think it's important to put that into relation. You know, what do 96 megawatts mean, or 192 megawatt hours of battery storage? So that's effectively 270 gigawatt hours of clean energy that we can produce every year. And most notably, that is the amount of energy that's largely directly equivalent to the entire residential population of the city of Santa Fe and a significant portion of the county. One project. At times, we will very likely be able to power the entire city at maximum solar output and at periods of low demand within the city. There's folks that have talked about, well, I really like community solar. Why aren't we doing community and solar instead? Well, whether you call it community solar or a larger project like this, the residential demand and the power needs of Santa Fe are not changed by how many solar panels you need to meet that demand. So if you look at this layout here on the left-hand side, you see, you know, some kind of labels that are in white, and you see some boxes in purple. Each one of those is about 5 megawatts. So if you add all that up, that's about 25 community solar projects in one location, focusing any impact to one spot, and it's able to feed into the transmission system, which keeps distribution lines free for folks that perhaps want to put solar on their own roof, right? Community solar has to tie into lower voltages on the distribution system and would in many ways compete with folks that are, you know, trying to install solar at their home and the availability on those lower capacity distribution lines. Also very notable is projects of this scale can produce energy for about half the cost of what a community solar project would do. And most importantly, there's a limited amount of subscription opportunity to participate in a community solar project. This is the most equitable way to drive down the cost of clean energy for all P&M customers and to keep that price low for the next 2+ decades, which is something very much welcome as we're still coming out of a period of persistent inflation. We expect this project to operate about 35 years, at the end of which, it's already been noted, we commit ourselves to decommissioning the plant or repowering it if that's an option at the time, and we'll be posting a security throughout the lifetime of the project. We anticipate about a year-long construction process for our facility. And while it can be remotely monitored 24/7 from our operations center in Salt Lake, we have also committed to having up to 4 full-time, well-paid O&M staff on site. And in comparison to most forms of development, solar is exceptionally low impact. Very little amounts of poured concrete, you know, no massive sprawling parking lots, absolutely minimal noise, water, and lighting uses. So it's a very passive yet highly productive form of development that has an exceptional net positive effect on the community that it can power. Worth actually noting, if I go back a couple slides, a few slides maybe. If you look at this, our footprint is about half the size of the Rancho San Marcos neighborhood. So this rural fringe zoning could alternatively allow for the development of about 40 homes. So we can compare the development of 40 homes and the public services that would require and the traffic and wastewater, et cetera, versus the same footprint of land that can power the entire city. So this has been a very iterative project and process. You know, we first submitted our application nearly 2 years ago to the day in 2023, and at the end of January 2023. And so through this process of public engagement, through community meetings, discussions with the county, discussions with the Santa Fe County Fire Department, we have taken feedback and incorporated where we can. So when this project was initially proposed at the 10% design level, we actually took advantage of a lot of the flat land further to the west and closer to the highway. Understanding concerns about viewshed from the San Marcos community, we went back to the drawing board, looked at our studies and tried to determine if we could condense the layout further to the east so that we removed that viewshed impact to folks in San Marcos, and we were able to achieve that. So today, no home or residence in San Marcos looking due north out of its backyard would be able to see this project. We've moved it fully to the east. We also originally had specified what's called a 2x portrait architecture, where we have 2 panels facing up as a part of the design, and that leads to a higher overall profile above the ground, up to 12 feet. Well, we also, again, being considerate of any possible view shed impacts, took a look at doing what's called a single portrait architecture layout. That limits the overall height to only 8 feet off the ground. We've incorporated a full perimeter road for first responders and for operations use that circulates the entire project and also operates or serves as a fire break. We've agreed to implement a 30,000 gallon water storage tank that, to be clear, is not to be sprayed on any affected container in an unforeseen scenario, rather to support, again, a defense of the area by wetting down any adjacent vegetation or other adjacent containers and equipment. We've agreed to assign staff to this project. That's not an actual requirement to be able to operate the facility, but we believe that that is an appropriate addition to this project, is to have a roughly 1,400 square foot O&M building that can house 4 full-time staff. And we've presented 2 different options for the generation tie-in line that will run 2.3 miles from the project site to that existing transmission line I talked about. And we have some visualizations of that later in the presentation of either a monopole versus an H-frame. Again, many of the additions that I spoke to before are a little bit more visible on the zoomed in northeast corner of the project. We've added signage at the request of the fire department next to and around the 30,000 gallon water tank. You can see the BESS located in that northeast corner, as well as the location of the O&M building in proximity to the BESS as well. The O&M building as well would have a 5,000 gallon water tank for operational use of that building. At this point, I feel solar panels are so ubiquitous, it's maybe not even worth talking about, but solar panels already exist on plenty of folks' rooftops. But for this specific project, I already mentioned, they're about 8 feet tall. They are trackers, so unlike a rooftop system that's kind of fixed with probably a southern orientation to maximize energy production, we're able to get approximately a 20% boost in our output by using New Mexico manufactured racking technology that will track the sun from east to west throughout the course of the day. And I mentioned being kind of a low impact development. As you can see, there's no poured cement or other exceptional improvements to the land. We are driving steel piles about every 14 feet to 22 feet between rows and along those rows to support the solar panels that are suspended above the ground. And with that, I would actually like to introduce my colleague, Mike Simpson, who I always find fascinating to listen to, and will give a deep dive into battery safety overall, as well as what we're currently specifying for this project.
Yeah, thanks, Joshua. And thank you, Mr. Chair and Board of Commissioners, for the opportunity to discuss our solutions with you. And we hope we can add clarity to the decisions being made. So again, my name is Mike Simpson. I've been working with lithium-ion batteries for about 20 years, and I've been working with commercial stationary energy storage systems for about 9 years now. And I feel very fortunate to be working with these specific systems. So I'd like to talk to you again, as Joshua said, about general lithium-ion battery safety, as well as what we do at AES. So the system that's currently proposed for the Rancho Viejo solar site is it is a system that actually AES self-integrates. So we procure batteries. We, in a highly detailed fashion, specify custom-developed enclosures. They look like ISO shipping containers. They certainly comply with ISO shipping standards. but that basically affords us the ability to transport them more cost effectively and also have the same protections, environmental protections that you would get shipping sensitive goods across the ocean. But inside, it's very purpose built, and so we'll talk through that. But these systems, again, the ones spec'd for this plant currently house up to 8 megawatt hours, 8.068 megawatt hours. They operate at a maximum voltage of 1,494 volts, and inside we store many items, but the biggest item in there are the batteries. So we've been talking about some different levels of the way batteries are designated. As you can see on the bottom of the chart, it all starts with the cell. That's where the metal plates and the different chemicals that exchange ions and basically store that energy in ionic form. That's all housed within a cell. That's kind of the smallest unit. Those are built into modules. The modules string those cells together into larger amounts, and then those modules are loaded into racks. They're strung together, so you get higher voltages, can operate the system more efficiently at higher voltages. But those strings are stored in those racks that also house the battery control unit, which has some protections associated with it, as well as monitoring and the ability to basically disengage the system if it detects anything outside a normal threshold, a temperature, a voltage, current level. The other important thing about the rack is that it houses cooling infrastructure. So these modules are liquid cooled, which allows for the system to leverage technology that's been around for decades, common in most automobiles, and also provides more even distribution of cooling and overall better, more efficient thermal management. I want to differentiate a bit between what we're doing and what some older systems have in them. So some of the earlier technology were built in different ways with different cells. They were housed in large amounts together, and they had very different provisions. Part of that was due to the understanding of these systems has evolved, codes have evolved. However, I will say that AES has been integrating its own systems in a very different manner from the beginning. So I think the important things to point out here are that even though the battery management system, the BMS, is present and has been present for years, those systems have evolved. And for now, our system specs for this site have just batteries inside. They don't also have power electronics or inverters like some of the older systems did. These systems, like I mentioned, are liquid cooled, which does provide a benefit. They have gas detection and explosion prevention systems, as HR Fire noted. They also have a very different fire suppression system than pretty much, not every single system out there, but most systems out there deal with their fire hazard very differently. It's not necessarily better or worse, but I want to show that to you today so you understand how we deal with that, which is a very different approach. And then ultimately, the systems of today are NFPA 855 compliant and UL 9540 certified. The certification of this system is due out at any minute now. The draft report has been available and it's going through finalization. But I want to highlight here that of the AES specified battery energy storage systems, we have not had a single battery fire in over 6 years of operations, not just of design, but actual operations. The way in which these systems are laid out, I think, was already addressed by ATAR. I may breeze through a few things here to, in the interest of everyone's time, but this is the layout, same as what was reviewed. The pairs of enclosures are effectively 22 feet apart, but those pairs are close together to each other, and then there's quite a bit of defensible space around the perimeter. So let's maybe back up a little bit and talk about some of the hazards that would be present at an energy storage site. Because when we go to design these sites and when we design and integrate the products that we deploy at these sites, we consider all of these hazards. And I think one thing that I've learned from being involved in commercial operating designs, being involved in safety analyses, in job hazard analyses, in functional, failure mode and effects analyses that characterize these kinds of things. There's a culture of safety that really demands devil's advocacy. It demands looking at these sites from every angle and understanding what could possibly go wrong, how could it go wrong, and how can we prevent that, most importantly, but also how do we mitigate it if we can't prevent it. So within a energy storage site, there's all kinds of hazards, just like any construction site, just like most households, for instance. But if we think about it as a construction site, when it's being developed, you have things like mechanical hazards. You've got construction equipment moving around. When it's, you've got trips, slips and falls, those kind of hazards. Those are things that we deal with on every construction site, inside our industry, outside our industry. They're not trivial, but we can handle them. And we've accepted those risks as well as developed and implemented acceptable mitigations for those risks. When the system's operating, there's quite a few more hazards present. We have, you have some mechanical systems, there's HVAC systems and chillers that might have moving parts. As those systems are being serviced, it's important that we get trained professionals to service those systems, that they have the proper personal protection equipment, PPE, in place. We also have voltage considerations. There's higher voltage at these sites than you might see inside your home. Again, there's equipment specified for those types of operations, voltage rated gloves, test equipment so you verify there's zero energy, or basically that the system has been de-energized or deactivated before you perform service. And then there's also some unique hazards here. And so I'll spend time focusing today on those unique hazards, because not that those other hazards, like I said, they're not trivial, but I think they're maybe more common, more familiar to this group. And I think I would be happy to take questions on it, but my expectation is that we all kind of understand generally how those hazards are addressed. So again, I'll touch in a minute on some of the specific lithium-ion hazards, but the bigger picture of where these incidents are occurring is that they're occurring much, much less frequently. This is not our data. This is data from a database provided by the Electric Power Research Institute. They are a nonprofit group heavily funded by utilities, actually. I don't believe they've got any members that are developers or commercial operators of these systems outside of utilities. So, and in fact, I started this database. So most of the data was collected after I started it, but I'm speaking from a place of familiarity with the approach here. So over the course of the last several years, there's been an incredible growth of deployment of energy storage. But as we see that growth increase, we're seeing the rate of failure incidents decrease. It's not luck, and it's not just due to the scale of growth. We're seeing that the systems are being installed based on the lessons learned from earlier failures. And so fortunately, the industry is learning. Roughly 90% of the global battery energy storage capacity that's out there today is lithium ion. Globally, it's about 50 gigawatts, and then within the US, it's about 30, half of which was installed just in the last year. Also in New Mexico, there's 400 megawatts operating, and there's that goal that Joshua mentioned of 2 gigawatts by 2034. And then I think Joshua also touched on this, but we feel proud in our experience with battery energy storage systems, being some of the first to deploy batteries connected to the grid in a typical stationary energy storage fashion. And then, as I mentioned, operating the system specified by us over the last 6 years without a single fire. We feel very fortunate to be able to do that more today. So as I mentioned, there are some unique hazards with lithium ion. I guess there was one that I meant to mention on the last page, which is related to this, but I don't highlight here, so I'll mention it. It's something called stranded energy, and it's basically the idea that with lithium ion batteries, they don't work very well if you discharge them completely. That's part of the reason why if you drop your battery in a bucket of water, it won't work very, or if you drop your phone in a bucket of water, it won't work very well because it'll be shorted. That voltage will go to zero. Lithium-ion batteries don't do very well at being recharged from that state. So at every point, there is energy in those batteries when they're transported. There are regulations on all of that, of course, and then personal protective equipment that is meant to deal with that. But it's one of those hazards that's commonly understood by the technicians of that industry. I think the one that might be of more interest to this group is something called thermal runaway. That's where when we talk about a battery fire happening, it tends to, or I guess the more publicized events have been related to lithium-ion thermal runaway. And it's something of a unique hazard, which is why I wanted to call it out. If you light a piece of wood on fire, it burns. It burns with a relatively predictable amount of energy. It's very hot, but it's something that we know, we understand. If you take a lithium-ion battery and you light it on fire, at least most lithium-ion batteries, of course, as Atar mentioned, there are several different flavors, but generally speaking, igniting or heating up a lithium-ion battery to a certain point engages a reaction that is not just a combustion reaction. When the heat can actually induce a decomposition or breakdown of the electrolyte. There's a very small amount of fluid in most lithium-ion batteries that helps the ions move from one side to the other, helps store that energy. That electrolyte can decompose into different constituents. That decomposition is, again, caused by the heat, but is often exothermic. That means it generates heat. So the heat generates heat in sort of a vicious cycle, right? That's why they call it runaways, because it just, and forgive me if you already know this, but I think it's important for the basis of how we've designed our systems. That runaway means that the temperatures can rapidly increase, and some of the materials in the battery can burn very, very hot. So you can see, hundreds of degrees Celsius, many hundreds of degrees Celsius, up to 1,000 degrees Celsius in some batteries. And that is a bit more of a concerning type of fire than just a piece of wood on fire. So and there are very specific ways of dealing with it. It's a lot of energy. So water is not always, water can be the most effective, but it may not be the best. Other fire suppressants may or may not help, depending on how big the fire is. So we've been studying this intently for many, many years, and have implemented our systems specifically to address these kinds of hazards along with all the others. So I think the best way to describe what we've put in place for the system designed right now for this project is a layered set of hazard mitigations that all work together, but they are layered on top of each other to add several points of redundancy. So I want to walk through some of the high-level items here, and I'd be happy to dive deeper into any of them. But the first thing, of course, is a hazard mitigation analysis, and that's where we study all the hazards of the site. We look at all of the different, the illustration on the right shows not even an example, but basically the architecture of how some hazard mitigation analyses are done. It's called a bow tie diagram, and effectively it looks at a specific event that's concerning. That would be the top event in the middle, and it looks at all the types of conditions that can lead to that event. Those would be threats. So you can have, let's say that your top event was a cell going into thermal runaway. Well, what are all the ways in which that could get started? It doesn't just spontaneously happen. There are conditions for it. And we know what those conditions are after, again, many, many years of research. So we identify those conditions and we say, well, what are all the ways in which those threats can be mitigated, right? So we even prevent the top event from ever occurring. And those are called threat barriers. And then on the right side, you have, well, okay, what if for some reason all of those different threat barriers are defeated and this top event happens? What are the possible consequences? We define those. And then we define all the proper barriers that can prevent from the top event from becoming a consequence. I've developed several of these in my past. Actually, a lot of the hazard mitigation analyses right now are being built off of one that was basically a template that was created for battery energy storage systems by the Electric Power Research Institute. I led that report, and I'm a co-author on that report. So I've deployed I've developed some of this. I've deployed it. But we feel it's very important to have these analyses done by third-party engineers who are qualified fire protection engineers. So every one of our battery energy storage system projects contracts that out to a third-party engineer that provides an unbiased perspective for us. And that is, of course, the preliminary report that we delivered to the county for this conditional use permit. So I think that's really important to spend some time on, because that's where we really frame out all the possible scenarios that could go wrong and how we deal with them, and inspect that again from every possible angle. But from there, we have many systems built into this product that can help prevent issues from becoming real concerns. So battery management systems, I mentioned, they're basically fixed logic controllers that sit inside these battery strings that monitor three primary variables: temperature, voltage, and current. And they look for defined thresholds that are known to be well below the acceptable thresholds for operating those systems from the manufacturer. And they also have very limited controllability, but they can issue alarms. They can release the fire suppression system when needed, in the case of this, the system designed here. And they can also disconnect, like physically open a circuit to disconnect the battery if they detect conditions even getting close to any kind of hazard. We have other emergency shutdowns conditions that can happen outside the battery, from the inverter, as well as emergency power off buttons, physical mushroom buttons that someone can hit, kind of a panic button. We have flammable gas detection. So if there's any problem with a cell and it releases some sort of gas, we do have multiple detectors throughout this unit that can initiate alarms and take action to evacuate those gases. We also have fire detection and alarm through smoke and heat sensing. I mentioned the direct injection fire suppressant. We'll talk more about that later. We have exhaust ventilation that helps remove the flammable gases. Deflagration venting is a bit of a misnomer, because it's not so much venting in the traditional sense as it is releasing pressure. It's a pressure relief valve that we have tested and reported on to the county. But that is, again, if the exhaust ventilation fails. So it's redundant with the exhaust ventilation. And then, of course, we engage in first responder training in all of our sites, and we coordinate closely with those first responders to ensure that we've got sound emergency response plans. The exact system that is currently part of the Rancho Viejo Solar battery energy storage system design looks a bit like this. The system's been updated slightly since some of these renderings were created, but all the major elements of hazard prevention are there. So just moving around, I guess, from top left, sort of counterclockwise, you've got these deflagration panels, or what I referred to as deflagration venting earlier. Those are located along the top of the enclosure. If for some reason some overpressure event did occur, that would be released upward rather than outward at another battery enclosure, or of course, not at another personnel working at the site. We have programmable logic controllers, PLC, and active communications at all times on these sites. There is a standard fire panel, just like you would see inside a building. This is not a custom unit. This is specifically built for monitoring fires in an enclosure, and for dispensing fire suppression systems. So that is connected to, I don't point it out, but there's a red cylinder just behind that fire panel, if you can see that in the shadows there, that contains the fire suppressant. We have liquid, like I said, these modules are liquid cooled, so we deliver the liquid cooling in the blue pipe, and then the red pipe returns that to an external chiller. That's an off-the-shelf chiller that is purpose-built for this application. But commercially available system. We have a fire break in between two major components of the system to slow that fire down, reduce the intensity. And then outside the enclosure, we also have, as we mentioned earlier, horn and strobe. Those are audible alarms and visible alarms for any personnel working on the site. Those will go off before an event is ever detectable otherwise. And then there's the emergency power off button, that EPO, the panic switch. In addition to supplemental heating, ventilation, and cooling that is present in the enclosure to maintain the internal ambient conditions. Again, lithium-ion battery, well, maybe I didn't say this, but lithium-ion batteries, they're kind of like us. They like room temperature. They don't like it too hot. They don't like it too humid. But we're able to manage that with several factors of safety included by having these redundant systems. We also dehumidify the air to make sure that it's safe. There were some early systems earlier than I was even talking about here that demonstrated that intrusion of dust and humidity cause problems. And so we always integrate dehumidification to make sure that we're far away from those kinds of troublesome atmospheres. And then there's a DC or a direct current disconnect so that when maintenance workers are working on these systems, we have annual maintenance that goes on, some planned, and of course some unplanned maintenance may occur. And so we physically disconnect that entire enclosure, or actually we can disconnect it in two different segments from any of the other systems so they can be safely worked on as well as operated. I won't spend a ton of time on this. I had this in here, but I think HR Fire did a great job at describing this. So maybe I'll just touch very briefly on the UL 9540A testing that's been done. So maybe repeating a few things. 9540A is not a certification standard. It is not a code. It is a test standard, and maybe better called a test protocol. It defines how things are supposed to be tested. It does not have a success criteria. If you look at some reports, they list things like pass and fail. It's passing or failing certain metrics, but it's not passing or failing a safety or measuring a safety. What it does is it measures and records the performance of these systems under these hazard conditions, right? So when you induce heat to a cell, to a module, to a unit, to an installation, what happens? And then taking that data, an educated fire protection engineer can make conclusions about, A, is it going to pose other problems? And if so, B, what can be done to address those problems, right? You don't, just like anything, you don't know how to deal with it until you measure it. So the 9540A does a great job at measuring it. It's not something unique to AES, but AES does ensure that all of our systems are tested exactly as UL 9540A prescribes. And in fact, we've gone above and beyond and tested the installation two different ways, both installed by the manufacturer of the batteries as well as installed directly into the exact design that was chosen for this project. And we'll share those results in a little bit. So now I'm going to talk through all of those safety features just a little bit more. We've broken them up into passive safety and active safety, and then a few that deal with the site. So the first thing I want to identify is what I would consider mostly a passive safety mechanism, and this is the BMS. It's monitoring. Like I said, it has some very light capabilities of control by being able to isolate, and disconnect a certain battery string. But most of what it's doing is monitoring. It can help us determine preconditions of hazards, let alone actual hazard conditions. It communicates that status in real time. And in fact, we're not only at the luxury of being able to see this data, we are obligated to record this data. We own and operate these sites. The battery energy storage site was designed for a 25-year lifetime. We intend to operate it for that long. In fact, by operating it that long, it actually reduces the net cost of each kilowatt hour we deliver and allows us to operate it more cost effectively. But operating it for that long, we work very closely with our suppliers to make sure we've got good warranties. We get flexible performance guarantees that allow us to operate across a wide range of conditions depending on how PNM wants to dispatch us. So we're not at risk of voiding that guarantee, but that can last for 20 years, 25 years. And we're obligated as a part of that to monitor these systems every second of every day of operations. And we have to not only monitor them, but keep record of it. So we're tracking literally millions of data points for over the course of those 25 years to ensure that we can continue operating. Because if this site stops operating after a few years, we don't make money on it. We're not building these and selling them. We're net revenue over the course of those 25 years. So let me dive a bit into the more commonly cited passive safety mechanisms. So there are other standards we haven't really talked much about today, UL 1642 and UL 1973. These are, again, common standards in the energy storage industry that determine the quality and the protection mechanisms of the cells themselves and the strings. So these relate to everything from how the system is manufactured to how it's strung together at higher voltages, to how it's physically integrated into a rack. We conduct our own quality assurance and quality control, and we work with third parties for much of that process. And then we field verify passive systems, like just ensuring that we have proper isolation. If you bring, if you put your you might have seen in the drawing, there's these giant copper bus bars that run throughout the enclosure to carry the high voltage and high current. If those systems are too close, you get shorting. So we verify those for adequate isolation to make sure that we're not at risk of those kinds of events. And in fact, we test well above the voltages that we operate at. That's part of the standard there. At the enclosure level, we have insulation. So again, I mentioned electrical insulation, but also we have pretty deep and fire-resistant thermal insulation. We use mineral wool in these units, and that gives us, again, good protection from the climate outside. If it gets hot or cold, we can still easily maintain the temperature inside for those batteries. There's all kinds of other quality assurance and quality control programs that we run at site during construction, as well as during operations throughout those 25 years. And then the environmental protection that Joshua mentioned, setbacks, defensible distance, fencing, monitoring, as well as all the advanced work to understand the different flora and fauna that are present at the site and how they may interact with our system. I mentioned well, it was mentioned a few times today, the NFPA 68 compliance system, the explosion prevention, or excuse me, the explosion mitigation system, or the deflagration venting. These are, what I show in the picture here is a screenshot of the video that we recorded during the test of the exact enclosure that was designed for this system. So that enclosure was installed at a third-party test lab and monitored by a nationally recognized testing laboratory, NRTL. Those are the folks who basically apply the UL standard. It's not as if AES can't certify its own system to a UL standard. That requires a nationally recognized testing laboratory. CSA is one of those. They are approved by OSHA, and CSA was administering this test and recorded this test, reported on it of their own volition, and demonstrated that when igniting the amount of gas that we expected could possibly be released in a very abnormal condition, that we found that it effectively, smaller concentrations didn't do anything. Larger concentrations blew open these little hatches. They remained connected to the enclosure, so there was no flying debris, but they relieved the pressure and made sure that it wasn't a more hazardous event in which other debris was thrown. So that report is available, and we've designed these enclosures with those systems as tested. I mentioned the active safety through thermal management. Again, we have a combination of a chiller that is basically an industrial water ethylene glycol-based chiller system that cools the water to precisely the temperature the batteries want, maintains that temperature throughout both charging and discharging, as well as idle conditions. And then that's supplemented by cooling the internal ambient air within the enclosure with 2 HVAC. These are wall-mounted heating, ventilation, and cooling systems. We also have dehumidifiers inside, as I mentioned, to maintain that internal climate where the batteries like it. Additional active safety, we have controls built in that they are fed through all kinds of detection. So we have, I think I mentioned smoke detection. We have temperature detection or heat detection within the battery strings, as well as in the ambient conditions within the enclosure around the batteries. And then we have flammable gas detection as well. Those operate as signal inputs to our controls that can disengage the system, alarm our users, or even alert the fire department. We have additional actuation of the suppressant from those controls, from the fire panel itself, and then we can notify our own staff as well as other stakeholders about those different alarm conditions through the continuous monitoring of our system through the supervisory control and data acquisition, or SCADA, system on site. There's a DC switch, as I mentioned, and we monitor the status of that, as well as being able to disengage those DC contactors at every string. We have numerous alarms that are present to all of our users, and then a battery backup system that allows us to continue operating for many hours, specified by the HJ, and I believe in this case it's designed for 24, but if new conditions were present, we could look at other possible scenarios as well to continue operating not just the data of those systems and the fire alarms, the horn and strobe, the fire suppressant, as well as potential for actuation, or I should say, as well as actuation of flammable gas evacuation system, or the gas concentration reduction system. So for that gas concentration reduction system, again, we have the off-gas detection in these flammable gas detectors. I'm repeating myself a little bit, but I want to make sure it's very clear what we have here. That active exhaust is a fully designed system. I believe when the design was originally submitted, that design had been completed, but had not yet been reviewed by the nationally recognized testing laboratory. It has now been reviewed and approved. And so those systems consist of a fan and louvers. The louvers will remain closed during normal operations, and then can be opened under the power available by the UPS. And then the UPS can also continue driving that fan until those gases are evacuated. The evacuation route goes through one of those deflagration vents. One of those deflagration vents, it has the ability to peel open in the event of an overpressure, but it can also be actuated so that peeling like the top of a can of canned vegetables or something. Imagine that whole top was also mounted on a separate frame, and that frame could pivot up. And that's what I show on the right side there in that red frame unit. So one of those is equipped, they call it a dual vent because it does both purposes. But that is effectively where the gases go. It's straight up, not out at somebody or another enclosure, but straight up. And then the communications, and I've talked through all these, so I'll save us some time there. The fire suppression system, I think, is best described in the video, but what I don't show in the video is how that's delivered. So this system uses, as was mentioned earlier, it's not Novec 1230, but it's similar. It's a compound called FK5112. It's a common fire suppressant that's deployed in data centers and has been for many years. It's not something new or specific to energy storage systems. And there have been cases in the past where this kind of fire suppressant has been applied for battery energy storage systems in an ineffective way. And so what I want to clarify is that we're not just deploying the fire suppressant. We're deploying it in a very purpose intent way that has been validated numerous times through full system scale test, and we'll show it to you in a moment here. But it is a system, or excuse me, it is a chemical that is to evaporate and remove large amounts of heat. So as opposed to other fire suppressants that might smother a fire and remove the oxygen, or maybe, pose some chemical reaction. The primary operation of FK5112 is to remove heat. And so it's not great at removing lots of heat. In fact, water is much better at removing heat on a, per unit basis. But this system is very helpful as opposed to water, because water also has the tendency to be conductive. Well, it almost always is conductive, meaning that if you spray water on a bunch of batteries, you may get an even worse reaction, which is shorting of those batteries and more fires. And we have seen that in real world events. This is inert. In fact, you can see demonstrations online where someone turns on a cell phone, plays a movie on YouTube, and drops it in a bucket of this stuff, and it keeps playing. That's one reason why it's being used in data centers, is because it can help cool a system without shorting it. Again, it's not as good as water, and so the way in which we apply it really matters here. And that's why I refer to it as a direct injection system. If you look at the red dotted line in the picture on the top right, you'll see it's a little bit hard to make out, but that is to the left of that red dotted line are installed battery modules. That's pretty much what ours look like. To the right of that line are open slots where battery modules are about to go in. In between, basically, you see some black tubes. Those deliver the coolant, and then just beneath the black tube, there's a little gold circle. It's hard to make out, but that gold circle is the end of a stainless steel pipe. It's got a brass fitting on it. That's why it's not silver. But brass fitting, stainless steel pipe goes all the way back along the entire length of that module throughout the entire width of that energy storage enclosure. And every few inches, there's an orifice in that pipe. And that orifice is surrounded by a plastic ring that basically seals it so that, under normal conditions, no air, no fluids going in and out of those pipes. When the corresponding places of those orifices is right above every single cell in that module. So when if a cell ever goes into thermal runaway, it generates an enormous amount of heat. That plastic ring melts and exposes that orifice. At the same time, a combination of either smoke detectors or heat detectors in the battery modules can initiate that fire suppressant. And the fire suppressant floods the entire network of piping. It's been designed to have more than enough fluid to fill up that piping and have much more left over. But only the orifice that was directly above the offending battery cell is the one exposed. So almost all of that suppressant can be flooded directly into that cell. And when it's applied in that manner, this type of fire suppressant can be wildly effective. As someone studying these hazards for many years, when I first heard about this system, I didn't believe it. It was only through review of many, many tests and all the data associated with those tests that we felt comfortable deploying it in our projects. And so we'll demonstrate that in a few minutes here. Of course, we've got typical maintenance provisions, lockout, tagout procedures, as well as lockout, tagout points, fuses and other overcurrent circuit protection, proper labeling, and physical prevention, dead fronts, et cetera, to ensure that no one's inadvertently touching a hazardous part or component. And then even beyond these enclosures, our sites are all founded upon, again, the safety culture that we really pride ourselves on. And so even down to the level of ensuring that there's proper navigation and wayfinding on a site, proper signage so that any personnel who's familiar or not with the site can navigate their way out. This is a protected fence site, so it's not as if anyone can just wander in, or it's not as if animals will have access. But even trained technicians, when there's an emergency, it can be a little bit disorienting. And so we make sure that we've got clear signage, clear and available maps, and that we coordinate those with the first responders and other community stakeholders to ensure that everybody knows where to go, when to go, and how to get there. And then, as I mentioned, that's all documented in these emergency response plans. So we've got, what we submitted was a preliminary one for this site because there's still some details that are in movement throughout the final design stages. But this is not a new thing. We do this for all of our energy storage sites. We've got our own templates, as well as we work with leading experts in the industry to help us keep current with the standards and keep current with the leading practices. Those have everything in there from emergency response management, as well as the actual emergency response recommendations. We deal with fire incidents as well as other incidents, even to the level of someone gets a scrape. What do we do? So down to cybersecurity, which is now pretty prevalent in all of our sites as energy storage and really renewable energy plants get bigger and bigger. They become more important to the power grid. When it was a few megawatts, a local utility wouldn't really notice much if one went offline for some alarm condition. When we're talking about a 48 megawatt energy storage system site, the PNM may notice a small shift in their, like a significant shift in their operations if we all of a sudden went offline. And so as a part of that, we are now being, a lot of these sites are being regulated by the North American Electric Reliability Council, NERC, who has for decades overseen the reliability, including cybersecurity of large thermal generation plants, coal, natural gas, and the like, to ensure that not only are they able to operate reliably, but that they're not susceptible to cybersecurity attacks. And so we apply those same standards here. And then, as I mentioned, I think what matters most is that we coordinate directly with the stakeholders. We feel confident that we know what the leading practices are in the industry. I think what matters most is not only that we apply those leading practices, but that we apply them in the way that best suits this community. And so that's why we've been coordinating with the local, with the county, with county fire department here for years to ensure that we deliver what's needed for this specific location. So with that, hopefully this video works. Okay, cool. I want to show you some of the actual testing. This is footage that was recorded not by us, but by that nationally recognized testing laboratory, CSA. And we've decided to make it available to the public to better communicate how some of these systems work and how they are different. So this is, you've seen a lot of this detail already, but this is kind of pointing out again where a lot of those hazard mitigation mechanisms are located. And then what we did was we took that system. I mean, it's shown as a rendering here for ease of communication, but the footage you're about to see is from the actual test of that system we built to the specifications of that rendering. So first you see, we basically surrounded a couple cells with heaters. Those cells warmed up to the point of thermal runaway, and then the fire is effectively when that system went into thermal runaway. Pretty quickly, you already see after a few seconds, the flame is really no longer jetting out of the front of the module, and it's more of a modest flame at this point. After 37 seconds, according to CSA, the fire was completely extinguished. So that flash right there was actually just the camera switching back from visible light mode to infrared mode because there's no longer any light being generated. You see some smoke circulating throughout the enclosure. That's remnants. If we need to play it again, we can, but you don't really see anything happening in the below frame, the frame on the bottom. That's because very early on there was one puff of smoke, but the fire was quenched after that. So, and then they monitored the system for 6 hours. Nothing happened, nothing reignited. And that's all pretty much because of that direct injection of fire suppression system. So I think what I want to call out here is that we don't ignore these hazards. I think there are different ways to address them. This isn't the only right way to deal with it, but from AES's perspective, this redundant layer of mitigation we feel is very important and helps prevent a fire from ever occurring in the first place. So a large-scale fire, we've feel we've effectively eliminated those hazards, which I think is a much better way to deal with a hazard rather than trying to mitigate it after it's occurred. So with that, I want to just add a few points in conclusion, maybe addressing some of the issues from before, and then of course I'll look forward to questions as we go after Joshua finishes the presentation. But I do want to reiterate that the facility certification to UL 9540, which is an important step of any of these sites, that is planned to be completed. We are on track for that. We've, as I mentioned, we've completed the certification of the specific energy storage product, and the way it integrates in the site and some of the testing that's done there, that always happens after construction, and so we'll be doing that. I also want to say that we have built this system, we have operated it, we have tested it, and it includes all of the provisions that I mentioned to you today. So I'll pass it back to Joshua to finish some of the items for the presentation.
Thank you so much, Mike. There was a lot there, but I think it's important that we demonstrate that these simply aren't MacGyvered systems. There's an exceptional level of detail and testing that goes into evaluating a technology so that not just AES, but also our financing parties can have the confidence that we'll be able to operate them for their multi-decade lifetime and provide energy to the purchasing utility customers. So I'll try and be brief on the rest of the presentation. In evaluating the appropriateness of this site, we did a whole portfolio of localized diligence surveys. So of course that begins with just real estate and topographical surveys. That is what informs a 30% design. So a 10% design is really a concept drawing based on desktop assessment. A 30% design integrates actual land-based surveys so that the design reflects the conditions on the ground. For the GenTie, we performed an aquatic resource inventory report. For the entire property, we conducted a biological survey report. Importantly, no federal or state threatened endangered species were identified, and where prairie dog colonies exist that could potentially be inhabited by burrowing owls, we've just simply avoided those from our layout. We've conducted phase 1 environmental site assessments, and there's no recognized environmental conditions on the site. We've looked at the flood hazards. There's several arroyos that crisscross the site. We've looked at what historical flooding models would demonstrate as being a possible outcome on our site, and we've avoided those where it made sense. We conducted an extensive cultural resource and pedestrian survey and have avoided any identified areas of sensitivity. From a traffic perspective, we studied what the construction level of traffic would be and determined that further impact studies were not warranted. As mentioned during operation, there'd be 4 vehicles a day arriving at the site to assist with ongoing operations, so quite minimal. And I'll demonstrate here shortly some of our visual impact assessments from accessible public rights-of-way. And also voluntarily, we performed, or I should say we commissioned 2 appraisal impact studies, one from a nationally recognized appraiser who looked at more than 900 solar farms throughout the country, as well as battery energy storage sites, and employed match pair analysis where possible, but otherwise conducted his assessment to the uniform standards of appraisal practice approved by the Appraisal Institute. We then also had a Santa Fe-based appraiser review that study, and they concurred that in general, proximity of solar farms or battery storage facilities, especially at the distance at which this particular project is from residences, does not have a directly correlated impact on values. We went above and beyond and performed a lot of studies that frankly in most jurisdictions we do not perform at this stage, but given the interest in this project, we were more than pleased to commit to these studies in advance. The first few actually are fairly common. So environmental impact report, which did not determine any other significant resource issues being impacted by this project. We often do not do a noise technical report, but there were concerns at one point that this project would generate a significant amount of noise. I'll address that in a slide here shortly, but the conclusion was that there'd be a near imperceptible increase in noise from the nearest receptors. We performed extensive geotechnical studies looking at the composition of the underlying soils and how that informs our concrete pad designs and our piles to support the solar panels. We committed to doing a decommissioning plan upfront, as well as identifying what the value of that decommissioning bond would be, so that the county has that mechanism. Should an unlikely scenario of AES ceasing to exist, the county would have the means to be able to remove the system. We conducted the preliminary hazard mitigation analysis, well in advance. This is typically something that we provide to permitting authorities upon seeking a building permit. So having a 100% fully designed plan set, we leaned forward and commissioned this much in advance with the status of the design we have now. And we also provided informed, but also importantly, draft responder mitigation guidelines and pre-incident plans. Unfortunately, and I'll finish with this towards the end, the hearing officer actually reviewed these in draft form prior to them being subsequently updated and took information from that in partially arriving at her conclusion. But these were largely provided at this time as examples of deliverables that will be complete upon seeking a development permit to actually build the facility. Just really quickly, the visual simulations. This is from Highway 14 near the proposed entrance. Understandably, 2 miles away, it's very difficult to perceive something that would be 8 feet off the ground. In fact, at the midday, it'll only be roughly 5.5 feet up off the ground when the panels are flat. But it could be possible to see some thin blue line on the horizon, but largely with a 2-mile setback, that scenic byway is unaffected from this project. Going over towards the El Dorado neighborhood, again, trying to find the best vantage point for a public view. The project is largely entirely out of sight, but we do want to demonstrate what the 2.3 mile gen-tie line would look like. And so we're actually simulating the 2 different proposals. So an H-frame structure, which is not quite as tall, it's about 50 feet, but which we estimate may require up to 33 poles along that distance. You can faintly see it on the horizon there. You'll see that these number of poles will actually diminish if instead we were to go with the 70-foot monopole structure. We estimate that we need about 23 of those monopoles to span that distance. I mentioned the noise technical study that we did. So this is a great visual representation of what sound impacts would be. It largely corresponds to the locations of inverters and medium voltage transformers, as well as the battery storage facility. So this was done by a third-party consultant utilizing Sound Plan. And ultimately, the conclusions were that the change in noise at the nearest receptors did not exceed the noise ordinances applicable to this location. And I think it's notable that the highest studied 40.6 dBA is effectively the equivalent to a quiet library. This is actually a really important slide because one thing that I found a little bit concerning in the discussion of this project is an apparent attempt to link what we are proposing as our clean agent fire suppressant to PFAS contamination in other communities in New Mexico that importantly have nothing to do with the clean agent suppressant FK5112 that we've specified in this project. Rather, those are aqueous film forming foams largely utilized to be applied to aviation fires and such. And most importantly, PFAS is a very broad term applied to thousands of chemicals, many of which are actually in our homes. But very important to note is The aqueous film forming foams associated with PFA contamination in other areas is a PBT, a persistent bioaccumulative and toxic PFA. FK5112 utilizes our clean agent suppressant is a non-PBT. So it's not persistent, it's not bioaccumulative, and it's not toxic. There is no EPA limitation on its use. It's regularly used in data centers, as Mike mentioned. It's also featured in hospitals and even banks. So this is a perfectly safe and well-directed use of this clean agent. It's housed in a canister. The battery enclosures themselves are fully sealed. So there's exceptionally little amount of liquid in any of this project. It's largely a solid state facility. But in any case, these enclosures are fully sealed. And as Mike explained, this clean agent is directly applied to a affected cell. So it's not a flooded application as may have been featured in other prior generations of energy storage facilities. And as water is not the recommended solution to apply to a container that is experiencing an event, there's just simply no medium for any degree of groundwater contamination. Again, as being a non-PBT, FK5112 does not present any threat to being a groundwater contaminant. Water use has also been a question and a concern about this project. I think it's worth noting that there would be no wells used to employ water for this project. Rather, it'd be fully sourced from available sources, commercial sources in the county. We estimate that more than 50% of the water that we would utilize, and to be clear, this water is being utilized in the construction process. So the end goal is to actually suppress dust and fugitive dust emissions from soil disturbance. So that is the entire purpose for it. We estimate that more than 50% of that water can come from a reclaimed source. And just for a little bit of frame of reference, 100 to 150 acre feet is a conservative estimate of ours. That roughly equates to about 480 homes annual water consumption. You know, there's approximately 40,000 households in Santa Fe, so you can put that into perspective. It's also equivalent to about the low end use of a golf course annual use. When we talk about the operational period, this, as you can see, the amount of water specified declines substantially to only 2 to 3 acre feet. That's actually still a very conservative estimate. Looking at most operational New Mexico solar power plants, washing panels isn't even deemed all that necessary due to the monsoonal nature of rains. But we at least want to be forthright and budget conservatively should we choose to actually wash the panels. Again, we still think it could be primarily sourced from reclaimed water. We do acknowledge that for the O&M building, we'll continue to allocate about 3,000 gallons per month for that use. Regarding weed management, you know, we'll certainly take measures to avoid and minimize the level of soil disturbance and to prevent any weed seeds coming onto site. We have a revegetation plan to reseed with native grasses in the area. And should there be any occurrence of undesired weeds during the operation of the facility, we'll have a preference for manual and mechanical treatment. But should we need to use herbicides, they will be judiciously applied by a state certified herbicide applicator. So as I reach towards the conclusion, I want to, of course, talk about, well, when could this project happen? So as you can see, we've been at this for many years. And we are very pleased and excited to be at the point of seeking a conditional use permit from the Planning Commission here tonight, while we also prepare our bids for PNM, which we would look to submit in mid-May. If we are successful in not only being in receipt of your approval tonight, but also in being selected by PNM for the output of this facility, we would then advance our designs towards 60%, later 90%, and 100% issued for construction set in 2026. We would contract for the construction of that with very likely a New Mexico-based engineering, procurement, and construction company. And we would look to initiate construction in 2027 and conclude in 2028 so that we can have a guaranteed in-service date of 2029, which the RFP is seeking. We expect the plant to be able to operate for 35 years. That is the solar component. The battery we estimate can operate for 25 years, at which point we would look to either repower or determine what the offtake arrangement can be at that time. And should we not repower the project, we will then decommission it at the end of that time frame and restore the land to its prior condition, removing all the improvements that this project added to the land. So we've talked a lot about safety and about design and the benefits of having a clean energy source that can provide power for Santa Fe. It's also very worthwhile to actually note the economic impact that this project brings to this community, because it's actually quite remarkable. So for one, this is a project that would be bid in a hyper competitive environment. And we will be bidding a fixed cost for multiple decades to PNM, so a minimum of 20 years at a fixed rate. If I could lock in the cost of my energy for 20 years, I would take that deal every single day of the week. And that's effectively what we're offering to PNM, which should then translate to stable and or lower energy prices for all of PNM's customers in its territory. During the construction phase, we estimate 200 direct construction jobs. In addition to that, all the contributions to local services that those workers will bring, whether that's accommodation, restaurants, additional professional services in support of the project. This is effectively a $200 million capital investment in this community. Some folks will try and say that, well, this is an out-of-state energy giant coming in to, make profit here in New Mexico. Well, it's important to actually demonstrate that we are a leading energy company that can organize nearly $250 million to invest in this community so that you have a local source of clean, renewable energy for decades to come. Not many companies can effectively or easily organize that significant degree of capital. This project can also generate, per our estimates, $28 million in labor and wages. We believe $5 million can be readily attributed to wages and or procurement of material here in Santa Fe County. And as I mentioned, the current tracker manufacturer that we've specified in this project is based right in New Mexico, leading to up to $18 million in manufacturing output here in the state. And while it's still premature, because we need an approval for a conditional use permit prior to engaging in the industrial revenue bond process, this project would seek an industrial revenue bond, which is very common. There's been well over 100 of those issued since the 1980s. It's very typical for any significant capital investment in this state. But utilizing our local counsel and looking at prevailing methodologies for computing what reasonable property tax would be through an industrial revenue bond, we're quite confident that this would yield in excess of $10 million in property tax revenue to the county. Approximately $7 million of that could go to the county. Another $3 million or more would go to the schools. And upfront in gross receipts taxes, we forecast $4 million of gross receipts taxes through material procurement, of which $3 million would go to the county. I want to also specify that, there's also been misinformation that the industrial revenue bond is somehow a way for this project to skirt paying taxes. One of the most primary benefits that engaging an industrial revenue bond does is actually to just establish certainty for a 20-year project plus of what its property tax payment schedule would be, so that we're not surprised from year to year of how it'll be assessed. Rather, it allows us to budget appropriately. And of course, there's the environmental benefits. So again, if you compare solar development to even a residential development, it's a very low impact development that will also diversify and strengthen the grid resiliency in Santa Fe County. I mentioned 3 different transmission corridors coming into Santa Fe. Should there be high winds, wildfire affecting any of those other transmission corridors, having a source of power generation close to this city can further increase the resilience of the grid to avoid potential brownouts or blackouts. And this project represents, we estimate, about 1% of satisfying all of New Mexico's energy needs. So this is a very significant project that can help move the needle in this state and also in this county to reach its sustainability goals. And I already mentioned before that that's effectively equivalent to the entire residential demand of the city of Santa Fe. Now, I believe it's, again, appropriate that we revisit very briefly the CUP approval criteria. So this project should be evaluated in light of these 7 criteria, as we've established through our video evidence of the UL 9540A testing, demonstrating the effectiveness of our fire suppressant technology, as well as the other stated redundancy. We believe that this project does not pose any fire risk to the communities adjacent to it. And as I mentioned, the attributes of increasing grid resiliency and stabilizing long-term pricing for customers in this area is all benefiting the general welfare. Traffic is minimal, so no anticipated congestion on roads. The project will be built to all prevailing fire and safety codes, and we will provide full, complete hazard mitigation analysis, first responder guidelines, and pre-incident plans prior to seeking the development permit to actually initiate construction of the project. Being able to exhibit the substantial amount of buffer land and conservation land around this project, again, does not lead to any overcrowding of the land, yet preserves open space for many decades to come. And being that this project is in little need of public services, in fact, hardly any, since we'll truck water onto site, there's no burden upon public services to facilitate the construction of this project. There's minimal lighting, mostly just based on motion sensing and operational use as needed. So very little light additions from this project, and of course, being a emissions-free source of clean energy generation, there's no negative contribution to the air quality in the area. And we believe that this does meet the spirit and the intent of the SLDC and the SGMP, specifically that renewable resources is deemed an effective use for rural fringe zoning, and that the SGMP's Chapter 7 is fully dedicated to the county pursuing and promoting the use of renewable energy locally. And of course, I feel that, we should address the recommendations from the hearing officer. Again, we very much respect her opinion, but we feel that it is merited to address her specific rationale. So I'll be brief, but and I'm going in order from that recommendation. But the first was that the project is too big and too close. So again, I would actually argue that if anything, this project may be undersized. This project can generate the equivalent of the entire residential annual demand from the city of Santa Fe. But significantly, if we wanted to power all the industrial and tourism and et cetera load on the system, this project could actually be even bigger if we wanted to offset 100% of that. Furthermore, the BESS is 1.5 miles away from the nearest resident, and the solar is 1/3 of a mile from the nearest resident. In fact, there's only 20 homes within 1 mile of this project facility, and the vast majority are 1.5, 2 miles, or even greater. So we would respectfully contest that it's that close to adjacent communities. I believe we've addressed the concerns with energy storage safety and prior incidents that have made the news and perhaps rightfully raised concerns and questions from residents. It's very important to note that, at least in my knowledge, almost all of the incidents that have made the news are all projects that entered construction even before the first issuance of NFPA 855 in 2020. And now we're a second iteration already into that with NFPA 855 2023. And through all the detail that we presented today, lessons have been learned from prior incidences, just like there was a time when cars didn't have seatbelts or airbags. We didn't cease driving vehicles. We determined there was a value to them, and we engineered how to make them safer. No different with battery technology evolving as subsequent generations have been deployed to the grid. There was mention of the county not having a proper hazmat team. We would like to cite that the review of the county fire department, as well as the independent consultant, concluded that there's been sufficient information provided to validate the issuance of this conditional use permit, of course, subject to fulfillment of the conditions that they identified prior to seeking development permit. And this one actually was the most confusing. I think it was taken from a non-expert testimony at the hearing, but that somehow this proposed system is older, less safe with technology. I think we've clearly demonstrated that this is the latest and greatest generation that's fully integrated all the most recent updates to safety standards and codes. And we have effectively zeroed out what we think is the likelihood of a fire from a system of such. Oh, that's my computer. That's not the pointer. And I spoke to the PFA issue before. Again, this one was also quite confounding. There is no evidence that the fire suppressant we would use in this facility could be tied in any way to having effects on groundwater. Again, that was conflation of a completely different substance and chemical that is not at all the same used for this type of system. We discussed the precautions for actually protecting our own facility from wildfire, in addition to a circumstance in which one could originate within it, through the use of defensible space, through fire-rated enclosures, concrete pads, graveled perimeter. All of this significantly diminishes any likelihood of a thermal event. And we've produced 2 different appraisal reports, independently performed, that determine that there is no direct correlation between proximity of a solar power plant or a battery energy storage facility to decline in property values, especially at the distance away that this facility is sited. And there was even citation that this project could lead to a closure of the market of home insurance. I have yet to see a single report that has correlated, again, the existence of one of these projects with a homeowner being denied insurance. If anything, that is largely occurring through the trends of climate change and heightened wildfire affecting communities that are built in susceptible areas. So if anything, this is a project that is working to be a solution to reduce the ongoing threats from climate change and reduce that likelihood affecting communities in such areas. And lastly, and perhaps most unfortunately, we noted that despite all the expert testimony provided in the hearing officer meeting, there was a bit of information chosen from our, again, draft example document of a first responder mitigation guideline that was originally provided in August and included information that did not address the direct injection fire suppressant system and suggested that the thermal runaway may not be fully addressed. We actually supplied to the county on October 10th the revised version of that document. Again, it's still a draft document that should be referred to as an example of a final deliverable, but which we did update to reflect as much of the current information as possible. And in the latest version of that, which was provided on October 10th, but did not appear to make it to the hearing officer ahead of her recommendation, the direct injection fire suppressant was cited, and the conclusion in those guidelines was that it is an effective means for preventing thermal runaway. So we believe these are all respectful answers to those concerns cited in that recommendation. And I would like to, again, kind of bring this full circle. If you're like me, you like to stay informed and you like to read what's going on in the world. And with that, you know, there's a common phrase called doom scrolling. It's difficult to be informed, but also not lose hope sometimes. And that's, again, why I am passionate about what I do and for working at AES, is that we are accelerating the clean energy future. This is our generation's moonshot. We can do it. When I first graduated college, this industry largely did not exist. It was not competitive with conventional forms of energy. Here I am 10 years into my career, 15 plus years since graduating college, and solar is now the leading form of new energy generation being deployed on the grid, followed in tandem with battery energy storage, and behind that, wind. And we can realize this full transition, an absolute transformation of our energy system, again, here in New Mexico within the next 15 to 20 years. So anybody having a newborn child today can gift that child a future by the time that they graduate high school or enter into college of an emissions-free economy. And that is what this project represents as an opportunity for Santa Fe to participate in the Energy Transition Act to be a leader in hosting a local source of clean energy. And of course, when we look at the message from Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the UN, released just before New Year's Eve, the recognition that there are undeniable trends that we are having to face as a society and how to combat those. So we've had 10 of the hottest years on record in a row in the last decade. Today in Santa Fe, it is more than 20 degrees above average. We very may well break a record, if not today or tomorrow, for high temperature here in early February. So this is real. And being able to make a vote in favor of this project and putting Santa Fe on the path to be fully supplied by 100% clean energy is a significant action that we can take in light of the current administration withdrawing the U.S. from the Paris Accord. We can still live up to the commitments that this county has made to honor that agreement and to be a part of the solution. So with that, I thank you for your time. I know this has been a long presentation, but again, I think that the dissemination of the detail is important for folks to properly evaluate the suitability of this project and the exceptional benefit that it can provide to the community. So as the sun sets on the horizon, know that this project, once coming to fruition, can continue to provide power to Santa Fe with clean solar energy even into the nighttime. So with that, I welcome questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to go off script a little bit and take a break before we open for questions. So let's take a break and reconvene at 5 o'clock on the dot. Thank you.
Bless you. Just to stand up.
And for a bio break.
It was nearly 3 hours.
I can't say that.
2 hours and 48 minutes. Hey, big eyes. I was going to ask you to be cheerleaders. I don't know what I'm going to do with the Regional News Digest. Oh, I suspect. Oh, well, I didn't set it up to go, but reading number because it was set up to 37. Okay, yeah, so they might have to. Are you going to stay till? Are you going to stay here? I hope not. I'm just hoping to see. Well, the Christian time could go on for goodness knows how long.
I got these from my old court seats. I get to wear them.
Somebody go far out. But there's much more, but there's a fair. But we don't take it that far. Somebody else. For a city can try, that's going on, but. So if we set it in 35 months.
I've been to all not necessarily getting it to center child. So, yes, they want to. And if it's not in the fairness.
There might be a still. If you have access to power. That's our. It's like what? From outside. Share the grid. All. I'm.
So it could be used.
So electron cloud. So.
Okay. Hey, but that was. I would change our way. That.
You. Santa Fe could be honest. What's the word there? Yeah. Really? Yeah.
We have a problem. That place that. And they didn't sell them to us. They got a higher bid upstate. One is the highest bidders. And operating. Opportunities. Yeah. Battery. I appreciate souls. I'm sorry for my voice. I kind of lost my voice. One thing, a part of that is I'm charged. A lot of times, like, there's a ton of access. So you don't have, like 2 parties. Just there's a lot of things like that. We had a bad charging about that is to yeah, so it's like saving resources are not your leaders between the really like it's gonna be kind of just or just area to so you can give us thumbs down and then go ahead and crank out on these meetings. Engineer for so just so we did this yes yeah it was all channels and back to Jordan yeah all indicating on the detail that I posted indicated to understand yeah nobody's not there yeah it's like we're good trying on it all I think it's going to be well, I set up caps to in these. So I have a battery on this. That makes sense. So if it's not on here today, yeah, so here's a here, that power city. This but if I didn't have that, I have such powers. How am I? I'm not saying you're wrong. I do. I can actually do. I got the job. It's not in the cities. Nothing on that proximity. Steve. I'm not saying we're, I'm not saying that we're saying you can. That's why it's not. You could have been all I can speak to.
We're not. But it was. Be honest. Can be. Yes, there are places too. It's like. Like my house. Yeah, I'm free. Like, especially for, yeah.
You didn't make the last meeting, did you? There's all these interviews.
Yeah.
We just, last time they picked and choose it, I just made a motion, just let them speak.
Yeah.
Activity. Because if you pick and choose them, then later on they say, oh, well, you didn't let me. We tried to
Thank you very much. Could you please take your seats? Thank you very much. So now we'd like to ask questions of the applicant. Commissioners, do you have any questions of the applicant? Steve? Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. First off, thank you for the detailed presentation. Detail is good. So I have a few questions. Just to clarify, who's the AHJ, the authority having jurisdiction on this project? Who is responsible for reviewing the final plans and inspecting the facility, making sure permits are in place?
Yeah, sure. Can you hear me okay?
Sure can.
Well, thank you for the kind words. And so there's multiple AHJs. I think, you know, a lot of what I've been talking about today is reflective of the permit as it relates to fire prevention mitigation. So that would be the Santa Fe County Fire Department as the AHJ. But the county is really the AHJ responding to everything here.
Yes, I would concur with that. As far as my understanding is, again, we are seeking a conditional use permit based on the documents we've submitted today. Should this project successfully contract with P&M and we proceed to advance our design set and later seek a development permit, otherwise known as a building permit in other jurisdictions, that's when we provide the 100% issued for construction designs and submit that to the county so that a development permit can be issued and we can break ground.
Thank you. So the New Mexico division doesn't touch this project?
Yep.
I need to get sworn in.
Yeah. Planning Commission Chair, Planning Commission members. So everything in Santa Fe County is a two-permit process. Santa Fe County issues a development permit, issues a zoning approval. After our approval, it does go on to the Construction Industry Division with the state of New Mexico for an actual building permit.
Thank you, Mr. Cisneros. So between the point that we are at now and then the final design, how likely is it that there would be changes in the plans or the elements that you had presented today to, from now till when design is complete and it would be certified?
Yeah, no, great question. Actually, I meant to address that a bit during the presentation. I know that I've heard concerns about, permitting a project with a 30% design. That somehow means that 70% of the design is not complete. We could have a completely different project at the end of the day. Well, that's not really how it works. So a 30% design is a level of design that identifies your power capacity. It identifies the location of your equipment. It identifies the kind of macro level of all your equipment. So, approximate number of solar panels, approximate number of trackers, inverters, transformers, et cetera. And it's defining your footprint and your boundary. When we go to 60% and 90% and ultimately 100% designs, you are then going into the micro level. So you're going into the sub-array design then of what the cabling looks like, about different power flow studies within the array, and just much more granular detail. But none of that affects the general project characteristics as far as this being a 96 megawatt facility as it fitting within this box of 680 acres. So it would be untrue to arrive at a conclusion that we are going to get a permit approval based on 30% design for 96 megawatt project and then come back down the road with a 100% design that's a 200 megawatt project. That is not how the design criteria works. It's more increasing the granularity that just simply doesn't serve a purpose at this stage when you're seeking approval of a concept plan. And a 30% design is already a sufficient level of detail for us to go get bids from construction companies that we can then contract a binding bid with or submit a binding price to P&M. We would be more reluctant to do that on a 10% design. But at a 30% level, we already know enough about what the project will look like that we can contract on that level of detail. But it costs hundreds of thousands of dollars to design beyond 30%. And if we haven't contracted the output of the facility, that could all be for naught. If we don't contract in this round of P&M, but we find a means to contract it 2 years later, all of that money and all of that design could be completely outdated and we'd have to do that all over again. That's why the 30% is kind of the sweet spot for seeking a conditional. In fact, in many jurisdictions, we get by with a 10%. So 30% is already kind of above and beyond what's typical at this level of discretionary permit. Does that help answer the question?
Yes, thank you. I'll just.
Can I take one?
Sure.
Thanks. I'm asking some questions that have been submitted by some of our withstanding. I want to make sure we get those. If this project is rejected by the county, is AES going to sue the county?
No.
Okay, thank you. The site development plan filed with the with this application shows an approximately 13-acre area identified as an environmentally sensitive area inside the project's perimeter. It's located 100 feet from the 2.3 acres of the BSS. I wonder if you could talk about what that area is and how impacts on it will be mitigated.
I'll first say that we're not going to impact that area. So that's the easy answer. We're avoiding it and we're setting back from it by 100 feet. My colleague here, Matt Gordon, who's our permitting manager, can speak further, but I believe he may need to be sworn in.
Great. Yeah.
Matt Gordon.
Matt, please hold on just a second.
Matt, will you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're going to give will be the truth?
I do, yes.
And your name, address?
Yes, Matt Gordon, 282 Century Place, Louisville, Colorado, 80027. And so just to add, that environmentally sensitive area, that was identified on the site plan, that was the result of our cultural resources field surveys for the project. And through our coordination with the State Historic Preservation Officer, we did receive concurrence and the requirement to avoid that site with the 100-foot buffer.
And so that, correct me if I'm wrong, but that one of the conditions is to have a permanent fence surrounding that area?
That's correct. Yes, within the staff report, there's a condition for a permanent fence, which we will include as part of our mitigation compliance.
I don't know. We don't want to leak that out, do we? One more question, again, submitted by an interested party. What are the dollar amounts of insurance and surety bonds that Rancho Viejo Solar LLC will be required to provide for the Rancho Viejo project?
Sure. So we proactively performed and submitted a decommissioning plan. And so in that decommissioning plan, it was estimated in current dollars to a cost of effectively or roughly about $9.6 million to fully remove all the system implements. When factoring in the salvage value from either recycling or resale of any componentry, the value for the bond would be estimated to be about $7.6 million.
So they're not insurance or surety bonds. It's the decommissioning bonding is the only bonding required. Is that right?
Yeah, I was speaking to the decommissioning bond. I might have to ask for further clarity on the question. The project does also secure insurance. That's of course required by our financing parties.
Okay, thanks very much. Go ahead, Steve. Yes, additional questions. Any other questions by commissioners?
Yeah.
Dan or Wendy?
Oh, I'll go first. You were speaking about the battery facility and that there had a cement floor. Does that serve as a containment system?
I'll answer first. If Mike wants to add on, he certainly can. So, within the container. So the floor within the container is not cement.
So each container, there's not one big cement that has all the containers are sitting on?
No, so there's several cement. Yeah, there's several cement pads, and each cement pad would house under our design 2 containers. So those are fully enclosed containers that then sit on a poured cement pad.
Okay, I guess what I'm use of the word containers, if there was a fire and you use suppressant in water, would that road around it serve as a berm to sort of contain any water or fire suppressant material?
So again, we are not advising the use of water, and through demonstration of the video, the fire suppressant is hyper focused on the affected cell. And upon application, that's actually vaporized. It's an environmentally friendly, clean agent, and it has an atmospheric lifetime of less than 7 days. But there's otherwise no means for an egress of that chemical. And
Does the fire retardant have a MSDS sheet?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Does the fire retardant have an MSDS sheet?
Mike, I'll let you further respond.
Yeah, yes, it does. And I believe you can find it searching online, but we can provide that upon request. I want to add something though that, again, while we believe there's no need for water and there may not be a lot of water available, we designed the system to basically handle those hazards without the water. If for some reason the fire department did decide to apply water, because there's no rupture of the enclosure envelope, the water acts as rain. This site is designed for rain. As I mentioned, these enclosures are built to ISO container standards. So they're meant for not just rain, but driving rain and ocean spray and high salinity environments. So they're very robust for this kind of application. So water application would be just like rain, and that's been rain and watershed management is all handled in the site plan.
So if you had a fire and it was put out, there would not be any ponding water or anything else surrounding the facility.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Dan, you got some questions?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. First question is rather broad. Just repeating for the record, I think I understand that I've heard that should the installation come to fruition, that this power is sold to PNM for the benefit and use here in Santa Fe and the region. Is that correct? Is that the intent?
That is correct.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I heard that and got it in the record. Second thing I'll say is with 30 years of environmental compliance at Los Alamos, I'd have to say that I was very impressed with the submittals. I know there's a lot of detail to review here. I appreciate you going through it. It was laborious, but I think you answered a lot of my questions about the battery technologies that I had earlier. You answered my questions about the redundant safety systems, and I appreciate that greatly. Third is more of a comment, but maybe as engineers working in this field, don't substations in residential areas these days even use BESSs? I think there's one in my neighborhood that does. This is getting to be more and more common, not on the scale that we're proposing here, but they're common, aren't they?
Well, every substation is going to have a lead acid backup system, or most of them at least. And yeah, it is becoming more common to see even larger and lithium ion based battery energy storage systems co-sited with substations, primarily because it's a great point of interconnection. but also it can provide a lot of services to the utility, storing energy when transmission might otherwise be congested, and then letting it go maybe in the middle of the night when there's more room on those lines. So getting it right as close as you can to the transmission is pretty ideal.
And thank you for that clarification and information. One other thing, I think it was on slide 20, I kind of lost track of all the slides. There were 69 of them, I think. But on 26, it showed that New Mexico's goal is 2 gigawatts of, I think, renewable. Was that correct? By 2034?
Yeah, actually, it is cited here, but I'll take it back to the news headlines that we referenced early on. Yeah, so in 2023, the Senate of New Mexico passed a bill requiring investor-owned utilities, so that's PNM, SPS, and EPE, to have 2 gigawatts or 7 gigawatt hours. That's the time duration of the storage capacity online by 2034. And there's currently approximately 440 megawatts currently operating as we speak in the state. So they're about a fourth of the way to the goal.
So the proposed project, this facility would add considerable capacity.
It would add 48 megawatts of 4-hour duration, so 192 megawatt hours to that 7 gigawatt total. So it's it'll be significant for the contribution of Santa Fe's needs. Obviously, as a whole state, we need a lot of these projects.
Yeah, I'm not an engineer, I'm a planner, so forgive me with the math, but I did work on relicensing nuclear power plants back in the day. I think 2 gigawatts is a huge amount of capacity, electrical capacity. And I'm thinking that your typical nuclear reactor is 1,000 megawatts, which is a gigawatt. So this is a lot of energy, isn't it?
It is, and I can explain the rationale for that, right? Is solar and wind generally have lower, what we call capacity factors than a coal plant or a natural gas plant, or certainly a nuclear power plant that can essentially operate near 24/7 at the same level of output. A solar capacity factor is a function of how many hours of sunshine there are in a day. So your capacity factor in the winter is less than it is in the summer. And as PNM works to meet the 100% carbon-free requirement by 2040 per their own target, you need the energy storage to play the bridge role for harnessing the solar and the wind when it may be in excess or perhaps inopportune at nighttime in the case of wind, or solar in the middle of the day when maybe a lot of folks aren't home. You need the batteries to be able to absorb that excess and then spread it out evenly so that the lights turn on when we want them to. And that's how we get to 100% clean energy.
Thank you. No further questions.
Chair, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it sounds like there's a timing issue here as far as approval of this permit and entering into a purchase agreement with PNM. Is that correct?
Yes and no. So the current timeline for this process, right? Planning Commission will vote on it today, presumably. If it's appealed, my understanding is county board would come in late April, early May. So this would all support a narrative of the project maturity when submitting a proposal to PNM. They are certainly going to view the maturity of the project positively if it has a permit in hand. There's folks that have tried to point to past denial of this project's bids to PNM as some kind of precursor that'll be denied again. And I would argue that the difference is that the project has matured substantially more since prior bids. And so that is a part of their calculus in evaluating projects is, do you have an interconnection agreement? Do you have a discretionary permit? how, like, are you willing to submit a binding bid that you will not change the pricing on later? And so all that's supported by checking the milestones of a project. So if there was a scenario in which we do not yet have the permit in hand for any delay, P&M can still evaluate the project. They can still shortlist us. Ultimately, the timeline to sign the PPA would be January of 2026. So we think that would be a substantial runway for this local process to run its course. And ultimately, then the PRC would approve P&M selection of bids, probably in Q3 of 2026. So we feel there's a substantial amount of time here for this local process to conclude, for us to have the confidence to sign a contract with P&M.
Okay, and in the benefit of the community, these purchase power agreements for solar, what type of typical rate is this power being sold to P&M per kilowatt hour?
So clearly that's a competitive discussion. So I can't speak to the specific bid rate that we would submit. What I can tell you is these rates are regularly far cheaper than any conventional form of power generation, and they are competitive solicitations. So if we bid a price that is higher than other projects, P&M will evaluate that price difference in relation to the location on the grid and any perceived additional value they may see by having a resource, for example, close to load, in this circumstance, close to Santa Fe, versus perhaps a project that's 300 miles away from where they may actually need that power and may be subject to congestion and everything else. So even if that other project perhaps priced much cheaper, there may be other complexity that makes ours more favorable. But at the end of the day, P&M is the one that runs their grid, and they're tasked with supplying power reliably to their customers. And they will make that assessment and determine if this project benefits their system at the price that's bid for it.
Okay, and if an array like this is placed somewhere very remotely and there's a lot of transmission distance, what kind of transmission losses take place there's a calculation that takes place, and especially with battery storage? I mean, I'm still trying to understand this 4-hour battery limitation. And obviously batteries are evolving, and I get it. We're going to continue moving forward. But as far as transmission, if this was placed somewhere very remotely, how would this affect the rate based on transmission losses?
I'll speak first, and if Mike wants to add some color, he most certainly can. So I guess the way I would, the closer that you can, so one of the most significant hurdles facing the clean energy transition in general throughout the country is congestion and constraints on the transmission grid. These grids were built out decades ago, largely to have far located coal power plants that generate a lot of pollution, far away from population centers. And those transmission lines traveled hundreds of miles to then deliver that power. As the easy picking, or as the kind of easy to pick fruit has already been developed with a lot of projects, and we're now increasing this overall penetration of renewables on the grid, the existing network has largely been kind of filled out. And so there's an increasing value on siting projects closer and closer to where that energy is consumed, so that you forego expensive, impactful, large build out of new transmission systems. That may still be required in a dynamic system, but the value is there in part, as you reference, voltage losses, but in general, it's just the reduced expenditure on the grid as a whole by siting your generation closest to where it's consumed. Is there anything you want to add, Mike? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I just have a couple more questions. So with these 4-hour battery storage, is this energy used for peaking power as well?
Yeah, it's very much a use to satisfy peaks on the system. So a lot of times those, there's the famous duck curve that was popularized in California many years ago. That's now becoming less of a duck and a lot more of a straight line. And so what that represented was you have all this output of solar during the day, but that doesn't conveniently coincide with peak energy consumption. And so there was just like too much solar on the grid. And prior to batteries, that was a serious issue for utilities to be able to effectively manage, like what to do with that and how to manage the grid. And so batteries are this enabling technology to harness that energy when it's being produced the most and then shift it to evening hours predominantly, but foreseeably even early morning peaks, so that you kind of have a smooth supply of energy, even if that energy was generated hours ago. So yes, 4 hours is the current sweet spot in the lithium ion battery storage segment, because that is generally sufficient to cover a system peak. And to be frank, I've developed projects that are 2-hour duration, and there's talk of wanting longer duration batteries. But the duration, again, energy storage actually isn't a source of generation. It's a firming component. And so the more capacity and the more duration you add, the more expensive that capacity becomes. And so utilities are quite deliberate in that they procure this capacity as their system requires it. And so, right now, my understanding is New Mexico is about 40% renewables. A significant chunk of that is wind. But as they push the envelope closer to 60, 80%, they're going to now be more willing at that time frame to pay more for longer duration storage. That's why you're not yet seeing some other technologies which can say, okay, we'll provide 12-hour duration because it's not yet economical. But when they're trying to cover that last mile to get 80 to 100%, that's when it's going to count.
Okay. And final question is, it was mentioned earlier that there's a Sun Lasso storage in Albuquerque. Is that, and you may or may not know the answer to this, but number one, is it currently operational? And number two, is this size equivalent to what you're proposing, or is it larger? And then I guess number three is, what was the process they had to go through to get permitted in Bernalillo County?
So it's not an AES project, so I can only speak about what I've publicly read about the project. So my understanding is this project was selected in the PNM RFP from 2023 for 26 to 28 resources. It's been approved by Bernalillo County, and an industrial revenue bond has been also granted for it. And it is slated for construction starting this year, with operation, I believe, in 2026 or 2027. And it is 3 times the size of what's being proposed at Rancho Viejo. So Rancho Viejo is a 48 megawatt, 4-hour, 192 megawatt hour system. The Sun Lasso project is a 150 megawatt, 4-hour, 600 megawatt hour project.
So,
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Steve, did you have questions?
Sure
Please.
do. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, absolutely.
Thank you for your presentation before Mr. Simpson on the battery management system, where that monitors the changes in temperature, voltage, current, flammable gas, fire detection. My question is, so a problem is identified. Who identifies the problem, whether when staff's on site or when staff is not on site? Then after a problem is identified, then what's your drill? What's the protocol? What follows after that?
A great question. Okay, so I think maybe we can break it down into some pieces, because depending on the nature of the problem, many problems won't need any person to really detect them. That's, I think, the benefit of some of these passive safety mechanisms. Of course, then responders can come in later as they're reviewing data. Once the system has kind of put itself into a safe state, you might have a fuse that blows, right? Or an event that's entirely encapsulated within a cell. But for those events that do proceed as, this worst case scenario that we've talked about where a cell undergoes thermal runaway and poses this potential to propagate, right, but is snuffed out, if you will, by the direct injection system. That type of event, like I said, is immediately alarmed and then handled autonomously. So that doesn't require human intervention to activate the suppressant. But that notification is sent through our supervisory control and data acquisition system. So that gets broadcast both to a local O&M building, like inside our site boundaries. We have a operations and maintenance building, as Joshua said, is intended for staffing right now. And then at the same instant, it's also transmitted to our remote operations and control center. And that location is, we have 3 across the country for redundancy. So one of those 3 will get the notification. That is staffed by human personnel 24/7. But those alarms are automated and sent. And then as we work to get those final details, as Josh was saying, those very fine details of sizes of cables and exact numbers of strings and things like that. We'll also work with the fire department to understand exactly how they want to be notified. And we've done it multiple ways for different fire departments in the past. But we've got solutions in place and ready to deploy for either, someone at our remote operations center picks up a phone and calls the fire department as kind of the most rudimentary, to more sophisticated with auto dialers that will automatically notify. So we've got all those kinds of systems in place. And we'll figure out what works best for this county and deploy that one here.
Thank you. Just one more question.
Let me get JJ first. JJ, please.
The question is for Mr. Mayor. In your presentation, you answered a lot of the questions I had. But what I see here is that you have a partner, you have a co-applicant for this project, Rancho Viejo Solar LLC and AES LLC. Who's your other partner? Who's Rancho Viejo Solar?
Okay, yeah, I'll explain that a little bit. So renewable energy projects have reached a degree of maturity and predictability that we are able to raise a lot of debt on the project. So instead of AES having to, well, we do front the cost during construction, but we do not need to pay the whole $200 million ourselves upfront. Our cost of capital is often much higher than utilizing a bank that's willing to lend on the project. And so the reliability and the predictability of what the output of the facility will be and what the revenue will be over a 2-decade period means that you can raise a significant amount of financing from banks and or also tax equity investors. And so this is what you call project finance, in which you set up project companies who wholly own the project, and you can just finance the project based on the merits of the power contract it has in place and the other agreements that project has signed. And that is what Rancho Viejo Solar LLC is. So it's owned by AES, but is a project company so that the financing can be raised specifically on it on the merits of the project. AES Clean Energy and AES Clean Energy Development is otherwise a kind of like a general development or holding company above that one. So there's kind of a chain of ownership, but the advantage of creating these project companies is, again, to facilitate financing.
The other question I had is, who is the owner of this project? AES LLC or AES, the corporation?
So the direct owner would be the Rancho Viejo Solar LLC, which is wholly owned by AES. So that, again, is a very distinguishing factor about AES Clean Energy, is that we are not just developers. There's nothing wrong with developers, but there's often a business case of folks that specialize in that. They develop the project, they get the permits, they bid them, they get a contract, and then they sell that project asset, the project company, to a company like AES who's going to own and operate it for the lifetime. But we do all the above. So when we develop these projects, when we pick our designs, we are thinking 2, 3, 4 decades down the road because we will be the long-term owner and operators. And I think that's also a positive attribute when seeking permission from bodies like yourselves, is AES will continue to be the face of the project throughout its operational lifetime.
The other question I had is, if something catastrophic happens in that area, which a lot of residents are concerned, who is going to be liable for any damages?
I wouldn't like to speak on conjecture speculation without like a specific instance, but AES is ultimately the owner, the operator, and the responsible party for this project.
Thank you.
Jeremy.
Yes, earlier you mentioned that there's going to be 4 staff members on the grounds.
Correct.
Can you explain what they're going to be doing?
Yes. So as you can imagine, this is a large facility. And so there's a whole host of general day-to-day. So you have just the overall maintenance of all the solar panels, the servicing of the inverters, which, there's 25 central inverters servicing the solar. And then I believe there's about 19 for the BESS containers. So all of this equipment has, annual maintenance requirements and inspections that need to be done. They would also handle any vegetation management. So if there is, substantial vegetative growth on the site, they're mowing the lawn, so to say, making sure that defensible space is maintained. If from a monsoonal rain, any part of the graveled road is kind of washed out, they're repairing that. And generally servicing the batteries and all the equipment. So that there's plenty of them to do.
And then lastly, what about security? Is that mostly remote with cameras, or is there going to be a separate security apparatus as far as monitoring the site day in and day out?
Yeah, so the site has a full perimeter fence, is specified to be 8 feet tall. We install security cameras where deemed appropriate. And we have the staff on site as well who will be able to observe the facility and make sure that it's secure.
Thanks very much. Steve, do you have any further questions? One more? Thank you.
Promise. Chair, thank you. So this might be a follow-up to that question. But once the design has been approved, it's been constructed, passed muster. Once the system is up and running, who would be maintaining and then testing the system to make sure that it keeps on operating at the standards that that are required? Who would do it and how frequently would that be done?
Continuously. So those 24/7 remote operating centers, it's actually really cool because I have some projects that are finishing construction right now and they're going through the commissioning. And we see in real time any particular component that's not meeting a performance muster and we investigate that. So we earn revenue based on every kilowatt hour, megawatt hour delivered to the grid. So we notice at the inverter level, and at the battery cell level, how this project is operating. And if anything is not achieving its kind of maximum expected performance, we're going to actively investigate it because we want to ensure that we are producing the most energy possible. So largely that role and responsibility is going to rest with AES. Where there's any further investigation required, we may contract a third party that's, specialized in that. But when we actually commission the facility and turn it online, there's a lot of coordination with P&M to make sure that the system is safe and ready to integrate into their system.
Thank you.
Yes, Carl.
Yeah, one quick question. Do these utility scale solar arrays, do they qualify for federal tax incentives or rebates or New Mexico state
this week
tax rebates?
So through the industrial revenue bond process, we are able to leverage a New Mexico state statute for exemption of renewable energy components for the gross receipts tax. So in addition to just securing the predictability of the property tax schedule with the county and other collecting agencies, the other primary benefit of that structure is to be able to incorporate the benefits of the renewable energy component gross receipts tax deduction. All of these benefits transfer to a lower cost of power that we bid to PNM. And so it ultimately leads to lower prices for consumers. At the project finance level, these projects do qualify for the federal investment tax credit. That is a very central role to clean energy financing. Depending on if you're in an energy community, if you're employing a substantial amount of domestic content components, that credit amount can go from 30% of the capital cost to 40%, or if you're also located in a what's called an energy community, maybe a place that had substantial amount of coal generation before or other oil and gas activity, you may see that increase another 10% up to 50%. So all of this is not a direct payment to AES. Rather, it's a federal incentive for what we call tax equity investors, other organizations that may have a federal tax liability, to, instead of having that count towards their tax assessment with the IRS, they can invest in renewable energy projects to help lower the cost of those projects and offset some of their own tax liability. So it's an indirect financing mechanism that leads to lower power prices for clean energy.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. I have a few questions. However, I just want to do a time check. My understanding is that we have to start clearing out of here at 9:30 p.m. And there are 8 parties withstanding. And so I just want to let folks know that there's a possibility that we might recess and reconvene tomorrow. But I just want to let people know, this is running long, and so I just want to let people know that there is a hard stop here at about 9:30. So. So it is, yeah. So what we could do is recess wherever we are. If the public hearing is still open, then it would allow for that part of the public input that was not concluded tonight. If the public input is closed, then we would not have to do that. But yeah, I just want to give people a heads up that although it's only 5:45, 9:30 will come pretty soon. And so, Wendy, you had one more question.
Yeah, I just had a quick question on the cooling liquid that you talked about for the batteries. Is that ethylene glycol or something different?
I'm sorry, this is a little bit loud. You were asking about the liquid cooling?
Yeah, and is it ethylene glycol or is it something different?
It's the system is currently specified as a 50-50 water ethylene glycol mix.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions of applicant? And staff, Roger, I want to be sure if I have subsequent questions for the applicant, I can ask those later after. Thanks.
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
That's correct, Mr. Chair. At any point during the proceeding, members of the Planning Commission can ask questions of the applicant or of witnesses.
Great. At this time, understanding the potential time limitations, I'd like to go to the parties withstanding who are on the agenda. And so do we want to wear them in one by one? Yeah. So first on the list is 350 Santa Fe. Would you please stand, be sworn, and give your name and addresses? Whoever's going to be speaking, give your name and addresses to the scribe. Thanks. Is this okay?
Yeah, yeah.
Lights up.
Are you ready? Hello? Can I swear you in first? Will you raise your right hands?
Raise your right hand.
And do you swear or affirm? Oh,
I've got me doing it
That the testimony you're going to give will be the truth?
now. I do.
And before you speak, give your name, your address. Thank you.
I am Robert Cordingley, 18 Centauros Ranch Road, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87507.
You're first, Robert.
I'm going first. Chairman and Commissioners, I very much appreciate the opportunity to present our case and our perspective on why we support this project. I don't have the clicker though. While the clicker comes over, I am a retired chemical engineering fellow following 33 years in the chemical industry. I am now president of 350 Santa Fe, a chapter of the International 350 organization. Our multidisciplinary team includes citizens who volunteer for the organization, and we are charged by 350 to represent all the citizens of Santa Fe County and the city of Santa Fe for 350. 350, of course, is our name, refers to the parts per million of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere that was set as a target by NASA scientist James Hansen in 1980, below which we should be fine. Today, we are above 420 parts per million. Is it going the right way? Is it going the wrong way? Okay. These are the topics we're going to cover today. I will speak on the criticality of action. Lucy Fomer will speak on the county plans and codes, with her daughter Elise speaking from a youth perspective. And Dan Baker will speak on solar and storage. Lastly, I will share some closing remarks. With the expected dismantling of federal climate protections, we see the locus of climate action to move to the states, counties, and the private sector. We're fortunate with a blue New Mexico that there are plenty of opportunities to make a difference, especially as we, along with other mountain states, have some of the best sunshine and wind resources. It's a challenging road ahead, as you can see from our mission statement. It's important. Perhaps it goes without saying that we all live in houses and work in buildings that every day require electricity. It has to come from somewhere. For the past 50 years, it's come from local coal-fired power plants hundreds of miles away. Coal has been one of the largest fossil fuel contributors to climate change. Fortunately, our state and our county have committed to transitioning away from fossil fuels to building solar and wind energy projects. Our state and our citizens know this with the passing of the ETA. The 2019 New Mexico Energy Transition Act requires utilities to make the transition from electricity produced from fossil fuels to renewable energy sources, and as we've seen, with a target of 100% renewables by 2045. So we see this project as an opportunity to take a significant step towards these goals. Did I hit the wrong button?
Yeah. Oh.
Thank you. Let us look into more details on why it's so important that we all support this project. First, some climate science to refresh our memories. All living things breathe out carbon dioxide. Vegetation stores the carbon from carbon dioxide, oceans store carbon dioxide, soils store carbon from the carbon dioxide, natural wildfires release carbon dioxide, and natural decomposition releases carbon dioxide. This carbon cycle has stayed balanced over long periods of time until industry started burning fuels like coal, oil, and gas products, as we can see from the next slide. This data from the Scripps Institute of Oceanography shows what's happened since 1960 till now. Note the vertical scale is parts per million carbon dioxide. The horizontal scale covers 1960 to date and shows current levels are continuing to rise at about 2 ppm per year. Note here, the horizontal scale starts 800,000 years ago, when we Homo sapiens first showed up, and shows current levels now going straight up. A little worrying trend, I think. For millennia, levels never rose above the 1950s level of 300 ppm, the dashed line. And you can see at the top there, it goes to 2020 and 2023, I think.
That's crazy.
So as a backyard greenhouse traps the sun's energy inside and keeps the plants warm, high levels of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere do the same for the planet, making temperatures rise because less sunlight energy can escape to space. Carbon dioxide is opaque to infrared, what we sometimes call heat. Global temperatures have marched in step with CO2 levels, and in 2024, the annual world temperatures exceeded the Paris Climate Accord limit of 1.5 degrees centigrade rise. Higher global temperatures over the past 110 years or so are out of control and make droughts, wildfires, hurricanes, rains, and floods to be more and more devastating. Some of the worst effects of this are lethal heat waves, wild forest fires, megastorms, coral bleaching events, coastal erosion, ocean warming and acidification, melting permafrost and its natural methane emissions. But it gets worse. Arctic ice is melting and reveals darker waters that don't reflect a warming sun. Then there's the overturning circulation, or AMOC, which circulates water from north to south and back in a long cycle in the Atlantic Ocean. There's now signs that it could be slowing or declining. Well, what does that have to do with us? Well, if you like seafood from the Atlantic, it's going to get more expensive as the circulation disrupts fisheries and, dare I say, the seafood chain. Climate refugees around the world will become an even more urgent problem, leading to even more stress on our societies. And we have now passed 1 million extinctions of species. And of course, nearer to home, we've seen the devastation from the Calf Canyon Hermit's Peak fires and the South Fork and Salt fires near Ruidoso, and perhaps more frightening, the devastating Los Angeles urban fires. Remember those images of street after street after street in ashes? Excuse me. In USA Today, January the 29th, attribution scientists at Imperial College London can now say such fires are 35% more likely due to climate warming. So really, what's to be done? Here are some of the biggest opportunities. Of these, renewable energy is a relatively low-hanging fruit. Battery storage, like lithium ion used in this project, smooths out the variability of sunshine and winds to meet peak demands during our supper times, as we've seen. Lithium-ion batteries represent some of the best safety and price performance going, and Dan will speak more on this later. Simply put, how does this work? Well, switching to renewables as soon as possible stops burning fossil fuels, stops putting carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, slows and stops temperature rise, lowers risks of wildfires, and lowers risk of a litany of extreme weather events. Given this dire perspective on the climate crisis, you can see why local action is urgent and large-scale projects are needed to make a difference. And this project should be approved. Next, we will hear from Lucy Fomer on how the project fits into the Sustainable Growth Management Plan and the Sustainable Land Development Code, with some youth perspective from her daughter. This will be followed by Dan Baker on how solar and storage go together, with me returning with some final words. Lucy.
Hello, Lucy Foma, 714 Rosita Street, Santa Fe, New Mexico. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. I'm Lucy Foma, and I was born and raised in Santa Fe, New Mexico, and I've been a professional land use planner since 2013. I'm here today to talk to you about the county's own policy and regulatory framework, which clearly outlines why we should support solar. More than 10 years ago, Santa Fe County did an extensive outreach effort to engage as many citizens as possible to understand what is the future that we want in Santa Fe County. This has been codified into the Sustainable Growth Management Plan, which the county adopted to say what are the visions, the goals, the strategies, the actions that we must take to get to the future that we all want. From that, the county developed the Sustainable Land Development Code, which are the regulations for how each piece of property in the county will be developed. Within the Sustainable Growth Management Plan, all of Chapter 7 talks about renewable energy. There are benefits economically, socially, environmentally. It is a thing that we said that we want to do. Within that, Goal 23 itself says support energy efficiency and renewable energy to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We also have strategies about pursuing regional development of renewable energy with public and private partners, which is what we're seeing today. This is this application. The Sustainable Growth Management Plan even told us where to put solar. Within Chapter 7, there's this map 7-1, that cites the ideal location for optimal solar development based on multiple criteria, including where existing transmission lines are. Red is the optimal location. If you'll notice, the project site lands squarely right in the middle of where we said as a county we want to see solar development. That, again, that's the policy, that's the vision of where we want to go in the future as a county. The regulations of Santa Fe County in the Sustainable Land Development Code, Chapter 1 is what we shall do with this code. Shall in legal terms is must. It says we must utilize development of solar to maximize economic return and to preserve such resources. This means that the code itself sees solar development as a preservation method because solar is less intensive of a land use than housing. We don't want to see housing filling every single gap of the county. Solar is one way to preserve the resources that we have. Santa Fe County has one of the most notoriously difficult permitting processes. The code lays this out. What are the criteria that they need to comply with, a developer, private entity, what have you. And this is especially onerous for a conditional use permit. AES has provided all and more of the criteria that we've asked for from the code. And staff have recommended for approval. So this is a huge hurdle that AES has already met that most other developments don't ever meet. If we look at where this project is sited, we see that it looks like a big open swath of land with communities built around it. There's Community College District, Arroyo Hondo, El Dorado, San Marcos. These are all residential developments. This leads to the inevitable conclusion that this property will be developed. It's a question of how. The proposed project takes up a small portion of this land. It is privately owned land, so they have the right to develop. And a solar project in this square, this is my finger drawing on a mouse pad, mind you, sorry about the inaccurate depiction, but this is not very much of this land taken up by a solar development. And yet with the power generated from this 96 megawatts of solar up to 48 megawatt hours of storage could power 40,000 homes in Santa Fe. That's a huge step in what we said we've committed to and what we want. Alternately, we can look at what the zoning for this property is, rural fringe, which actually in the description of rural fringe says that renewable resource-based activities is an appropriate use. We can see what it would be like as housing instead. This rural fringe zoning allows one dwelling unit per 20 acres, which also includes an accessory dwelling unit, a guest house, for every one of those 20 acre parcels. And each of those could be built up to a maximum of 36 feet. Mind you, the solar development is up to 8 feet. So again, with my finger, I tried to draw out, if we divided this land into parcels of 20 acre lots, this is what it might look like with my rough road outline in black, a road circulation pattern. Forgive me, I don't have graphic design skills. But this could be 400 homes and 400 guest houses in this property. It will be developed. It's a question of how. AES, with their tools and proportionality and geospatial skills, were able to do a mock-up of the visual impact of this property. So this is an existing condition from the San Marcos development looking northeast into what looks like open space. And this is what it would look like with the solar in the distance. Again, I don't have the same skill set, but I used AI image generator to try and mock up what it would look like if there were 400 houses in this space instead. And I input the same image. So hopefully this is some kind of idea of like, if it were all housing behind you, this is what it would look like. So this is a story of choices. And pardon the formatting on this, it got messed up with the inputting for the county. This is a story of choices. We're deciding today and possibly tomorrow night what to do with this land in the future. Are we going to develop this with low density sprawl and fill this in with houses, one dwelling unit, one accessory dwelling unit every 20 acres? Or are we going to use this land as a solar development, and the owner of the property has said that they would preserve all development rights after that? There would be no development through the transfer of development rights so that it would not be built around it. That is what transfer of development rights is to sever, cut off development rights around it. This is a story of water. If this were 400 houses and 400 dwelling units, accessory dwelling units, that could be more than 58 million gallons of water every year for residences throughout this area. Or if we built this solar project, it could be up to 48 million gallons of water to build the project, and then just 30,000 gallons of water on site. And most importantly, in my mind, this is a story about being responsible citizens for ourselves and our future. Are we going to continue down the path of relying on coal and other fossil-based fuels for the energy that we power our homes that we currently live in, which is going to lead us to a hotter and drier future in Santa Fe? Or are we going to do our best to take action now, build the solar that we said we were going to build, and try and keep our winters, our snowpack, what makes this place habitable? For me, it's a story of my choice. My choice is my family. I have my children, my nieces and nephews who are all here in Santa Fe, and I hope that they have a habitable future in Santa Fe, or at least the choice to stay here. So I urge you to think also, commissioners, please think about the children who are not in this room. You're making a choice for the future, for the people who are 10 years old, 12 years old, 5 years old, who are going to have, 30, 40 years here in the future. They're going to ask you, what did you do? Please think about that. And now, my daughter.
Oh,
say your name and address.
Elise Foma, 714 Rosita Street. Hello, my name is Elise. I'm 10 years old and I am a 5th grader in Santa Fe. I'm here to talk about why we need clean solar energy. We need solar energy because the climate is being affected by carbon dioxide. The carbon dioxide is coming from all kinds of things. For example, power plants and cars. The extra carbon dioxide is getting trapped in the atmosphere and heating the earth. This is a problem because, first of all the animals like polar bears, insects, and many creatures might become extinct because of the drastic temperatures and rain changes. And the climate is changing. For example, the big snow we had in November and then the warmth of December. There will be more swings in the weather and seasons because of climate change. Because of these changes, the plants and animals will not be prepared for the different weather conditions. In Santa Fe, our water comes from snow, and if we don't have snow, we will not have water. We should support solar because we can keep making solar power every day without harming the environment. I am 10 years old. I want my future to be filled with plants and animals and to have a safe environment for me and my family. And that won't be possible without making some changes to how we make our energy. Please support this solar project so that me and many other young people can have choices in the future. Thank you. Thank you.
Well done. Dan Baker, 32 Camino Mariquita, Santa Fe.
Speaking to the mic, please.
Dan Baker, 32 Mariquita, Santa Fe. I'm here today at the request of 350 Org to present some of the technical aspects having to do with solar and batteries, how they go together and support their general mission in CO2 reduction. So I've been working with solar, batteries, and electric cars since 2007 as an advocate and salesperson, designer, engineer, and installer. And have several hundred clients in El Dorado, San Marcos, Rancho Viejo itself, and the surrounding area. To date, most of the residential and small commercial installs do not include batteries because it was not financially advisable because of the way PNM's rate structures are. In the very near future, we are going to be entering a state where our energy is sold to us on a time of use basis, acknowledging the difference in cost between daytime and nighttime. And things are actually going to flip completely around because our daytime energy is going to be cheap because the sun's out, and our nighttime energy is going to be more expensive because guess what? We have to buy batteries. So if we have intermittent energy production, it makes sense. We need batteries. This goes to some of the questions we heard about 4-hour batteries and why we need that. Well, the simple answer is we have 3 to 6 hours to produce 24 hours of energy. And we can't send it far away and ask for it to come back. We have to store it locally and meter it out over the 24 hours. There's been many drawings of grids and microgrids. They're all basically the same. And what it points to is the closer in proximity you can have your generation, your storage, and your distribution system, the more efficient it is, the lower cost it is, and to consumers. And you have also reliability issues. So the closer you can have your generation and production, we can create a microgrid. If there's a problem further away with generation, we're somewhat isolated from that, and we might have power, and let's say Albuquerque's having a brownout. This is the typical pattern, which we all know the sun comes up and goes down, and peak usage are, basically breakfast time, and then nighttime after we get home, and increasingly, when do we charge our cars? We all are going to have electric cars probably. We charge them at night. Sun's not out. We need some big batteries. So I got involved in the whole solar world in 2007 as an early adopter of solar. I was lucky enough to be able to put solar on my house. Didn't have to worry about batteries then. In fact, the 2007 Solar Rights Act was what enabled the beginning of residential solar in the state. Basically, state laws made it so that utilities had to accept co-generated power from our rooftops and parking lots and solar farms and add it to the grid. But it got a very slow start. It was kind of expensive. And over time, we developed economy of scale, which is where we're at now with large installations. But the 2007 Solar Rights Act has some very important things in it which hold true today. And that is that in line with our overall goals, attaining 100% renewable energy someday, this law, the Solar Rights Act, went on the books to encourage us to put on solar and also clarify that it could not be prohibited as long as you went by the rules. And that includes the rules like, oh, you have to get a conditional use permit, and then you do your design, and then you negotiate your contract, and then guess what? You get a permit, and then they inspect it, and all these rules. So the basic state law is, as long as you go by the rules, it cannot be prohibited. And so then the question becomes, is there anything new or significantly adverse from solar and batteries? Because that's the system. We need solar and batteries as a renewable energy system. Is there any evidence that this is a high risk or a low risk or any risk at all to citizens' health or welfare? So I live here, I work here, I'm online all the time. I've seen a lot of concerns from a lot of people, and unfortunately, there's been some misleading concerns online. One thing I want to start with, because it really is the most important thing, is a high risk of fire. People talk about it. That's like the most important thing. I'm afraid of fire. If you go look at publicly available data, there's this amazingly good database of energy storage fires worldwide. And then if you do a little bit of research and you pare it down to, well, let's just worry about the US because our laws here are better than a lot of places. And let's pare that down. How many incidents have there actually been of fires occurring in the US? And that are anywhere similar to the modern containerized systems, which, as we saw, is basically a hardened steel container with. So it turns out, if you go through this database, in very small print, I'm not sure everyone could see it, but there's an EPRI database, and if you sort through that, you will find there's been 7 incidents of fires that occurred in the last 5 years throughout the entire country. So just the incident of fire is amazingly low when you consider the number of, 40 gigawatts of battery storage out there, and they've had 7 fires at all. The next biggest question or comment that I've seen online is, what about this toxic gas? We've these plumes of smoke and the fire, the pictures we see online with flames and smoke and everything. Well, there was a really good report put out by EPA on the 20th of January. And you read your way through it, and the EPA says, we didn't detect any hazardous levels of any toxic chemicals. So that's it. And then the other thing in support of the new containerized designs is that some of the older designs were basically a gigantic building, bigger than this room, full of batteries. And when they had a problem, it was a big problem. A containerized system, you'd have one container full of batteries, and actually there was a firewall in between. There's a half a container that could possibly be involved at any one time, worst case. And the recent fire that is in a lot of the pictures circulating all around that we've all seen was a fire in Escondido last year. And it's important to note that they had 24 containers on site instead of 38. They had 24. They did have a problem in one container. The fire did not spread off-site. It didn't even spread to any of the other containers. So one container out of 24 was involved. The fire was out within 20 or 48 hours, and the facility was back in operation. The PFAS contamination, that was been circulating in the paper I read the paper, I'm sure you all do. A lot of concerns about groundwater contamination and all this sort of thing. We heard some excellent information from AES. I hope everyone is clear on the difference between the old bad firefighting foam and the modern EPA-approved clean agents like Novec 1230, although I guess the one that's used by AES in this project is not Novec 1230, but it's an EPA-approved clean agent. The other thing that's really important, which probably some people picked out of the excellent presentation, particularly by the fire people, is that the combination of an EPA-approved agent with a change in the way we respond to a fire means that there's no way that any chemicals from the container can even get to the ground. So the NFPA 855 basically says we don't open containers anymore. We don't flood them with water anymore. We just cool down the area and, you know, it'll all be over soon. No spread offsite. Sound pollution was something that came up in the paper. We talked about that. It's unlikely. Light pollution, it's all night sky ordinance. Not worried about that. Staff's not worried about that. So I just wanted to give my local view on some of the technical concerns, or the reasons that the concerns that have been mentioned are don't present hazard to health or welfare for the citizens, and step up and give the commissioners the benefit of my 15 years experience with the material. So thank you.
Thank you, Dan. We could have the next slide, please. Oh, they're off. It's disappeared again. There we go. So I wanted to share a few words on the broader implications we see for New Mexico and the Southwest. As the number of renewable energy projects grows, we're aware of a Columbia Law School report on the efforts to attempt to slow or to prevent renewables as a solution. This is part of a long-term strategy going back to the 1970s to deny climate science and to delay action in claiming solutions that don't work. This isn't a secret, but it's definitely not in the interest of members of the public. With this project, we can set an example, showing we can't be bowed by those false sentiments. So in closing remarks, in summary, we see that because of the scale of the climate problem, we all need to pursue any progress we can to mitigate the worst effects of global warming. It's becoming a moral imperative to do so. Our own experiences in New Mexico with drought, wild forest fires, burn scar, mudslides, and continuing urban fires in California really bring that home. Locally too, we've seen that this project is consistent with the county's established plans and codes. Projects do better when located near to consumers to reduce transmission line costs and losses, and allow us all to benefit from the cost savings. Obviously, we're all scared of fire, but there's no need to panic over this project. We and others have shown that best fire risks have fallen dramatically in recent years. The tech is vastly improved, and in our assessment, are comparable or less than the many acceptable daily risks we experience, like driving a car. We've seen how this project will contribute to the local Santa Fe economy with jobs and tax incomes and less expensive energy. And then I think it's worth repeating, we can no longer expect federal help to fight the climate crisis for the next 4 years. We can set an example for the states, counties, many other projects that we're going to need to meet the state's renewable energy goals. A warming climate affects everyone. It has no boundaries. It spares no communities. We all need this project to be approved. Reports of scaremongers around the country show they should be sent packing. There's no time to lose. Temperatures continue to rise, and at least for our youth and generations to come, let's get this done. Thank you for your time and considerations.
Thank you, thank you very much, Robert, Lucy, Elise, and Dan. Thank you. Do any of the commissioners have questions of this group?
I have a point of information I'd like to request.
Sure. Dan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a point of information that goes to some of the discussion about risk. The previous slides. This may be for somebody on staff. It may be fire. It may be somebody more familiar with utilities. I'm familiar that there is a high pressure gas line that runs from Bernalillo all along I-25 into Santa Fe. And I think in some of the 100 pages of documentation that I reviewed for this, preparing for this, I saw that there's a high pressure gas line somewhere in the vicinity of El Dorado, not on this project site, but nearby. Can anybody elaborate, or does anybody know about that?
Doesn't go in this area.
I think let's hold off. Let's hold that question if we could. And maybe we can ask staff for that information. The next group to present is Clean Energy Coalition for Santa Fe County. Thank you all very much, 350.
See, we got things out there, but it goes where, yes, and it goes by the president and then back up. I did the 401.
I always noticed the one across from the Children's Museum. There's one that comes up, it goes back down.
Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead.
Turn them off.
That's right.
There's a fire, you gotta turn.
Turn them on.
Another opportunity.
And that one is so close to this.
Click on the back, then go back.
It was an easy 401 certification because it was like one.
Hello. Could those wishing to speak take the oath, please? Raise your right hand. And do you swear or affirm that your testimony will be the truth? And your name and address? Please, as you speak. Thanks.
No, you can keep them.
K. Cooper Mead, 2 Mariposa Road, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87508. Honorable Chair and Planning Commission. Hello, my name is Kay Cooper Mead, and I speak today on behalf of the Clean Energy Coalition for Santa Fe County. We want to discuss the Rancho Viejo Solar Project in accordance with the Sustainable Growth Management Plan, which reflects the spirit and will of the people, as community members participated for more than a year in the plan's update. The SGMP is described as the policy framework, while the SLDC, the Sustainable Land Development Code, is a tool to implement the SGMP. The SLDC requires that it be consistent with the SGMP. New Mexico law requires a county to have a comprehensive plan and requires the county's zoning to be in accordance with its comprehensive plan. The plan focuses on creating sustainable communities. In Chapter 1, it states, as our communities continue to change and grow, community planning plays an important role in ensuring that future growth is in harmony with the existing setting. So what is the existing setting? Cited 550 feet to 4,000 feet from the project, as stated by the county in today's memorandum, are more than 10,000 homes and 25,000 to 30,000 people and the Turquoise Trail Charter School. The setting is a drought-prone area with ever-increasing high winds that predominantly blow west to east toward El Dorado, with highly flammable tall grasses and pinyon juniper vegetation. It is extremely quiet with natural sounds such as birds and winds dominating, and it's vital to note that many homes rely solely on well water from a shallow aquifer. Let's think about this setting in terms of the Rancho Viejo Solar Project. Is this utility scale facility with the risks of fires from the battery energy storage system, of which AES has had 3 fires in the last 5 years, the latest just 5 months ago, in harmony with the existing setting? Is the utility scale facility with the potential for groundwater contamination from toxic fire water runoff in harmony with the existing setting? Is this utility scale facility with the destruction of wildlife habitats over 828 acres in harmony with the existing setting? In Chapter 1 of the plan, it states, community planning must carefully balance the needs and desires of residents against the challenges presented by growth and change, not just in the physical realm, but also economically and socially. Are these wildfire risks in an extremely windy, bone-dry environment much more than just a challenge presented by growth? Is the irreversible damage to our wells by toxic contaminants that will end up in the groundwater during the firefighting process much more than just a challenge presented by growth? Is the release of toxic smoke filled with heavy metals during a thermal runaway, now left to burn itself out for hours or days, much more than just a challenge presented by growth? As the plan requires, is the county carefully balancing our need and desire for safety, security, and quality of life with AES's economic need and desire to site this facility in this exact location? These two needs and desires are obviously very different, polar opposites, in fact, and we don't think they can be balanced at all. I think for most of us, it is hard to comprehend how big 828 acres is. Well, it is the equivalent of 627 football fields. Chapter 2 of the plan covers land use element, what the county is to decide on. It states the land use element provides direction for future growth and sustainable development to include protection of groundwater resources, reduction of land consumption while maintaining quality of life, economic opportunities, and environmental protection. How is the facility protecting Santa Fe's water resources when AES estimates it will consume 32 to 49 million gallons of water during the construction and up to 1 million gallons each year after? How is the facility reducing land consumption while covering 828 acres just 3 miles from Santa Fe? How is the facility maintaining our quality of life while emitting noise from its equipment 24/7? How is the facility impacting our quality of life? If there is a fire in the facility, will it make our homeowners insurance more expensive, or will we be unable to obtain insurance? How is the facility providing economic opportunities for us when the only jobs created are during the year of construction and only 4 9-to-5 jobs for the remainder of the facility's life of 35 years? Or is the facility only providing economic opportunities for AES, an out-of-state company with $45 billion in assets, who confirmed they will ask the county for an industrial revenue bond to use our tax dollars to help finance a project a large segment of this community clearly recognize as a very serious danger? Chapter 2 of the plan states one of the main challenges of zoning is ensuring that potential land use, compatibility, and environmental conflicts are taken into consideration in the location of utility uses, such as solar or wind power generation. The plan's Chapter 7 stresses the need for renewable energy. 10 years ago, the updaters had the forethought to define utility scale solar as greater than 300 kilowatts or a third of a megawatt. The Department of Energy defines utility scale as ranging from 5 to 100 megawatts, feeding generated electricity into the grid. The defining feature of utility scale solar, just as this facility will do at 96 megawatts. And the DOE defines commercial solar in the range of just 100 kilowatts to 2 megawatts. AES confirmed this facility is a utility scale solar project in an email to the county and in a district court hearing. The SLDC has no mention whatsoever of utility scale solar. It defines a commercial solar energy production facility simply as renewable energy production facility that uses sunlight to generate and may store energy for sale or profit. This facility at 96 megawatts places it clearly by the plan and the current industry standards in the utility scale category, a definition which conflicts with the county's commercial solar definition. Remember, the plan and the SLDC are to be consistent. Under Chapter 7, the plan states, establish wind and solar energy standards to encourage renewable energy production, compatible with greater ecological and environmental issues, such as prevention of nuisance from noise and vibration, hazards to air navigation, birds, and other wildlife, degradation to scenic view sheds, and other potential nuisances and hazards. Another inconsistency between the SLDC and the plan is in the zoning categories. Per the plan's detailed zoning definitions, it is clear that a utility scale facility or a commercial facility does not qualify for inclusion in the rural fringe zone. The project's location is classified as rural fringe, defined as including residential development at low intensities while protecting agricultural and environmental areas that are inappropriate for more intense development due to their sensitivity. Review factors are to be based on balance between conservation, environmental protection, and reasonable opportunity for development. Commercial does not exist in the rural fringe zone, but appears in the mixed-use zone, defined as a combination of residential and commercial areas, and higher density development. And then in the non-residential zone, defined as primarily commercial, public, institutional, and industrial areas. Even the industrial light zone under this non-residential category only allows uses for non-hazardous materials. We know AES will use 38 40-foot containers filled with 570,000 lithium-ion battery cells. And we know the U.S. Department of Transportation and the EPA classify lithium-ion batteries as hazardous materials. So the facility wouldn't even qualify for the plan's industrial light zone. The plan includes a note of special thanks and appreciation to all the community members who participated in its development. The SGMP would not be possible without the community perspective, wisdom, expertise, dedication, and support. We now ask the county to listen to that very same community perspective in making this very serious land use decision, a decision that will last at least 35 years and will impact us for generations. Per criteria 7 of the Sustainable Land Development Code, the conditional use permit application may only be approved if it is determined that the uses for which the permit is requested will not be inconsistent with the purposes of the property zoning classification or in any other way inconsistent with the spirit and intent of the SLDC or the SGMP. On behalf of the Clean Energy Coalition for Santa Fe County and our more than 1,300 members of this community, we respectfully submit that the Rancho Viejo solar facility is clearly inconsistent with both the property zoning as rural fringe, as well as inconsistent with the spirit and intent of the county's own sustainable growth management plan that the county is legally bound to follow. Thank you.
Good evening, Planning Commission Chair and Commissioners. My name is Randy Coleman, and I live in El Dorado. I'm Vice President of Clean Energy Coalition, and I'm an electrical engineer. We get the answers to the questions we ask. The claims that technology has evolved such that the possibilities of a lithium-ion battery fires are negligible are just not credible. AES has selected the most dangerous lithium-ion type NCA battery, the least safe, most likely to result in thermal runaway and burn the hottest and fastest. In the case of NCA type lithium ion batteries, the danger in the cell gases is their flammability. High levels of hydrogen can mix with the air in the closed environment. A heat source can ignite the mixture, and the flame will move through the closed atmosphere very fast. The hazards of these batteries, which AES tried to keep from you and us, calling them trade secrets, are demonstrated in the EIR Appendix F of the UL 9540A fire tests of the AES, or I should say the Samsung design, to find where is the protection boundaries. The cell level test failed, the module level test failed, and the unit level tests failed. And it wasn't until the installation level that the design passed. These testing results show that it is only the container and the single-use thermal runaway suppression system that protects the exterior environment from a thermal runaway event that statistically will occur even many times. The UL 9540A installation level test was performed and presented with a bias towards passing. The test was a two-dimensional array of cells and thermal runaway induced in a single cell. The results of the test lacked analysis of the results into a final installation three-dimensional configuration. Even the ATAR Fire Independent Review questioned whether the testing was of a fire suppression system or a thermal runaway suppression system. The testing requirements for a fire suppression system would have been different. What you can see in the installation test, but you are not told about, is that there have been failures of the sensors and suppression control systems and other control systems across the industry, and that when they fail, the result, in spite of the appearance of redundancy, is that you have an inability to inject the FK5112 into the cell to prevent propagation of a thermal runaway event or overpressurization of the container, resulting in the release of burning particulate matter and toxic gases. The direct injection system is a single point of failure. We have to ask better questions. When the single thermal runaway suppression system is activated, it injects all of the FK5112 clean agent into the cell in one shot. The term clean agent can be confusing. It leads you to believe that it means it's safe under any conditions, when all it means is that it does not impact the ozone layer and that it doesn't leave any residue on sensitive equipment. While the clean agent isn't flammable, it does decompose into halogen acids, the most prevalent being hydrofluoric acid, or HF. This means that the system in the container do contain PFAS. And while AES says that the PFAS evaporates rapidly, when they are mixed with the flammable gases and are heated, they do release forever PFAS. Samsung modified the installation test clause 10.3.13 that requires that the gases be measured in the installation test. Samsung's justification was that the gases were measured during the cell level testing. This means that the contribution from the burning agent was never measured. AES is proposing to place 38 40-foot battery enclosures in pairs with 3.5 feet between them. This arrangement can prevent access around a burning enclosure by emergency responders. I took the NFPA 855 training course from Mr. Bartlett of ATAR Fire. Mr. Bartlett identified that the industry is moving towards 20-foot battery containers for logistical reasons and to reduce the number of batteries exposed to any one single fire event. The AES design of 40-foot containers is twice that of that industry safety consideration. Pairing the containers means that each pair in proximity with each other represents an exposure of 80 feet of batteries, or 4 times the industry safety consideration. The AES hazard mitigation analysis, section 3291, states If a fire evolves to the point it spreads beyond an enclosure, it's highly likely the pair will become involved. CEC has established numerous consequences that can occur because of the fire within or having escaped the container. A 20 to 30-foot perimeter around the BESS does not exclude the risk that neglected dry grass could start a fire in as few as 5 to 8 minutes due to a radiant heat of a container fire. Utilizing the National Wildfire Coordinating Group methodology, a wildfire can be expected to cover 1 mile in 13 minutes. Spotting is where burning material carried by the smoke and winds lands on dry material and starts spot fires. At times of year, dry tumbleweed travel over large distances by wind, carrying fire or adding fuel to fires. According to wildfirerisk.org, El Dorado at Santa Fe, New Mexico has a high risk of wildfire, currently higher than 80% of communities in the U.S. The New Mexico Forestry Division 2023 Communities at Risk Assessment Plan lists El Dorado, San Marcos, and the Turquoise Trail as high-risk communities. Trends of rising temperatures make the likelihood of wildfire only increase with each passing year. Attending firefighters will be using water to cool the surrounding containers, to prevent fire spread and to knock down toxic fumes and smoke. In spite of the claims that contaminated water by AES, contaminated water will then puddle and seep into the surrounding ground, placing permanent PFAS forever toxins into the environment. PFAS contamination in our well water is already a persistent tragedy in the Santa Fe region. Facilities like these are not built without the approvals of local municipal officials and surrounding fire and emergency services. During the approval stages of the 3 previous AES sites that had fires between 2019 and 2024, AES would have made assurances of manufacturing and design safety, and the installations would have been built in accordance with national and local fire and building codes. You heard AES make a promise that they have essentially eliminated the risk of fire. Nobody can make that promise. The fire on January 16th at Moss Landing, California got national attention because of its size and ferocity. The evacuation area extended as far as 8 miles, with shelter-in-place orders beyond that. Concern over the toxicity of the smoke plume were confused and often misleading. The fire burned itself out and continued to smolder for a week or more. It took an independent assessment of the ground surrounding the fire to establish that sufficient contamination in the form of toxic heavy metals had accumulated to levels requiring cleanup. Monterey County Supervisor Glenn Church said, "We've been given guarantees from companies that these BESS are safe and they would be able to have things under control. We have to go back to the drawing board on what we are doing with this," end of quote. The due diligence on the part of AES to design and build and test in the hope for a safe BESS is absolutely required. And the efforts of the county staff and the county fire and emergency personnel to assess that design may be commendable. However, lithium-ion battery technology is unpredictable. The analyses are not comprehensive enough, and all the consequences are not realistically considered. As the country has experienced, the statements by AES that the adjacent communities and the larger Santa Fe should trust them don't protect public health and safety. The consequences of a utility-scale solar and battery facility will always be threats of wildfire and toxicity. Allowing these threats within rural fringe location clearly violates the spirit and intent of the SGMP and SLDC. in a rural fringe zoning, particularly when at least two even larger and potentially at more acceptable locations, applications are scheduled to enter the application process as soon as April. The SGMP and SDLC intend that large-scale utility-scale battery facilities belong in locations where threats of wildfire and toxicity don't intersect with the livelihood, families, homes, and communities. Thank you.
Honorable Chair and Planning Commission members. My name is Catherine Babbitt. I'm on the Executive Steering Committee for CEC. At the December hearing, I was able to ask questions of the county and of AES, and I would like to present some of that evidence and some of that sworn testimony for your consideration. Everyone in this room supports solar and supports energy storage. The objection is to the proposed location, and not because, as some would say, that we're NIMBYs or because it is in our backyard, but because 570,000 lithium-ion batteries do not belong in anyone's backyard. In 2021, AES and the county were in discussions about this particular project. The county was aware that this project included BESS. However, at that time, the SLDC prohibited commercial solar facilities with BESS in the rural fringe zone. They were not allowed. The intent of the SLDC was crystal clear: no BESS in rural fringe. In July of 2022, the county, in a resolution, changed the definition of commercial solar energy production facility, and they added the language "and may store," which effectively made the AES project eligible. By July of 2022, AES has had 2 BESS fires at their facilities in Arizona. There were not any regulations or siting preferences that accompanied this change in definition. And the county has siting standards for much smaller community solar facilities, those that are 5 megawatts or less. What we don't understand is why there aren't any for the large utility scale facilities. When the county writes letters of support to the PRC for projects that are smaller, 5 megawatts or less, they prefer projects be sited on brownfields, built environments, degraded lands, and that are not located on land with healthy, intact ecosystems. This 96 megawatt facility conflicts with all of those land preferences and is inconsistent with the spirit and the intent of the SLDC. AES has paid over $40 million in fines for environmental violations, safety violations, and employee violations. At the last hearing, we asked AES how they make the decision to either fix a problem or to just pay a fine. They didn't really answer the question, so we asked it again. And we had to ask it a third time. I asked, and I'm quoting, I don't know if you have the transcript in front of you, but if you do, I'm on page 17. I asked, not to belabor the point, but clearly there have been violations that AES decided to remedy with money. And I'm trying to figure out what those are or why you would do that rather than remedy the problem. Can you speak to that, or is that a question for someone else? Mr. Mayor, I don't believe that is pertinent to the operation of the facility that we are proposing here today. Well, we believe that the company's environmental violations and safety violations might indeed be important in your determination of whether this project would be detrimental to the health, safety, and general welfare of the area, that it might be relevant to your decision concerning whether or not this project will create a potential hazard for fire, panic, or other danger. The hearing officer asked AES about the Kirkland impact study regarding property values of surrounding properties. And she seemed to suggest that the study didn't really compare apples to apples. Her question on page 15 was, well, In the analysis, more specifically on the sites that had the best systems, it listed 14 sites, and only 3 of those were of 100 megawatts or more. Most were in the 11 to 20 megawatt area. And of those 3 that were comparable in size to this one was neighboring an asphalt facility, one was in an industrial area, which left only 1 in a residential area. The site that AES is proposing here has large residential areas both to the east and to the south. So I don't know if you have anything comparable that you can offer for your property analysis, because it doesn't seem that any that were in those studies really meet the mark here. And Mr. Mayor answered in part, we could certainly take another look at them. Your home is often your largest asset, and it is important to know if property values will be impacted. If they are impacted, to what extent? Does that affect your insurability of your largest asset? And the AES noise study, in our opinion, also deserves another look, as it may indeed exceed the noise limits in the SLDC. AES did not go to the site and conduct actual sound metering. They used industry estimates instead for daytime and nighttime levels. And the daytime estimate that AES used was not accurate. It was, in fact, dead wrong. In response to community concerns that AES levels that they were using were wrong, the county went to the location and with some handheld equipment took 2 daytime readings. The actual ambient noise level was 38.4, contrasted with AES's estimate of 48. So it is much, much quieter than what they estimated it was. So since AES's estimated level was way off, we asked the county if they did an actual nighttime reading, and they said they did not. The concern is that AES's nighttime estimate is 0.6 of a point from being prohibited by the code sound limits. So I asked on page 35, did anyone discuss maybe a third-party sound expert that would go out and do an actual 24-hour sound study to reveal actual ambient levels? Was that discussed? Mr. Yetzi, that was not discussed. Me. Nighttime level of decibels that AES is saying or relying upon is what? 0.6 of a point from the limit? In other words, if they were 0.7 of a point higher, it would be prohibited. Is that right? Do I understand that? Mr. Cisneros, we'd have to look into that to verify that, but I believe that is correct. I guess if you're that close to being completely prohibited by virtue of noise, why wouldn't we want an expert to really delve into this? Mr. Yetzi, that was not a requirement of the SLDC. A CUP process and assessment does not require a noise study. That was a request of the county based on the community. But the community was right. The county has the authority.
Mr. Chair, that sound signals that we are at the 30-minute mark on this presentation.
I'm not going to interrupt. May I continue? I only have just a little bit. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. So the community was right. The estimates were wrong, and the county has the authority we've seen to hire independent experts in areas they feel necessary and charge the applicant. So it doesn't cost the county a dime. And if this project exceeds the noise limits in the SLDC, it is a reason in and of itself for denial of this application. So it seems that we should delve into that and make sure that those noise estimates are indeed correct. We also learned that the battery storage system in this project, the entire integrated system, has not been deployed before. Individual components have been used, but the system as a whole, they testified, has not been used before. In the event of a fire, we learned that the closest manned station is a 7 to 8 minute drive. I think today they said about 15 minutes. There are only 4 firefighters at that station. Fire in the previous hearing testified there are a total of 9 or 10 firefighters in the Highway 14 area. And the county, we learned, does not have a hazmat team or a hazardous material team. So rather than locate this in the middle of 3 residential communities, schools, the New Mexico State Land Office has identified about 9 million acres for lease to renewable. Proposed location is not the only location that AES can go. And this particular project is not the only solar option for Santa Fe County. This project is enormous. And Santa Fe County does not have any specific standards and regulations in place for these large facilities with battery storage. Over the last 2 years, there have been requests by different organizations to ask the county to place a moratorium so we can allow some time to really study the safety measures, the restrictions, specific regulations for utility scale projects. We asked it to be a development of community-wide impact. All of those requests were denied. All right. Thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you very much, Kay, Randy, and Catherine. The next presenter is the Sierra Club Rio Grande chapter. Okay.
Can we,
I want to go through these. Let's get all these people through, if we could. Does that make sense?
Hello, will those wishing to speak for the Sierra Club please raise their right hand? You don't have to. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving will be the truth?
We do.
And when you speak, your name and address, please.
Hello, my name is John Buxer. I'm chair of the Northern Group. I live at 606 Alto Street in Santa Fe. The Sierra Club is a California nonprofit corporation that has existed over a century. The club's motto is to explore, enjoy, and protect the planet. We are at an energy intersection. Climate change is no longer a theory, it's our reality. With a climate change denier in office in Washington, we must pursue solutions at a local level. The technology to solve our energy production problem is now the most cost-effective solution. To me, that is wonderful, and I hope you concur. We are fortunate that all the fire and construction codes that apply to battery energy storage systems have been updated and now apply to all new projects. We have a willing landowner who has a sufficiently large property far enough away from homes to provide a large safety margin in the event of a BESS fire. No fires have escaped the transport style containers now required. These containers are, all systems of this size must include BESS to facilitate management of the electric grid. We need to take responsibility for powering our future with clean energy. To accomplish that, we need to store power during times when the sun does not shine and the wind does not blow. The AES proposal will allow excess power to be stored, whether it be from the many homeowners and businesses who have solar, or when the wind blows in eastern New Mexico, or from the solar panels that AES will construct. Nuclear power is very expensive, takes a hugely long time to build, and our country has no means to dispose of the radioactive waste. So that's not a good solution. Burning natural gas, as has been pointed out, isn't the solution either. We just further pollute our atmosphere. I would like to introduce the speakers that will follow. First will be Ken Hughes on climate impacts. Next will be Susan Martin on land use planning. Next is Craig Hammond on battery safety and BESS as required PNM. Next is Dan Baker on technology, fire risk, and safety. And last, we have City Councilor Chris Calvert. Jill Clyburn's available to answer questions if we have insufficient background. And I have one request of the chair, which is that the Global Warming Express 1 5-minute testifying from Magnificent Farrell. He's here from Albuquerque. He's a student and also works full-time. We'll keep our time short. If you would grant his time at the end of the testimony, that would be appreciated.
If you can keep within the 30 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Obo, Commissioners. I'm Ken Hughes, 2300 West Alameda in Santa Fe. Last year, the Sierra Club Board of Directors updated its policy on siting of renewable energy, transmission, storage, and related infrastructure, saying that it, quote, recognizes that a transformative expansion of renewable energy is necessary to meet Sierra Club's strategic priorities for climate action and ending our reliance on fossil fuel, including achieving 80% carbon pollution reduction by 2030 and net zero emissions economy-wide by 2050. So Sierra Club's strategic priorities are based on the understanding that the climate, extinction, and equity crises are existential threats to the survival and well-being of all life on Earth and are deeply interconnected. Furthermore, in the Sierra Club's webpage on renewable energy, it quotes, building a clean, carbon-free electricity grid is the key to decarbonizing the U.S. economy, including transportation, buildings, and industry, in time to avert a climate crisis. We are committed to decarbonizing the grid 80% by 2030, in 5 years from now. That includes retiring all coal and fossil fuel power plants and replacing it with 700 gigawatts of new clean energy by 2030. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Susan Martin. I'm here as a former member of the Planning Commission, a former planner director at the New Mexico Environmental Improvement Division, which is the predecessor to the New Mexico Environment Department, and a former chair of the Rio Grande chapter of the Sierra Club, which includes all of New Mexico and El Paso. John said that I would be covering planning, but Lucy Foma actually covered that very well in terms of the applicability of the Sustainable Land Development Code and its goals for prevention of adverse climate change and promotion of renewable energy. So I would just like to remind you that our nation and New Mexico are suffering the impacts of an increasingly warmer planet. Human-caused climate change is warming New Mexico faster than any other state in the lower 48. Putting utility-scale renewable projects adjacent to population centers ensures that power is generated where it is needed.
I apologize for the interruption. Could you state your name and address for and verify that you've been sworn? Thank you. I
Susan
apologize.
Martin, 31 Thistle Lane.
Thank you.
Putting these utility renewable projects adjacent to population centers ensures that the power is generated where it is needed and avoids using someone else's backyard to keep our lights on. The proposed project is something Santa Fe County residents can be proud of. And as has said before, the proposed area probably will be developed regardless of the county's decision in this case. According to Wildlife Agency, the area contains no critical habitat for endangered species and no wildlife corridors. The habitat south of Santa Fe is part of a larger landscape fragmented by miles of development and roads. Using this area ensures that alternative locations and remote, intact, critical wildlife habitat are safe from destruction to fuel Santa Fe's energy needs. It's time to build in our own backyard, not someone else's. Thank you.
I'm Craig Hammond. I live at 3 Sabroso Road, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87508. I'd like to thank the committee for the opportunity. A little higher? Okay. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak. As a resident of El Dorado, I've become interested in the battery energy safety technology that may be deployed in the nearby Rancho Viejo facility. Battery energy storage safety engineering is a very rapidly evolving area of technology. Today's systems for monitoring batteries, suppressing thermal runaway, and containing batteries are very different than systems deployed even 4 or 5 years ago. Safety standards that regulate these systems have also evolved, as we've heard, and have undergone major revisions, mostly in 2023. So the impact of these changes is underscored by data from the Electric Power Research Institute that's shown between 2018 and 2023, there's been a greater than 90% decline in battery incidents per cumulative storage capacity deployed. These systems have become much safer, as we've seen. The final commissioning of the Rancho Viejo site is contingent on certification to the highest current safety standard. This is the UL 9540. This standard now has requirements for direct injection fire suppression systems, such as those that will be used at Rancho Viejo. We've also seen the requirement for testing of these systems to show their effectiveness. You saw some of these data earlier. So it's worth noting that these safety standards were not in place at older installations that have been involved in some of the recent fires you've seen reported. Well, it appears that the certification for Rancho Viejo is close, but not yet there. Nevertheless, the Santa Fe County Fire Marshal and the two professional engineers that we've heard about from the third party have concluded that enough documentation has been provided to warrant issuing a CUP. Finally, PNM is not accepting proposals for these type of installations without energy storage. Solar alone is not an option. Battery storage systems are essential to stabilize power grids once they reach a certain level of input from renewable sources, and PNM has reached that level. So battery storage safety and standards have dramatically improved recently. Rancho Viejo must meet the newest standards, and solar alone installations are no longer an option. Thank you very much.
Chairman, Commissioners, this is Dan Baker again, 32 Camino Miraquita. And I brought show and tell just to, spice it up a little. In 2007 and 2008, when I started working with lithium batteries, we started with just the battery. There was no management system. There was no fire suppression. There wasn't anything. We just had batteries. And I used 38 of these to build an electric car. And it actually ran and it did not burn up despite having almost no protection. But the reason I wanted to start with that is that this technology, having been around for more than 10 years in the electronic world, that is considered a mature technology. You start talking about computers and electronics and things like that that actually manage the battery. We've been working on this since 2007, 2008. So it doesn't matter whether you put a lithium ion battery or a lithium iron phosphate battery into a enclosure like that small white box over there. That's 5 kilowatt hours of battery, but it has a built-in battery management system, and it actually has a very small fire suppressant system built into it. And that's kind of where we're at today. But then a large installation like AES is talking about, so you have this gigantic steel container wrapped around the whole thing with yet another level of certification, standards, code that we've been working on for 15 years. And so this is by no means a new technology. It's very well understood. We've got EPA approved fire suppressants going on. And in contrast to the previous people that you heard from, this location is about as close to perfect as we can get. It's in the middle of serving the loads around it. It's a large open piece of land with no fuel for a forest fire. And all the escape routes away from the possible source of ignition are clear. There's no blocking evacuation from anywhere. So I just wanted to close with this location is actually amazingly good. And I would urge the commission to think about that.
Thank you.
My name is Chris Calvert. I live at 230 Cibola Drive, 87501. Good evening, Commission. I was going to say good afternoon, but we're way past that point. So I'm a former city councilor from Santa Fe, and during my 2 terms, I worked extensively on sustainability, especially in regards to energy and water. Come on, Santa Fe, we can do this. We can locally site a solar panel array with a battery energy storage system and keep neighborhoods safe. This does not have to be one or the other. We can do both. Proponents of this project must take safety seriously and demand the latest and best monitoring and suppression systems for the best. Opponents of the project need to focus on the specific technology and project being proposed for Santa Fe. Comparing apples to oranges is not helpful. Comparing this project to old technology and wildly different design configurations is not valid nor useful. We in Santa Fe like to think of ourselves as progressive. Now is a great time to test that label. We profess that climate change is an existential crisis that requires immediate change to the way we produce energy. We are now presented with an opportunity to take responsibility for our energy demand and lifestyle. We can no longer afford the luxury of that responsibility being someone or somewhere else's burden. There will always be something better or a silver bullet right around the corner. We can't wait for that perfect solution that will never come. We have a perfectly good solution right in front of us now, and now is when action is needed. By most accounts, we are already falling behind in addressing climate change, and energy demand is only increasing at an increasing rate. You see and hear about it every day with new data centers popping up everywhere, AI's hunger for energy, and crypto mining's voracious energy appetite. Some companies are proposing to recommission shuttered nuclear plants, and the current administration in DC is talking about going back to coal. We can't control any of that, but we can control what we do here. If we turn down this opportunity to do our part, we are basically telling the southeast and northwest portions of our state that we don't care about the environmental and health damage that they have and will continue to endure to provide us with energy. Santa Fe, are we the lead by example model for our state, or are we the do as we say, not as we do capital of New Mexico? Are we the progressive community that we claim to be, or are we the privileged community that many others think we are? Come on, Santa Fe, we can do better than this. We can implement this project, and we can do it safely with the best technology currently available. And just a PS, just a quick reminder about the nexus between energy production and water. Energy production from coal, water, oil, and gas require vastly more water than solar and wind. Thus, as we transition away from carbon and nuclear energy generation, we are also conserving this precious resource that we all depend on for a bright future. The sooner we transition, the more water we save. Thank you.
Let's do this.
He's coming.
Mags is traversing the room.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn in.
That way?
I do. Magnificent Farrell, 1000 Cordova Place, 87505. Good evening. I'm from Santa Fe, New Mexico, where it is currently 60 degrees in February. It's 67 in Albuquerque, but doesn't have to be. You are never too old and you are never too young to make a change. I got my start when I was 9. I was 9 years old. It was a friend of my mom's. She had come to her with a program she had found, a summer camp, educating the youth about the climate crisis. And she figured that we being me and my siblings, should sign up. But they all had other extracurriculars and jobs at the time. So me being 9 years old with nothing to do for almost an entire summer, I got signed up. And I'm always going to be amazed at how quickly it all became such a big part of my life and how it became so important. Seeing that I've never really, taken to anything with such an interest before. But it's incredibly important to educate everybody, but especially young people, about the climate crisis. It's going to affect us young people more than it might affect a lot of other people. And it could affect my kids more than it affects me, and their kids more than it affects them. But it doesn't have to. I really want to get the point across that it is so important to educate and teach and have these discussions. And what the Global Warming Express was able to do for me was all of those things, and to not evoke fear, but a sense of justice and change and hope. It's like in being young, being able to grasp onto concepts that serious, I was hooked. And like, how can I not be? It's the only reason I'm standing here right now talking to you all. And I hate public speaking, if that's not evident, but I felt called to be here. And so I stuck with it and I ran with it. And now I'm in college. I'm in my 3rd year, and I'm an environmental science major because that's what I want my life to be. I want to take my degree and go somewhere into a field of climate research, not only to fight, the climate crisis on an activist level, but on a scientific one as well. It is that important to me, and it honestly should be that important to everybody else. And one of the things I stuck with more than anything, because it's all equally important, but more than anything, one of the things I think about since I was a kid, even now, one of the things I research in my own time extensively is renewable energy. It's something about, if you can imagine the concept of so many sources we have at our hands that are almost, if not already infinite, and we can use that to create a better and cleaner environment. How can you not be for that? I know I am. Especially solar. Especially solar. And being a young kid who came from a family who always had to rent, we never owned a house. It's easy to grasp the concept that young of, solar panels not really being the most accessible reality to me. Like you can't just get solar panels when you're in a house, unfortunately. That's not how that works. But a project like this, it's not exactly community solar. What it is a step in the right direction. It's a step towards getting to community solar. And that's what 9-year-old me needed to see that, you know, solar for renters is absolutely going to be a possibility in the future. And I keep saying 9-year-old me, but like I'm not trying to like relive my old days. It's not just me. Like you're seeing activists just as young as I was getting their start. And even when I was 9, even when I started, there were always kids younger than me learning about the very same thing because it affects all of us and is just as important for all of us to be on board. So it's not just me or you. It's everybody. And it's all about making sure we continue taking those steps and that we don't stop that movement and that we don't stop that spark of spirit and hope. And I've already decided that if I have to spend the rest of my life fighting for a clean environment so that there's a generation somewhere in the future, I don't care how far. If there is a generation somewhere in the future that does not have to worry about that, that's what makes it worth it for me. And that's all.
Thank you all, John, Ken, Susan, Craig, Chris, Dan, and Magnificent. We're going to take a break right now before we get to our next person withstanding. And so how about at 8:15, we'll resume. Thank you very much.
Oh, I gotta stand up.
Creaking, is there?
Awesome. Okay.
Excellent.
Thank you all. Thank you all. Before our next party of standing makes their presentation, two things. I wanted to note to folks that because of the county has to be out of this room, start their breakdown at 9:30. I think I mentioned earlier. We've decided we want to make sure that public comment is available to folks. However, after the parties of standing have used their allotted 30 minutes each, we'll kind of be at that close date. So if you are here primarily waiting to be able to make a comment, it's likely that we will resume this session for that comment tomorrow at 1:30-ish in the county building at the corner of Palace and Grant. So in those chambers, or you can attend online. So I just want to let folks know if they are waiting for their chance to speak, it may be not tonight. And so I hope that's helpful to folks. And before our next party of standing presents, there have been some questions that were raised from a few of the other parties with standing. And so I'd like to ask the commissioners if you have those questions. I've been handed a few to be able to ask. But this is not the time. Perhaps express your, 102 Grant, County Chambers, at the corner of Grant and Palace. It's the John Gameen building at that corner. And so, second, yeah, in the chambers. So does anyone have any questions? Steve, Dan? Go ahead, please.
Oh, questions.
Thank you, Chair. Just had a question and I'd like a response from ATAR on if I understood it correctly, it was a part of Mr. Coleman's presentation with the Clean Energy Coalition where he raised issues with the fire suppression system. And if I remember correctly, it made some references to ATAR report, and I don't know if I get the sections correctly, but the ones that I have up on my screen are comments here, comments 39 and 40, where where ATAR had made comments on the fire suppression system, and number 41, where you had comments on the thermal runaway propagation prevention system. Mr. Coleman, hopefully I do you justice by this.
So Mr. Coleman, it's not necessary for you to repeat the question. I believe.
Yeah.
Nicholas, if you could respond, thank you.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. So yes, thank you for those questions. So there was a number of comments in the review that were similar in nature, and they were pertaining to the topic of suppression versus thermal runaway propagation prevention. Those are two similar terms, and my comments in the review were generally seeking for primarily editorial clarification to clean up the report to make sure it's clear what the design strategy was. And my understanding is, and it was presented today at length, that it's a thermal runaway propagation prevention system. But the HMA, there was some language in there that made it a little bit confusing. And so those comments were to ensure that the final report cleans that language up, makes it exactly clear what the design strategy is, because that's what we will be going on to, ensure it fully complies with all the codes and standards.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I've been handed some questions. These are questions to CEC from some of the parties withstanding. And the question is, what evidence do you have to support claims of high risk of fire resulting in damage to property or health from battery energy storage system facilities? So what evidence do you have to support claims of high risk of fire resulting of damage to property or health from BESS facilities? Sir.
We showed the pictures. There's been a history of lithium ion batteries catching fires. We showed pictures of them happening inside these facilities. Some of them were container systems, but you can extend that evidence into bringing down aircraft. If you may remember, a good number of years ago, the lithium ion battery fire that occurred over the Everglades that literally drove an airplane into the Everglades where they couldn't find the airplane. There's there's the EPRI database that was presented. The scaling down that they did is they limited it in the presentation to those fires that occurred in containers, trying to narrow the scope, and yet there's hundreds of battery fires all over.
Thank you. And so have any of these fires resulted in damage to property outside of the facility or health impacts?
So right now they're collecting the data on the health impact from the Moss Landing, from the initial findings that, quote, there was no toxicity. Then they found the heavy metals, and now they're having a series of the residences that live in the area coming and identifying what their health issues that they have had since that Moss Landing fire. And what's interesting about that fire is you can tell what kind of lithium ion batteries they had, because the heavy metals that they found were nickel, cobalt, and manganese. So that directs you to exactly being able to say it was those lithium ion batteries that produced those products.
Another question we have is, what did EPA air monitoring say about Moss Landing air emissions?
I can't quote them
verbatim, not necessary.
Yeah. Kay can answer that. Yeah.
I want to say one thing about the EPA monitoring. It did not begin until 14 hours after the fire began.
Right.
So you're not going to find hydrogen fluoride 14 hours after the toxic plume started out of the facility.
Thank you.
So
Thank you very much. Another question that we have is the two projects mentioned, the other large projects mentioned in Santa Fe County, are those two projects proposed to be connected to the Santa Fe grid?
Yes. So those two projects, I'm really glad you asked that question. That's the Penstemon and the Globe Mallow projects. Those projects are going to they're planned for right off of 41, where the 345 kV line that comes from the Lincoln and Torrance counties that carries the wind energy that passes across Santa Fe County. They're going to they actually have made arrangements for land where there is no zoning questions about it. And I've been there myself and I've taken pictures of the site, but that 345 kV line runs directly through the properties that they're going to put that facility. So they won't even have to run the 2.5 mile.
So they'll build a substation and connect to the
They'll build a
345.
substation right there.
And that's at Klein's Corners, and then that, from Klein's Corners, it goes to,
It's, I think
Santa
they call
Fe?
it the BB and BB2 line.
BB line.
Yeah.
Do those connect into Santa Fe?
Those lines run into the what they call the power corridor that runs between Santa Fe and Albuquerque along I-25.
Okay, thank you. Another question for CEC. Is property value one of the criteria for approval of a CUP?
Property value is certainly a consideration for welfare of the citizens. So I would say absolutely.
Okay, and that's the questions I have. Thank you very much. And Selma, if you want to come forward, begin. Appreciate it. Thank you.
She hasn't indicated something.
Yeah, I'm going to his website.
Do you swear? Oh,
Sorry, I want to keep an eye on the 30 minutes.
do you swear or affirm on the testimony you're going to give us the truth?
I do.
And your name and address, please.
Selma Schieveld, SCHIEVELD, 227 San Marcos Loop, Santa Fe 87508. Where's the vendor? Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of the New Mexicans for Responsible Renewable Energy. I'm Selma Eikerboom, Schieveld. I'm an MD PhD, and I want to go straight to what my biggest concerns are. These are the subjects. I want to talk a bit more about the UL 954A testing. What's the significance in this project? Other causes of failures, fires and threats. Is thermal runaway a question of old age, property values and better alternatives? Some of the things that I want to talk about, I have already been mentioned, so I'll try to skip through them. But I do want to go a bit further in what happened at the testing that was part of the hazard mitigation analysis that was done objectively by an engineering bureau. Now, AES came up with a nice video film about the testing and how great it was, but that was not part of the hazard mitigation analysis. That was part of this CUP procedure. So I want to show you what happened in that testing. This was the results of the cell testing. And as you can see, the requirements were that the thermal runaway cannot be induced, and that the cell vent, so the gases that come off it, do not present a flammable hazard. And both of the requirements were not met, and both of them got an F from failure. This is how it looks now. Well, you've seen those pictures. And then if you don't pass the cell test, you have to go to the module level. It was also pointed out that if you do meet the requirements for the detaining of the thermal runaway or not getting a thermal runaway, then you don't have to do the other tests. So because they failed, they had to do the module test. And those had more or less the same requirements. And again, a single cell infected the majority of the cells, and the cell vent found to be flammable. Now, Nick Bartlett said that from the testing, it was clear that it could be that the thermal runaway was limited to one cell. Well, that's not correct, because here it clearly said, this is straight from the
from the hazard mitigation analysis and the testing, it infected the majority of the cells. So that's a failure. And again, the cell found, the cell vent, so the gases were flammable, failure. And other observations during the module test were flying debris, explosive discharge of gas, sparks and electric arcs. These are things you rather not have. Okay, this is how that looks like. You see here's one cell starts initiating, then you get a flame. And they showed in the film only this nice little flame, but in the testing part of this cup hearing, this is what happened. So that's much larger. And then this one dies out, and then the second one, so another cell got infected, and then it propagated to another cell. And from there, even after this one died down, another cell was propagated. You can see almost 15 minutes after the second one died out. So these cells have the tendency to keep on going once they started. And this was the unit test. And you could see that there was flaming outside the BESS, and that was not supposed to happen. So that's a failure. The surface temperature was almost 170 degrees Celsius, and it should not exceed 97. And there was the heat flux was way too high. Other observations during the test: flaming outside of the unit, explosive discharge, and the gas analysis showed hydrocarbons and carbon monoxide. So don't go and tell us that these gases are not toxic, because they are. Then we have post-observation, post-test observations, thermal runaway behavior during disposal. So even after they tried to get rid of the cells, they were still brewing to get ignited again. Now you can see that because they failed the cell, the module and the unit testing, they were obliged to do an installation testing. But you can also see that here, if you, as a company, if you succeed, then you don't have to do the installation testing. And AES failed in this test, and other companies do not fail. This is how that looks. And you can see that with the unit testing, they only had one rack in the container, and this is what the container looks from the outside, what they're planning to build here, and this is what you get for ignition. So that's I think an impressive flaming. Now the installation test they did on a facility in Spain, mind you, so not here in the United States, and not on an installation that's going to be set up here. They did it in Spain. I have nothing against Spaniards or Spain, but I mean, we're here in the United States. And then in the UL, so the laboratory that does the testing mentioned in the report, the container, that the setup you just saw, becomes the test room to understand the hazards associated with container BESS design. And this is important, without resulting in the testing hazards associated with trying to run a test on a completely populated container BESS. And that's the situation we are in. We have completely populated BESS, not a big container with one rack in it. If you do the installation indoors, but if you do it outdoors, you have to make sure that the wind speed are less than 12 miles per hour. And you all know that here in the vicinity, we have very much of the time we have winds that are higher than 12. And they do that because it's dangerous to do testing like that in those circumstances. But those are the circumstances we have these materials in. And there has to be control of vegetation and combustibles in the test areas. That's nice to do it in the test areas, but what about outside the test areas? Here outside the facility, there is vegetation and that is combustible. Well, the results of the installation test, I want to be honest, is no spreading of thermal runaway, no flaming or flying debris outside the enclosure, but the maximum enclosure wall surface temperature was 670 degrees. And why is that important? Well, there is a requirement in this test that if the unit in BESS units with combustible material wall surfaces need to be less or small, well, say less than 97 degrees plus the ambient temperature, say 120 degrees. So they don't want the walls on the outside be higher than 120 degrees. And that is because you have dangers of inducing a thermal runaway. If it gets 100 degrees, then these cells get the tendency to start a thermal runaway. And you don't want that people outside the container get burns. Now, what happened? AES said in the report, the containers are rated non-combustible. And we heard that before. And the container door material was metal, therefore it's non-combustible. And that means that this requirement is not applicable. But it also says in the requirements, surface temperatures are not applicable if wall assemblies, cables, wiring, and other combustible materials are not present. If they are not present, the report shall note that the installation shall contain no combustible materials. That was however, not mentioned by AES. They didn't say, well, we have no other combustible wiring or whatever in there. And based on this fact that it was 670 degrees, it means that this testing is useless because they didn't abide by the requirements. This is a crucial point. If it's 600, and this was redacted in the report because AES knows that this is a problem. And they circumvented the non-complacency by making it non-applicable. But basically, they just were not clear that they had whether or not they had combustible materials. And according to the rules, they had to mention that there were no combustible materials, which they didn't. So that makes me wonder, is there combustible material in there? And if there is, and we have this outside wall temperature, we are at risk. So that means because they failed at the cell, the module and the unit level, but were succeeded in the installation level, and that was because they had this fire suppression and explosive protection, it means that's the only barrier between us and disaster if it goes wrong. And well, there's a lot of things from the hazard mitigation analysis. I will only mention a few. The fact that the direct injection system, Nick already answered that, but there was error in recording located inside of the container. The hydrogen measurement system malfunctioned. This is important. Testing to determine fire characteristics was done at battery system level rather than on a complete BESS. And UL did not select the samples, and that's important because one of you commissioners asked, is it going to be the same installation that we have here? No, it's not. What they do with this testing is they take a lot of the components, they plan to put them together, heat them up and see what happens. That is not the installation we're going to get here. So we totally have to depend, and that's what they say. The test results, that's from the report, the test results relate only to the samples tested. So we are in the dark about what's going to happen with the materials they have here, they want to build here. And these are some remarks from the AETR fire review. And well, you can read them, so I will just skip them because they have been pointed at before. Oh yeah, this is also interesting. Here they still mention the NOVEC 1230, and they now come up with another system that is not part of the accreditation or the certification. So if they come up with something else, they should accredit it according to these norms, to these requirements. We just have to believe that it's better. Well, we don't have the testing for nothing. So please give us a report where that is tested. Yeah, and this is important, only this, well, the other ones are important as well, but you can read them in your own time. They made a remark in the AETR fire review that there was no clearance. It was not clear how AES could confirm the capabilities. They should confirm AES capabilities for air monitoring during a large-scale incident to inform need for public protective measure. So they don't even have any measures in place if something goes wrong. That's a remark from ATAR in the hazard mitigation analysis. And despite these results, the installation demonstrated compliance with the standard. So they passed, even though they say there's not a pass. Well, they say it was compliant with the standard. And that was because fire, flaming combustion, flying debris, explosive discharge of gas and sparks and electric arcs will not prevent occupants from evacuating to a safe location. Well, that is very nice for the people on the premises, but how about us? We are outside the premises and we have to find a safe location if it comes to that. And then a ventilation system will release explosive gases so that structural and mechanical damage is minimized. And that's, we talked about the ventilation system. They have panels on top of the containers. If gas builds up, then the panels open up and the gases with the flames come out. And that's a safety measure. But if there are explosive gases, it means there's fire, it means there's embers. And with the wind that we have here, it's a danger to us. And also, one of the little girl mentioned that we had a lot of snow in November. And the locals probably know that it was quite heavy. In the hazard mitigation analysis, there are no measurements for cleaning up the panels if there's snow on them. So if according to the law of Murphy, anything goes wrong, can go wrong, then gases build up inside the container, the vents don't open because there's a foot of snow on it, and then the whole container can explode. Beside the testing, the hazard mitigation analysis mentioned, where am I? I don't know. Okay. They mentioned major analysis, assumption, and limitation. So these are other things that can go wrong. And one of the things is that major BESS failures not yet known by industry may exist. And that's interesting because this is from EPRI. Somebody mentioned that already, the Electric Power Research Institute. And you can see that the majority of BESS failures is unknown cause. They don't know what caused them. And if you don't know what caused them, you cannot take measures to anticipate what to do if they are there. Failures in more than one enclosures are not considered. And we have 38 enclosures here, and they do the testing only in one container. Hazards during construction, shipping, and storage are not evaluated. I will skip the figure. And protection systems inside the BESS should be installed per regulatory requirements, and that has not been verified. Other causes of fires and failures, cell failure method performed on the testing they did by externally heating one cell. But there's also, a thermal runaway can also occur when there's nail penetration or overcharge of external short circuits. And those circumstances were not tested, so we don't know how a cell or a system will react to that. There could be problems with the wiring, and there's a whole lot of other issues that can go wrong. But the main message I want to relay to you is that a recent publication from February 2024 says that more than a quarter of energy storage systems have fire detection and suppression defects. And we depend, because they failed on all the other levels, we depend on the fire and the fire suppression system. And if a quarter of those systems have failures, then I wouldn't be so sure that nothing can go wrong. Another problem is the hazardous voltage conditions and ground and isolation faults. AES has to build a 2.3-mile transmission line. That line in itself is a fire hazard. Here you can see the 20 most destructive California wildfires. The bold ones are caused by electrical or power line causes. And the 9th one, the Ethan fire, that's just recently, after 3 weeks, been controlled, is probably also started with sparks from the transmission line. So batteries are often the victims of BESS failures. but there are many more incidents or causes that can lead to failures. One of the final remarks in the test methods, in the test report by the testing company, the testing lab says, as a test method, UL 95408 testing does not provide a certificate or pass or fail. The best way for manufacturers to share that their energy battery storage system, battery projects have been tested for thermal runaway is to list them in the UL 954A test database, which Nick Bartlett said does not exist. It does exist. And many companies put their testing reports in there. AES doesn't want to do that. They withheld all kinds of reports, safety reports from the public. And the ones they did hand over were heavily redacted. And we only got the information after we took them to court. That's how you build trust with the communities. The McMicken report was made after the big fire in Surprise in an AES facility. And one of the statements in there was, today's standards are reluctant to prescribe that a battery module shall not cascade from cell to cell from cell to cell. Standards are intentionally technology agnostic and should not impose restrictions on the industry that could increase cost. This means we have the technology to do it safe, but we think that's too expensive for us. So you know what? Let's just write these standards that nobody understands, and then we can get away with it. We can make it as cheap as possible. Then the issue of that the fires that were happening were all in older facilities. Well, this is from the EPRI Electric Power Research Institute database, and you can see most of the fires are within 0 to 3 years. What I did is I looked at the database and I made a table of the fires between 2020 and 2025. So for the stationary BESS, those are the equipments they have here. It raised from 4 in 2020, 11, 12, 15, and then 6 in 2024. That's quite good. But we started the year off with a bang in the Moss Landing. But if you look at other lithium-ion storage failure incidents, like during manufacturing, during transport, during how do you call it? I can't find the word. When you reuse them. Well, like that. You have the old ones and you start the new ones. Yeah, I'm learning Portuguese, so it really messes up with my English, with my Dutch, with my party. Well, you can see that those incidents went from 5 to 7 to 5 to 15 last year. So the technology is not safe. Do not be misguided by that. If they are new, then it means that we are the guinea pigs. And if they are old, they're probably more safer than the new things they put up. I also took a look at the location regarding age from the Chandler fire. Oh, it should. Can you put this up? It's because there's something under there. Yes. Oh, not so much. Okay. Well, it's, as you can see that these were all in the United States from the Chandler fire that was in 2022. So it's remarkable that AES says we haven't had any fires in the last 6 years because they had several. But anyway, if you look at them, the 10 were younger than 3 years and 5 were older than 3 years. So the older they are, the safer they are. So the idea that we're going to put up a brand new one and we be the guinea pigs to see if that's going to work, but the older ones are actually much safer. And then another issue that hasn't been touched yet, there are 200,000 solar panels there. And they promised us that they would be taken into account in the fire risk. Nobody mentioned it. ARTAR didn't mention it, but those are a fire danger as well. The cables, the connectors, they can cause fire. Electric sparks can cause fires. And these fires are very difficult to extinguish and spread beyond the area. And as long as the installation is online, they keep on producing electricity, which is very dangerous for the firefight people, and they can cause pollution. And this is how this was a fire in the solar panels in California, and it destroyed 1,200 acres. This is how it looked afterwards, and you can imagine that any poisonous materials in there, they will leak into the environment. And the United States doesn't centrally track solar panel fires. They only put it in the database under other. So we have no idea how many of these fires there actually are. Then my favorite subject, the property values. The hearing officer did a very good job in rebutting that. And AES came up with the Kirkland study. And in 2023, Kirkland said that the solar plant is comparable price-wise with noise, odor, and traffic. But he didn't mention that we don't have that. We have very quiet with no smell, except the incidental cow, but that's not a problem. We can deal with that. There's no traffic. So you cannot tell me that this is not going to be a problem. And the facilities were all much smaller, and they had no bases, or they had no panels. So the comparison was really not scientific. This study is much better. It was done by, you have it in your package, so you can look it up yourself. The Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory looked at the residential home prices of 50% of all the capacity of large-scale solars that were built in the United States. It's the biggest study so far. Kirkland did not include this study in his study and his advice. And they concluded that it has an enormous impact, and especially in rural and agricultural areas, especially where solar farms are replacing agriculture land uses. And what's funny to remark is that the projects also tended to be medium-sized, fewer than 35 acres, because they said large solar installations tend not to be built near areas where there are nearby homes to be sold. So if you don't look for areas where there are large sites with homes, then you cannot find them. Then you cannot make a comparison. But they did find some homes, and they said that homes within 0.5 miles to 2 miles, they have a reduction in home sale prices depending on the state. It can go up to 5.8%. And then, I mean, I'm glad it has already been mentioned. This is the competition of AES. It's Linea. It's a company that has no history with fossil fuels. They have found an area in Santa Fe County near Stanley, where they're going to build an installation, 2 installations, 3 times as large. Their Gentile line is only 0.1 mile. And they don't need to upgrade no update to connect to the grid, and it's allowed in the zoning. Well, AES has to build a 2.3 mile transmission line, and they have to upgrade the transmission station. And if you look at the zoning, you can see the zoning here where we are is agriculture ranch, and where they are. So this is the rural fringe where we are. They are in the agriculture ranch. And this means there's only one dwelling per 160 acres. And here there's 1 dwelling per 20 acres. So you can see this is much close, and this is far more suited. Here, they don't have to do anything about the zoning. Here, they practically have to violate the zoning to get it in there. Oh. So I want to point out that AES they want to be competitive, but if you have to pay millions of dollars for the transmissions line and for the upgrade of the station, the transmission station, It's very hard to compete with a company that built it 3 times larger and far less expensive. And I mean, what I don't understand, the environmentalists that were here tonight, when AES had when Linea had the pre-application neighborhood meeting, because they are in the process of getting a cup permit, and they are part with, they're also gonna join in the P&M request for proposals. They are in a far better position, and the environmentalists can rest assured that this facility will be positioned to achieve what they want and meet the goals from Santa Fe and New Mexico than this AES project will. So my conclusions, I still have 2 minutes. The promises of safety through testing and standards are empty. The system components perform badly. The backup systems are not certified. The documentation is incomplete and showed malfunction. Other threats are not addressed. The 200 panels are not considered. And I want to make one remark about that. What I don't understand is Santa Fe County has clear measures about restrictions about height, but probably not about width. This is 680 acres. If you have to walk around it, it will take you 1 hour and 13 minutes. That's how big it's going to be. And you can tell me that if you come from the 14 from Madrid or from I-25, you will see it as a huge black hole. Gateway to hell is what I call it. The property values will decline, and there is a better alternative. Well, here are some quotes, but you can see that in your own package. And I want to end with this cartoon.
Thank you, Selma. I've got a question or two, Selma. Selma, got a question.
Sorry.
So you indicate that AES must upgrade a transmission station, I think you called it. What are you talking about there?
Well, what I understood is that, well, maybe it's not the right terminology, but I mean, I'm just a doctor. I mean, I could take out your appendix, but sometimes the other stuff is some difficult. Well, they have to build the line, but the line, what they mentioned already, is already very congested. And to be able to hook into the substation has to be upgraded.
No, correct. I believe it's 115 kV line. They're basically putting a substation in to connect, but there's no change in voltage or anything like that. They just have to build a substation to connect. The Stanley process, they've got to build a substation to step that voltage up to 345. So I think you're just a little upside down on that one.
Okay, I apologize.
Another question is, I've got a question and wonder if it's possible for the folks at AES to talk about the 9540A information that was brought up by the doctor. I'll say Selma, but I won't say your last name.
No, don't even try.
So AES, I wonder if you would respond to the points that the doctor raised. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, that's coming through. Yeah, thank you. So I don't know if I'll catch everything, but I think there's probably a few things to clarify. Yeah, you did mention that there were failures in the test. And I think it might be helpful to clarify that there are criteria in the test that might be designated as pass or fail, but a failure of the test itself is not possible. Those tests demonstrate that the system reacts in certain ways. We characterize those hazards from those tests, and then we design our systems exclusively to mitigate those hazards. So I think we've demonstrated that in our testing. You also made some claims about the installation level test. You were quoting the installation level test provided by UL to Samsung. That test, all of those tests were provided from Samsung to us, but authored by UL. They're not our tests. what we demonstrated today was the test that we did commission. That was from CSA, which is another nationally recognized testing laboratory that OSHA has approved to be able to conduct the same kinds of testing, UL 9540A. So there are two different sets of tests there. I just want to make that clarification. Would you mind going back to the picture of the cell level test quickly? I just wanted to take a look at that. Can you go back to the picture, please? Thank you. Okay. And then can you also go back to the picture of the unit level test? Thank you. Can you explain what happened after, maybe I'm not allowed to ask questions, but maybe I should clarify that what happened after that moment, 42 minutes and 30 seconds, is that one cell that was flaming during that moment was suppressed. I'm not sure what test you were referring to in Spain, but there were no UL 9548 tests in Spain of the system that I'm aware of.
That was the installation test.
The installation level test was not conducted in Spain.
Well, my
Uh,
English may not be good, but I can read.
Okay. We'll check that one again. And then the 670 degrees that was measured in the UL test that was commissioned by Samsung, that result in context was on the interior of the door. And what the installation level test is concerned with is, which is on the same page as that 670 degree number, is actually the consideration of propagation from enclosure to enclosure. So the temperature on the outside of the door would have been more important. And because that 670 degrees was only there for a relatively short amount of time, it did not conduct through the door because the door had insulation. And so there was no threat of propagation.
So why
in that
was it
test.
redacted then?
I'm sorry?
Why was it redacted in the report? Why weren't we allowed to see that?
Well, we provided all the reports to you. The initial redaction was because we were asked by our supplier to contain the data and release it only to the fire protection engineers who needed to assess it. That was the request by that vendor. I cannot speak for them as to why they wanted to redact that.
Thanks very much. Commissioners, do you have any other questions for the doctor? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next, we have Santa Fe Green Chamber of Commerce. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Next, we have San Marcos Association. Sorry, Dennis.
Dennis, can I swear you in? Do you swear or affirm your testimony will be the truth?
Yes.
Your name and address in the mic.
Good evening. My name is Dennis Kurtz. I live at 42 San Marcos Road West in Santa Fe, right in the middle of the San Marcos area of advocacy. I'm president of the San Marcos Association. We are a community advocacy group that's been around since the 1980s and are a registered organization in Santa Fe County pursuant to the SLDC. We're not a group that is focused on any one issue. We work on things in our area like traffic safety, preservation of cultural resources, abandoned mine restoration, but also on responsible development. Our mission, you can read it, but basically we listen to our community members and we try our best to educate them about the issues that they're concerned about, looking into them, explaining to them the way things work at the county and so forth. Just to be clear, this is the area we represent. It's a pretty big area. How do I make this? Is that the little light? So the proposed project is right about here. This right here is Rancho San Marcos. I live down about here. This is El Dorado and so on. So this area goes down south of Madrid, east almost to Galisteo. It's a big area that we watch over, and we do our best to work with all the members of the community. The San Marcos Association is 100% in favor of renewable energy. We have a board. Some members of our board are 100% in favor of this project. Other members of our board are 0% in favor of this project. And that's the way boards are. But we work together in order to make sure that things get done correctly. Previous speaker, I can't remember which one, said that these things needed to be done, and they do. And they need to be done right. And that's what we have concern, because the big what, the solar energy, renewable energy, that needs to be done. It's the how that we need to think about. Most of what I'm going to say this evening has to do with what I've taken this evening to call number 7. The conditional use permit has these criteria that have to be satisfied. A whole bunch of them. Number 7, and I'm paraphrasing, is that you have to show that it's consistent with the zoning regulations and with the spirit of the SGMP and the SLDC. So that's what I'm going to focus on. Other groups have dealt with health hazards and so forth. That's not what the San Marcos Association is working on. We're concerned about how it's done, connected to the written law as we understand it, because we're worried not about this particular project as much as we're worried about precedent setting for future projects. This project is a gas or electric power generating facility. That's a line in the use matrix. It's that in plain English, and it's that according to the LBCS, Land-Based Classification System Structure Code 6400. That's one way of defining a use in the use matrix, to give it a code like that. And that code has subcodes. For example, the subcode for power generation plants, 6430, 6400, 6430. These structures are of special concern for emergency management. We've heard about that sort of thing all night long about it. There's no doubt this is a gas or electric power generating facility. It's prohibited in rural fringe. This is a screenshot right out of the SLDC. Whoops, what did I do? Wrong button. Here's rural fringe. There's the X for prohibited. This, it's hard to read, but this is the gas or electric power generating facility. My highlighter blanked it out. Clearly prohibited in the rural fringe, which of course is what the area is zoned that we're thinking about. It includes solar panel farm. The 6400 code, the subcode 6460 includes solar and other forms of energy facility. That's the title of it. So there's no exception for a solar facility. Even if it's a solar facility, it's a gas or electric power generating facility that is prohibited. Scale is not mentioned that much in the SLDC, but the SGMP clearly states in this section that I've referenced that anything over 300,000 watts, this is 96 million watts, anything over 300,000 watts is utility scale. Conditional use permits are not an option in this case. There's just no provision for a conditional use permit. The hearing officer, December 4th, agreed with our contention that because it's a gas or electric power generating facility, it's prohibited in this area, and that was one of her reasons for rejecting, for saying to not to approve this CUP. Now, the hearing officer also rejected the notion, as put forth by staff and the applicant, that it is a commercial solar energy production facility. Commercial in this one does not have a number. There is no LBCS code for this. It's just a definition that says commercial means for sale or profit, which I was a teacher and many other things, but a sixth grader could write that definition. It really makes you wonder, why is this in the SLDC use matrix for sale or profit? If you dig down to the SGMP, in the renewable energy infrastructure section, the SGMP states clearly that we need to develop the infrastructure that will allow residential and commercial property owners to make improvements. This implicitly defined commercial energy production facilities as improvements to existing commercial property, not to build brand new things that didn't exist in order to make money. Another thing that we've had over time is that these are of neighborhood scale. This is a worksheet from a completely different enterprise involving the county. This county provided the worksheet to the people working on this project, and it says commercial solar energy production facility, which is conditional in the rural fringe, is of neighborhood scale. This was in 2018 and 2019 that we got this worksheet. And I can't find anything, maybe staff can or you can, before that says basically anything different. It wasn't until 2022 and 2023 that the adjectives large scale commercial facility, utility scale commercial facility started appearing. There's no basis that the San Marcos Association can find anywhere in the SGMP that commercial solar energy production facilities are of utility scale or of large scale. They're neighborhood scale things because it's commercial versus residential. The sentence that we had before had residential and commercial in it. It's easy to write residential regulations. Houses are pretty much all the same, might be different sizes, but they got bedrooms and bathrooms and stuff. Commercial is so diverse, you need to be able to have a process. That process is a conditional use permit process. But it's for commercial property owners to improve what they already have, not to build something where there's nothing there and make it commercial for sale. Whoops. One other thing I want to speak about this is that in the hearing officer's order, she made a comment about this being apparently a carve out. Now, I'm not an attorney. I don't know if carve out is a legal term, but it was just an opinion in what should be a fact-based document. And so we did some research on carve outs. Carve outs work like this: thou shalt not, except for, it's very clear what you're carving out. There's no doubt that here's the big law, except here's the part that's carved out. There doesn't seem to be anything like that connected to commercial solar energy. There's no evidence in the definition. There's nothing written there in the use matrix that makes it a carve out. And the question is, are there any carve outs in the use matrix? Well, it turns out that right there, geothermal production facility, the one right below it, this isn't the whole use matrix, this is a worksheet. But if you look at the use matrix, it has in the structure code, I want to get the number right, 6450. Geothermal production facilities are a subset of the 6400 gas and electric production facilities, which are prohibited except when they wrote the SLDC, they pulled this one out and they gave it the number, they noted the number 6450, that it was accepted from the prohibition, because you can see it is conditional in different places. It's prohibited. It's not just prohibited everywhere. There's nothing like that for commercial solar. It's not a carve out. It's something totally different. And the San Marcos Association feels that the SLDC use matrix, the document was written so that these uses are mutually exclusive. The uses were not intended to be, well, it's this and it's this and maybe it's this other, and you got to pick through it and find the one that suited you best. This project is a gas and electric production facility, prohibited, distinct from commercial versus residential solar energy production facility. We're not against the solar notion. That's not the point. But we're concerned about the selective interpretation of the SLDC to promote this project. And that's something that we're just going to be raising concerns about. The last thing I want to speak about concerning how this project may or may not be consistent with the SGMP and so on, is that before this project ever existed, I mean, before there was a conditional use permit for this project application, San Marcos Association wrote a letter and suggested utility scale renewable energy projects should all be DCIs, developments of countywide impact, because we wanted to have, for something this big, something as big as something as what we're talking about here, we wanted to have the county, the whole county, to be involved in discussing it, its pros and its cons, and to be able to educate each other and learn from each other. We wanted to have the protections that are built into the DCI regulations, things like annual reports, areas, special development areas designated, fiscal impact reports. I haven't heard any, I've heard numbers from the applicant, but there's been no fiscal impact report that I've heard of connected to this at all. That's something that we wanted connected to the DCIs. And I understand respectfully, this group cannot just make something a DCI. That's not how it works. But you can request fiscal impact reports, and that's something that we'd like to have you think about, because is this project going to affect the tax base? Is this project going to affect bond ratings? Is this project going to affect property values? All kinds of things have been said, but a third party reviewer, or I don't even know if there's a department in the county that does this sort of thing, some kind of report that will help you make the decision you need to make. We think is very, very important here. And all those things play into the same piece. We feel that this project should not be approved because it doesn't fit with the zoning. It doesn't fit with the spirit of the SGMP, in the sense that the SGMP, we think, clearly defines commercial solar energy production facilities as commercial versus residential, small scale operation, not 96 million watts. And we think also that the SGMP, it was very, very eloquently stated about, is definitely directing county towards renewable energy. But it's not the what, it's the how. And we think there should be countywide discussions. If all the people that have ever been in this room today put a pin in the map of the county where they lived, it wouldn't be a countywide discussion. It would all be pretty much centered around certain areas. We need countywide discussions about something that's going to affect basically everyone in the county. So, reiterating, we're asking that this not be approved for those reasons. It doesn't meet the criteria established in number 7. Now, people say this and that, and people stand up here in front of you, and we thought, with just a little San Marcos Association, we did a survey. And I'm not going to dwell on this a lot because you've got it there. But the survey had 2 questions. Where do you live? Are you for or against the project? Or are you undecided? Okay. And so we divided it up. We were curious to know, what did the people in Rancho San Marcos think? What did the people in our area on that map think? What do people nearby think? What do people just in the county think? We hope to get some information that will be useful to share with you. When we heard this meeting was going to happen back last, whenever it was, November, October, we put the survey together on your behalf. And are you in favor of it? In general, there's about 2-1 no to yes out of the 280 respondents. And you can, it's really no surprise. It's about like what this room is. We broke it down for your reference. You can see it by area. In Rancho San Marcos, big number of people. Also have it by percentage for the people that like percentages. But you can see, in general, the orange bars are the ones that are not in favor of it. The green bars are. There's lots of questions you can ask from a survey like this. But we did it, and our reach was just not very far from, where I live, right? You guys can ask for a survey if you think you want more information like this. It's something that you have the capacity to do. But no real surprises. What we did, though, was if you answered that you were opposed, what are the reasons why? And we provided some reasons to make it fast. One of the things we built for the survey was you could do it in less than 2 minutes. Where do you live? You for or against? Some reasons why, bam, bam, bam. They could also write it in their own, but that would take more than 2 minutes. Some big ideas just here. The percentages means if it says 80% of the people say it's too big of a fire risk, that's 80% of the 169. Too close to residential areas. It'll be too visible, 35%. One thing that's important about this, for all that you've seen, you will be able to see this from Aspen Vista. If you go to Aspen Vista and look out, you'll be able to see this solar field. You'll be able to see it from high ground, any place that you can see the Turquoise Charter School or the penitentiary looking out that direction. So people have their feelings about it from that perspective. At the same time, those who approved, this is the kind of renewable energy that we need. The county will make certain that that it's safe. What is that? 60 or some percent. Feel like the county is going to make certain that this is going to be a safe operation, et cetera, et cetera. This is information that we gathered specifically to present to you. There's a few graphs here. If anyone wants like the gory details and the data charts and stuff, we can get that to you. We still feel that this project should not be approved because it doesn't align with the SGMP, the zoning criteria, et cetera, all those reasons. But you guys have to make the decision. And so if you make the decision, I know you're not going to do it tonight, but these are some thoughts. Now, we wrote these down thinking about the CUP, but I think it was Dominic earlier did a really good job of explaining the difference between conditional use permits and the things that happen when you actually build the project and so forth. So it's not necessarily as clean as the way the county would have written it. But we feel that this facility should be staffed 24/7 with people that are trained and have the authority to do whatever it needs at that site. We're not comfortable with the notion that someone hundreds of miles away is watching a computer screen and can do whatever needs to be done. We feel like there should be some kind of a bond. We named it insurance bond, but some kind of bond that's set up with the county that is going to deal with any potential property damage or loss or detrimental health impact, et cetera. And you have a document where these things are fleshed out more. These are one-liners. They're not written in any legal way. Just out there for you to think about. I live where I live, right near the corner of Bonanza Creek and Highway 14 in Shenandoah. There's a siren there. It goes off Wednesdays at noon every now and then and so forth. The reason it's there, and you can hear it for miles and miles. The reason it's there is if there's a prison break. If there's a prison break, that thing goes off, in the middle of the night or whatever. You don't have to be looking at your phone or on your computer. Okay, that's what it is. Some kind of audible warning system to notify residents if something dangerous were to happen in this facility, everything that's connected to this facility. Emergency plans, formal reports. And lastly, if this CUP gets approved and our experience, SMA, it kind of goes into a black hole. You don't ever hear about it much again. We feel like for this particular one, there need to be regular public meetings as this thing marches through the development process. Got a CUP, got other things that have to happen before there's a building permit. Those things should all be out there in public. We need to inform the public regarding financial implication and a fiscal impact study that I mentioned before. That should be done and people should know about it. And the periodic reporting procedure. These are things that are in the DCI regulations, but this, you can't just make this a DCI, but you can impose some of these criteria. So I tried to zip through it so it didn't take my whole half hour. But I'll stand for questions, or if not, I'll say goodnight.
Thank you. Thank you. Dennis, is it? I've got a question. How does a property owner become a member of the San Marcos Association?
That everyone in that area is, we don't use the word member. We don't charge dues. We don't do anything like
So
that.
if you own property,
If you own property or if you live there, you're somebody that has every single right to come to us and say, we have an issue, we have a problem. We're not code enforcement, we're not law enforcement. We don't go in and do those things, but we can help them. And if it's a big problem, like an entire neighborhood, that's the first question we ask. Are you the only person that cares about this? Or is there a group in your neighborhood? And then that's how the nuisance abatement ordinance, which some of you are familiar with, that's how that started.
okay, thank you. I'd like to ask the county attorney something about the point he raised. And I wonder, so does the county use this LBCS structure in the code?
Mr. Chair, yes, the county does recognize that system, and with many of the uses identified in the use matrix, it will provide appropriate codes for those uses.
And if a facility like this is specifically called out, its use is specifically called out, is that what it is, or is there some kind of code definition that supersedes the specific definition? If that makes sense.
I'm not sure if I fully understand that, but generally, the more specific description or definition of a particular use will apply if there happens to be a broader use that also could encompass the use in question.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions? Sure. Commissioners? Dan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question about your survey is a little bit more about the process of the survey. What was your response rate and how did you go about soliciting the survey? How did people know about the survey? What kind of methodology was that?
I don't know, Doug's here. Doug, actually, if I could, I didn't do the survey. One of my board members is here who did it. He can answer better than I can. Are you willing to be sworn in, Doug? If you don't mind, we could swear him in and he can answer.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Doug, do you swear or affirm your testimony will be the truth?
I do.
Would you state your name into the record?
My name is Doug Spear. I live at 100 West Pine in Santa Fe, inside the San Marcos Association area of concern. So your question about the survey, I didn't quite hear everything. So if you could repeat that.
Yes, I'm simply asking, so you had a certain number of responses. What was the response rate and how was the survey designed to be disseminated? How did people find out about the survey? We often talk about scientific
Yes, I understand.
surveying. So that's what I'm getting at.
So we sent a link to the survey to our San Marcos Association mailing list. We also put that same information on Nextdoor in the area that we live in, all of the areas that are inside of our area of concern. And we also distribute it through Facebook. So it had social media and our email list. It was then a link on our website, so people visiting our website could also take the survey from there. In terms of the area, the amount of response, how about what's our email? So we have about 250 names on our email list, and I don't have that chart in front of me, but we had about 40% of, or 40+% of the 280 were in the San Marcos area of advocacy. So that would have probably been primarily promoted through the email list, but I think also our social media presence also resulted in some, but it's very hard to track all of that. So to know exactly how many people saw it and how many people responded is a difficult thing.
Thank you for that elaboration. I was just trying to get at how the survey had been, people had been made aware of it, and you've answered that. And I guess I would call it kind of a targeted survey that was with the best of intentions, but I wouldn't call it a random scientific sampling. But on the other hand, you are the San Marcos Association. You're trying to solicit opinions. Do you know if there was a link to that survey on other websites outside of your realm, the opposition groups here?
Our San Marcos Association address could be on other email websites of different groups in the area. I do not know specifically that that was linked, but I would assume that some of those have our San Marcos Association.org address on their website. But I don't know that they had the specific link to the survey.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm done with my questions.
Thank you. Any other questions for the San Marcos Association? Thank you. We have two more parties of standing and 30 minutes. According to my calculations, I'm wondering, are either of the parties of standing intending to show up tomorrow at 1:30? And could we defer your presentation until then? I want to be. So Mr. Schanauer, Mr. Schiff, how'd that happen? Glenn and Ashley. So I'm wondering, will either or both of you be able to attend tomorrow? Okay, thank you. Glenn, you're up. Or so right now it's the presentation by the Santa Fe Green Chamber of Commerce. And I wonder if you could be sworn or state your names and be sworn.
Let me swear you in first. Will you raise your right hands? Yeah. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give will be the truth? And your name and address before when you speak.
Like Councilor Calvert, I start out with good afternoon as well. Good evening, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. I'm Glenn Schiffbauer. Do we have? That's the pointer. There we go. I'm Glenn Schiffbauer. I'm the Executive Director of the Santa Fe Green Chamber of Commerce. Our mission is to build a resilient local economy that thrives by fostering renewable energy adoption, water conservation, sustainability, and community development. Supporting renewable energy projects is central to this mission, helping New Mexico lead in climate change mitigation and sustainable development. The Santa Fe Green Chamber of Commerce is a business network committed to advancing sustainable economic development, environmental responsibility, and social equity. We represent a coalition of businesses, organizations, and individuals dedicated to integrating environmental stewardship with business practices. We have been involved with, advocated, and lobbied for clean energy since our inception in 2013. We have worked on community solar, solar for all, sustainable building tax credits, solar tax credits, and this session's local solar access fund, community benefit fund, and the energy storage system income tax credit. We have worked on, stood, and spoken in support of nearly all of the clean energy, electrification, and tax credit incentive bills for the last 12 years. It's what we do, it's what we've done, and it's what we will keep doing. We also hear often while we're lobbying and advocating, more often than we like, that Santa Fe is always legislating and dictating all of these initiatives for other parts of the state. Well, this is an opportunity for the Santa Fe County to walk the walk. Not only do we have the chance to do our part to achieve objectives set forth by the county, but also contribute to the goals laid out by the state's Energy Transition Act in 2019. The Santa Fe Green Chamber represents over 180 local businesses and community organizations, their employers and families, from small local enterprises to larger institutions, all united by a shared commitment to sustainability and innovation. Most of these businesses are located in Santa Fe and Santa Fe County. Most of their owners, families, and employees also live here. As not all of these businesses and residences have solar or even access to rooftop solar, they want to be using clean energy as often as they can. We feel that this is an opportunity to do that. It's been stated this project will provide solar power to the equivalent of 30,000 residences. That number is to give context to the amount of energy, renewable energy, that would be available in Santa Fe's PNM customer territory. I can guarantee that businesses in downtown Santa Fe, like a La Fonda or a sustainably minded restaurant, leasing in a shopping center like a Joe's Dining, where they have no ownership and can't solarize, will welcome the opportunity to be powered by clean energy. It's been stated that New Mexico's ETA targets 50% renewable energy by 2030 and 100% by 2050. This project aligns directly with the goals of the New Mexico Energy Transition Act, which we were involved with along with a coalition of about 15 other organizations, some of whom have spoken today, from its introduction as a bill in 2019. Large-scale solar projects like Rancho Viejo are critical to achieving these ambitious benchmarks. Again, this is a real opportunity for Santa Fe County to lead by example. We can show other communities that we will act quickly and prudently to do what we can to fight against climate disruption. The economic benefits AES pointed out, with the jobs, with the amount of tax revenue that will be incoming, I don't need to go over again. But one thing I will say, that businesses always count on certainty. Other things they can adjust to. Certainty is a bit of comfort. Affordable, renewable energy is important to these people because it is certainty. The job creation was touched upon. This is going to create approximately 200 jobs during construction, supporting local businesses and hospitality. There will be some permanent jobs. We are a business organization, and a clean job is viewed as a benefit to our community at any level or any rate. The Rancho Viejo Solar Project embodies the intersection of economic growth and environmental sustainability. It fits with our commitment to a renewable energy future. It represents an essential step in reducing greenhouse gas emissions, creating economic opportunities, and strengthening New Mexico's leadership in renewable energy. We hope decision makers will ensure that the voice of business and citizens throughout the county advocating for a prosperous green future in New Mexico are representative. And now I would like to turn this over to my next speaker, who is Connor Lawrence from Somos Solar. After that, we'll have Jill Clyburn and then the landowner, Mr. Warren Thompson.
Good evening. My name is Connor Lawrence. I was born and raised here in Santa Fe. Environmentalism and nature conservation efforts have always been incredibly important to me, and it's mainly why I started my company, Somos Solar, which is headquartered here in Santa Fe, and also a proud member of the Santa Fe Green Chamber of Commerce. My company designs, builds, and occasionally finances energy projects. We're currently working on projects that include solar, wind, green hydrogen electrolysis, and battery energy storage systems. I want to note that my company does not have any contract or agreement in place with AES on the Rancho Viejo project. However, I'm here because I strongly believe that this type of project is an integral part of the clean energy transition in fighting climate change. I want to do the right thing and support this project. Climate change is the most significant challenge of our time. We have already surpassed certain carbon saturation thresholds that have caused irreversible environmental damage, such as the bleaching of the coral reefs. We must take action now. Transitioning from fossil fuel-based energy to renewable energy sources is not a choice, but it's a necessity. One of the challenges renewable energy faces is intermittent power generation. Solar power is only available during the day. Battery energy storage systems are essential to store this intermittent energy and deploy it when needed. For efficiency and design, batteries need to be located close to the power source, like a solar array, but they also should be located close to the load that they power. If batteries are too far away, there's energy loss and a rise in infrastructure costs. These translate to higher expenses for both the developer, but also the consumer, and can simply just make the projects economically unviable. Large-scale solar projects like Rancho Viejo are especially crucial for combating climate change, and projects like this one will have a tremendous impact on reducing carbon emissions as a whole. From what I have seen, the Rancho Viejo project is strategically located, making energy more accessible and cost-effective, while also moving us away from fossil fuel dependence. Right now, New Mexico has the opportunity and the potential to be a national leader in renewable energy. As the second sunniest state in the nation, we have abundant solar resources, yet we're ranked number 13 in the US for renewable energy production. In my professional experience, two reasons cause this lag: policy hurdles and community opposition. I've seen many solar developers leave the New Mexico market due to these challenges, choosing instead to invest in other states with more welcoming environments for renewable energy. If we continue down this path, New Mexico risks missing out on significant economic investment, job creation, and workforce training opportunities, but ultimately fighting climate change. This project will provide substantial economic benefits, both short-term and long-term job creation, and position New Mexico as a leader in the clean energy transition. The renewable energy industry requires a skilled workforce. The University of New Mexico, Central New Mexico Community College, and New Mexico Tech have all expressed interest in developing workforce training and educational programs, but we need projects to implement and lay the groundwork for these types of programs. I personally believe that this project can serve as a key driver in expanding workforce development and ensuring New Mexico's workforce is prepared to support and sustain a renewable energy industry. From an economic growth perspective, investing in renewable energy sends a clear message that New Mexico is open to business and innovation, attracting further development and strengthening our local and state economies. From an energy independence perspective, Santa Fe and New Mexico as a whole can benefit from generating and storing our own clean energy, reducing our reliance on fossil fuel-based energy generation and out-of-state energy sources, while also stabilizing energy reliability and costs for consumers. I do understand the concerns surrounding the fire risks associated with battery energy storage. My experience in the energy construction and operation industry is that safety is always a top priority, and I personally witnessed battery technology constantly evolving over the years to incorporate more advanced fire protection, prevention, detection, and suppression systems. AES has demonstrated that they will be using industry-leading safety standards, including thermal management systems, fire resistant enclosures, suppression systems, and real-time monitoring to detect, among many other safety mechanisms, to mitigate any risks before they become hazards. I also want to make note of compliance with fire codes. Any energy industry or facility built today will be required to meet or exceed all National Fire Protection Association and local fire safety codes, meaning all battery systems will be designed and operated with the highest level of safety in accordance with the regulations that we as a society have established. AES has also expressed interest in collaborating with the local fire department and emergency response teams to ensure that they are trained and equipped to handle the potential incidents related to the project. There are currently over 17 gigawatts of battery energy storage projects operational in the US today. 1 gigawatt is equal to 1,000 megawatts. This project is designed to be 48 megawatts of battery energy storage. In my experience, battery energy storage systems are in fact a safe and effective solution for integrating renewable energy into our electrical grids. Lastly, I again want to emphasize that the time to act is now. New Mexico has a phenomenal opportunity to lead the nation in renewable energy. With the natural resources available, the workforce potential, and the technology readily available, we must seize this moment to invest in the clean energy that benefits not only our economy, but will benefit our environment and future generations to come. This project is not just about building infrastructure. It's about securing a sustainable future for Santa Fe, New Mexico, and humanity as a whole. We as a society need to take this crucial step forward before climate change reaches further irreparable harm. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Let's see if I can, oh, hold on. I was trying to advance this.
Please state your name and address.
There. My name is Jill Clyburn, and I live at 45 Crazy Rabbit Drive, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87508. I'm the president of Clyburn and Associates, based in Santa Fe County. I'm a 30-year resident of the San Marcos community, including volunteering at the San Marcos Association, Turquoise Trail Volunteer Fire Department, Turquoise Trail Charter School, and natural history and archaeological sites throughout the area. As a consultant, I've worked for more than 30 years helping utilities and communities nationwide to optimize the benefits of renewable energy, load flexibility, and battery storage. I've worked for national labs, public power co-ops, nonprofits, and in the early 2010s, I was the solar consultant on Santa Fe County's first megawatt scale solar project at the Buckman Direct Diversion. In fact, that experience sparked a memory and a thought in response to a question that one of the commissioners raised just now to AES about the ownership structure of the project. It is standard procedure to form a project LLC entity when you are entering into a power purchase agreement or a similar commercial solar contract. We formed an LLC for the first Buckman solar project. That's why I reject the San Marcos Association's assertion that the word commercial in the SLDC refers strictly to scale. The word commercial, according to my experience in the solar field and as documented in Investopedia, may apply to contractual solar projects. So I'd also like to note that the PRC considers an electric generation station as 300 megawatts or larger. I think county staff can shed more light on such definitions. What I really came here to talk about were three questions. Hopefully I'll get through these quickly. First, what are the economic benefits to Santa Fe County? Santa Fe County, of course, has a lot of various benefits that AES already went through, but I hope to give you a little more context. This is a $200 million capital investment, plus about $28 million committed to direct labor and wages, which will be partly taxed and partly respent and cycled through the local economy. This is already an opportunity for workers, not just in Santa Fe, but throughout Santa Fe County. AES has already donated money to support scholarships for job training at our local youth works and through Solar Energy International in partnership with UNM Continuing Education. As AES feels an urgent need for some 200 workers, this project can jumpstart growth throughout New Mexico's solar industry. These jobs will not be a one-off. Large-scale solar is happening in New Mexico, and it requires nearly the same skill sets as community solar and rooftop solar. Solar apprenticeships are also a pathway to becoming a journeyman electrician. The State Department of Workforce Solutions says New Mexico needs 5,000 new electricians by 2030. AES estimates that $5 million in wages and materials will be spent in Santa Fe County, and 18 million will be spent on panel racking from one of two top racking manufacturers that happen to be in Albuquerque. AES is not just an outside company that shows up here. It is part of a solar industry that is increasingly US-based and potentially New Mexico-based. One other key point, everyone in our community deserves equitable access to solar energy today, even if they cannot afford rooftop solar, and even if they don't own a roof. And I may say, even if they didn't get the link to the San Marcos survey. The National Community Solar Partnership is actually one of my clients, but I know that community solar is still just getting started in New Mexico. Right now, Santa Fe County has only one 5-megawatt community solar project approved. AES will bring as much solar generation as 20 community solar projects, and no one will have to sign up for it. Moving forward, yes, we will still need more community solar, more rooftop solar, and batteries, maybe even microgrids, as we back off our need for, I was thinking, that gas pipeline that one of our commissioners asked about. Large-scale solar is currently the least cost electricity in the US and even worldwide, where IRA subsidies, tax subsidies that are maybe shaky 5 years from now or whatever are not in effect. And that's according to sources like the International Energy Forum. AES can't set retail electric rates, but it can supply PNM with safe, reliable, and competitively priced solar and storage resources. As I've worked for utilities, including with battery storage and solar, since the early days of batteries 10 years ago, we think of it that way, I concur with presentations about progress in battery technology and safety, but I want to note that our abundance of caution can create an inadvertent sense of risk. The technologists and the fire safety officials have no choice, but their multiple redundant protective strategies can send you the wrong message. It reminds me of my own behavior when I first sent my daughter out on rollerblades with the helmet and the knee pads and the wrist guards. Anybody who saw her would think that she was an accident ready to happen, but it was really my abundance of caution. My second question was, what are the likely impacts of this solar and storage project on property value? The hearing officer's report on December 3rd said that she was impressed by the opposition's, quote, fear that the project would negatively impact their home values and ability to obtain reasonable insurance if such insurance would be available at any cost. However, the hearing officer did not respond to the actual report that AES submitted. I will deal with the insurance question in a moment, but let me say I reviewed that real estate impact support from Hippoff, Dry, and Conley, certifying a nationally experienced appraiser's report on comparable home sales near at least 4 similar-sized solar projects and near battery storage in the 20 to 200 megawatt range. To confirm the author's findings of no significant impacts, I reviewed similar relevant resources from Columbia University Law School, Loyola University of Chicago, Berkeley National Laboratory, which the previous speaker just misinterpreted, and the Real Property Analytics Study, which drew on Texas A&M, as well as other sources. I'll submit links to that in my testimony for the record. The Texas study was entirely focused on projects from 100 to 350 megawatts. The Texas landscape is similar to most of our rural fringe, with homes comparable to those in San Marcos and El Dorado in the $500,000 to $1 million range. With slight variations, all these studies concluded that the impacts on home value and days on market in proximity to large-scale solar and, when relevant, battery storage range from slightly negative to slightly positive, resulting in what I would call a wash. That Berkeley study found a possible average impact for homes throughout the US within less than a half mile to be around a negative 1.5% impact. But they also note that state policies that normalize solar development can make the difference. For example, studies from Western states like California, Arizona, and Texas reported no discernible impacts on property values. I believe a slight impact on property values may be fed by news coverage of residents in strong opposition to a project. Conversely, home values may improve when home buyers learn that the adjacent vacant land is dedicated to a solar or storage project. As Glenn said, home buyers and businesses like certainty, and solar is a quiet, predictable neighbor. Finally, and very briefly, I just want to talk about the insurance risk. We heard this again today, but in the hearing in December, the CEC talked about wildfire as risk as being some of the highest in the country in El Dorado, higher than 80% of the United States. And I think this was just a misstatement, but it's an important misstatement. This is a map, the map that he referred to, I looked it up. It's a USDA and Forest Service map. And it shows that indeed Santa Fe County as a whole has a very high fire risk. But the area where the project is going to be is characterized as low to moderate fire risk. So, you know, in terms of the insurance industry, I can only say that we do have an insurance problem in Santa Fe and throughout the country, partly driven by climate risks and all those wildfire and weather events. But the insurance industry runs on data, and the fact is no battery fire in the US has escaped its facility, no private property has been damaged, no insurance crisis can be correlated with battery storage fires. So with that, I would like to suggest that the area where the project may be located is perhaps low fire risk, but I'm not cavalier. We need to be aware that there are many causes of wildfires, many causes of all kinds of incidents, and that our county fire prevention team also needs to stay on top of battery safety protocols. But let's help our truly high-risk neighbors by supporting this project in order to take meaningful action on climate change. Thank you. And now it's my pleasure to introduce Warren Thompson, who owns a lot of the property that we're looking at.
Thank you. Warren Thompson, 55 Cañada del Rancho, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87508. I wanted to thank the Green Chamber for asking me to talk about the transfer development rights that we're working on with Santa Fe County. We put in an application to cover 5,707 acres of land. This map here, the yellow area represents the area where the development rights would be removed from. And that represents a total of 280 housing units that would be removed. And if you take into account the possibility of ADUs, that would be 560 units that would be removed permanently from development. In addition, this land will be continued to use as an active cattle ranch. So grazing will be taking place and would keep the grass in a healthy condition. That's all I have to say.
But thank you very much, Mr. Thompson. So my understanding is the county has established a TDR receiving bank. Is that the plan? So there's not an identified location for these rights to go. Is that how it works?
That's correct. We did some TDRs up in front of the San Marcos subdivision.
and gave them that property where it borders State Road 14. And I've got some certificates. So they're documented with the certificate. There are designated receiving areas where those TDRs can be used.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I've got a question for Warren. Warren, you know, I have some cows on my property and they clean up everything. You know, so in your area, if you have cattle on that property, that really eliminates a lot of the fire hazard that's going to go from the installation over to El Dorado. So the cows have a very good beneficial effect on grasslands.
There's no
And I'm
question about
glad
that.
you mentioned that.
Yeah. Yes, we have to keep moving them around to keep them fed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any questions from the commission for the group? I've got a question. I think this is you, Glenn. This question is from another party who's standing. Santa Fe Green Chamber of Commerce, on your website, AES is listed as a sponsorship leader. How much does your organization receive from AES in monetary contributions or in in-kind contributions?
Thank you. We have several sponsorship leaders, including Santa Fe County and other solar companies. Pattern Energy has been in the past. That level of sponsorship is $2,500 a year. No other compensation other than that comes from our membership, whether it's Somo Solar, Positive Energy Solar, they pay an annual membership fee.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for the group? Well, you guys are troopers. So as I understand, go ahead, JJ.
Mr. Chair, I move to adjourn this evening session to be continued tomorrow at 1:30 at the county chambers at 102 Grant Street for the purpose of continuing our discussion of today's proceedings. And could I have a second?
I second the motion.
So
Those in favor?
So I think we need to call a roll call for this.
Yes. You vote first. Vote on the second.
Where'd you go?
Oh,
Those in favor? Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
okay. So now a roll call vote to determine whether we agree with this motion.
Okay. Mr. Pava,
Yes.
Mr. Mears,
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez,
Yes.
Ms. Piar,
Yes.
Mr. Bruger,
Yes.
Mr. Trujillo,
Yes.
and Chair Abo.
Yes.
Motion passes.
So again, as we've indicated, there is one more party withstanding to present tomorrow at 1:30, 102 Grant. And then the public will be invited to give public comment. And I think the notice is already on the county's website. And ma'am. If you have signed up to make a comment today and you are able to attend online, you will be able to make your comment online. So thank you. Yes. I would like to ask staff, do you guys put this stuff on YouTube or something? Or is there going to be a recording that will be available for folks? Staff, I think they've adjourned. I don't know.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, yes, this will be posted on the county's YouTube and Facebook.
Okay, and that will happen imminently? by 1:30.
The Facebook one is live right now. YouTube will have to be uploaded.
Okay, well, thank you very much. So meeting's adjourned, meeting is recessed until tomorrow at 1:30. Thank you very much for attending. Yikes.